Hi, my name is Samanthnya, or as my dad calls me, Samantha yeahhh. And if you couldn't tell by the way I have accessorized today, I wanted to start the stream by apologizing for the last stream. For those of you who weren't there or who don't know what happened, I was supposed to play Among Us with Flowerheart, a very nice fairy VTuber. And we ended up not having enough people because her friend did not show up, so it was just me and her. And we were like, uh-oh, what are we gonna do now? Because we can't play Among Us with just two people. And we were talking about it, and her Russian accent was very, very thick, and I could not understand what she was saying, and I feel very, very bad about it. Not the clown outfit. I downloaded this clown outfit asset. I am going to use it. But yeah, I feel really bad about this. I could not understand Flower's accent for the life of me. It was so difficult. I was using all of my brain power and all two cells in my catgirl brain. And it was very, very, very difficult to communicate. I overestimated my abilities. Like, I heard her voice before the stream and stuff, but I, assumed, I can understand some of what she's saying. I can hold a conversation. You have two brain cells, I'm jealous. Yeah, I have more than Blockade does. But I thought that I would be able to talk to her and stuff, but I could not. And I feel very, very bad about it. I apologized to her on Discord about it, but I'm going to apologize to you guys here because what we ended up doing was we tried to play Minecraft, but that didn't work. And cause nothing was working, and I felt very overwhelmed and upset that I was having trouble understanding what Flower was saying. So I broke down and cried, and I ended up having to not do the stream. And I feel really bad about it because not only did I have to abandon Flower, and she did the stream on her Twitch on her own, but also I think I really disappointed you guys. I saw Zero2 and Jonathan both appeared very disappointed, and I know that quite a few of you were waiting for the stream to start. So I would like to say I am genuinely very sorry, and I feel bad that I could not have been, that I wasn't a better collab partner to Flower, and I feel bad that I wasn't a better VTuber to you guys. So yeah, I would just like to say I am extremely sorry that that my catgirl brain is not big enough to understand Minecraft and Russian accents. By the way, I talked to Faye. Apparently the reason why I can't play Hypixel is because we have Minecraft Bedrock Edition, which is different from Minecraft Java Edition, evidently, and therefore you can't play Hypixel on it. So, fun fact. But, yeah. So I apologize about that, and I realize that in the future I need to be more, I need to realize that I should understand the limits of my conversational abilities. Bedrock, I am so sorry. Faye says that there's not really a huge difference between Bedrock and Java. I said that we had Bedrock, and Delaney said Bedrock. I'm so sorry. Why does everyone keep on disrespecting the name of Bedrock Minecraft Edition? Well, what are the advantages of Bedrock over Java?
Well, okay, I'm pretty sure you have to
pay for like a server for like anything that you like play with your friends on, like basically any world. And then like yeah, sure, there are some things in Bedrock you need to pay for, like the realms and stuff, but like at least you play with them without spending money and stuff. Why don't you like Bedrock?
Delaney, do you actually play Minecraft or do you just watch Minecraft?
Yeah.
I'm just wondering because I don't think I've ever seen you play Minecraft.
I think there's advantages to both sides. Like, I guess it's easier to get mods and stuff on Java, but like still. Anyway.
Yeah, so yeah, I wanted to apologize for that mess of a stream earlier. But you know, you got to move on from clownery, as they say. So today we are going to move on and play Our Life. I used to play it a lot, but now I only do it occasionally. Okay, so Delaney does play Minecraft occasionally.
Bruh. Have you ever been on Bedrock Edition? Not then. You're... I'm just like you. Why do you keep screaming? What? What do you want?
Yeah, Purple's being really loud.
What, Purple?
Does he want treats?
He has food.
Yeah, but he wants treats.
Yeah, but that's not good for an old man.
He's a good old man, though.
But, yeah, old men can't always have treats.
They can if they're good old men.
Oh, no. That's unhealthy for them.
Says who?
Says I. Says I.
Says I?
Says, yeah.
So anyway, I want to play... What is it called? It's in the title. Our Life Beginnings and Always. Because I've heard a lot of good things about this game. It's apparently a very, very good visual novel. So let's switch over to the screen where we can start doing that. Whoop. Let me make my face less sad. I'm still sad, but we are going to ignore the sadness, because that is a good coping mechanism. And I'm dressed like this in my swimsuit because this game... Well, hold on, you'll see. I think I should zoom in a bit more. I gotta make sure you guys can see my face. My cute little cat girl face. There's my cute little cat girl face. Ooh woo. Cute little cat girl face. Ooh woo. Cute little cat girl face. Ooh woo. As I said, I apologize to Flower on Discord, but she has not responded to my Discord message. Probably because she's in a completely different time zone. So it's probably really late for her right now. Dee 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 dee. Ooh, the game is open. Why is it coming up? Oh, there it is. It came up. Okay. Yeah, so as you can see, we're on a beach. That's why I'm in my swimsuit, because we are on a beach right now. And this game looks pretty cool, because apparently you date this boy named Cove, which sounds like an episode name, and it follows your life with him from childhood to adulthood. So it's pretty cool, and from what I've heard, it's also very customizable. So I think that's really neat. Games where you really feel like you are in the game and you're able to customize it to be whatever you want. So yeah, it's also free, so that's nice that this game is free. But you know, I glanced at the reviews. They're all positive. This is a very widely loved game, so I wanted to give it a try. I'm pretty excited for this. So let's start. I'm assuming new file is where we should start. Click on new file. Okay, here we go. We are on a beach, and I'm in my swimsuit because we're on a beach.
Our Life tutorial time. Okay, I'll probably need that. Welcome to Our Life Beginnings and Always. Where's Prefs? Prefs. There are various ways you can customize and interact with the game. This tutorial is an overview of how certain features work. You can read the full tutorial from the main menu to learn about everything in detail. Reading. Ew. I didn't come to a visual novel to read. To start off, the game is divided into 3 time periods called steps. Step 1, childhood, Step 2, adolescence, and Step 3, teenaged. Okay, yeah, I understand this much, that it's divided into 3 parts, because it's about, like, you and this childhood friend boy, like, growing up together. So I think, like, the Step 1, you're, like, 8. Step 2, you're, like, 13. And then Step 3 is, like, 17? I don't know. It'll probably say. Our life is further divided into sets of... What is that word? Vignettes? Vignettes? Oh, are those CGs? Do they mean CGs? Okay. That take place during specific periods of time. These are called moments? Or are they like chapters? Hold on, I gotta look up that word. Vignettes. I bet you guys are making fun of me. I bet Delaney knows what that is. A brief... Huh? A short and descriptive piece of writing that captures a brief period in time. Oh, okay, so it's like a chapter. It's like a chapter. Okay, so they just wanted a fancy version of saying it's like a part of, like a chapter of the game. All right, whatever. Whatever word you like, game. Moments can be played in any order or skipped entirely. You move on to the next step whenever you want by selecting that summary's ending. Huh? What? Okay, that's weird. I don't understand. I think this is the kind of thing where you have to play it to understand it, so... Steps 1 to 3 include 5 moments each, and even more can be unlocked by purchasing DLCs. Some are out now and other DLCs will release later on. Yeah, I saw that there's a lot of DLCs, so, you know, if I really like this game, I might buy the DLCs. They don't look too expensive, and they apparently add a lot of content to the game, so... A lot happens over the years that go by, especially in regard to the character you play as. You determine nearly everything about the main character. Name, appearance, personality, pronouns, interests, skills, the relationship with major characters, and so on. You can decide to change the details as time goes on, with a few exceptions. Your last name, skin tone, and eye color can't be altered once set. Alright. Much of the MC's basic traits are determined on a character creation screen. As the MC grows up, more options become available on screen. Prepare to get intimate and emotional. You may need space from your partner as- Oh, Jesus! Delane. That game sucked. As mentioned, one of the decisions you'll get to make for your character is selecting a name. You can type in any name you like, or you can pick a preset name. Yeah, so I downloaded this free DLC that lets, okay, this game has a lot of content. I downloaded a free DLC where you can have your name be voiced. So the voice actor, did, like a whole bunch of very common names, so you can, like, have your name be voiced. I think that's really cool that they took the time to add that in. So I'm sure that one of the preset names is Samantha, so we'll just go with that. We'll go with Samantha or Sam or whatever. Preset options are called voiced names because the name will be voiced aloud by the romantic lead. You'll get to hear him say your name as you play through the story. Yeah, that's pretty cool, so let's go with Samantha if they have it. Only the default name Jamie is included in the base game. Hundreds more can be added by getting a free voiced name expansion DLC. Yeah, I downloaded that. The full collection of names is separated out as a DLC because of how large it is. If you're not interested in that feature, you don't need to get it. Each name in the DLC belongs to or was selected by someone who supported this project. Oh, cool. Did a Samantha support this project? On the character creations screen, there's a cute doll you can decorate to get an idea of what your MC looks like with the different traits put together. Okay. I feel like a lot of these things that they're explaining won't make sense in words and will only make sense when they show it to me. Not all the things you decide about the MC appear on the doll. The script referencing what you've decided for the MC is the main way those decisions influence the game. I feel like this game has a lot of content in it. Like, you could play it multiple times and they would go a different way each time. So I think that's pretty neat. Our life has a first-person perspective, so your character doesn't appear next to other character sprites. You only see the MC as the decorative doll and in special cut-in CG images. Nice. You can see your character in the CGs. The cut-in CGs only appear if certain choices are made. It's possible not to see any during a playthrough. Oh, that's kind of lame. There's also a second type of special MC-based screen, the interest/comfort screen. What does that mean? This game is confusing. Unless you get DLCs, the game has one love interest, Cove Holden. He grows up with the MC, and the interest comfort screen is crucial for determining how that plays out. Oh, well, if you get the DLCs, there's other love interests? I didn't know that. Interest level sets how much you like him. There are 4 levels: disinterest, fond, crush, and love. Love is only available starting in step 3, and if you were at fond or crush in step 2. Okay. I wonder if we can get to love. Comfort determines how you generally react and think when it comes to him. There are 3 levels: nervous, relaxed, and direct. Interesting. This is really cool. You could like tell that there's a lot of. This feels very I don't know what the word for it is, but you can tell that there's a lot of detail in this. Like they really went out of their way to make sure that like your relationship with the character feels very personal and realistic. Nervous, relaxed, and direct. Your level of interest and comfort will set the type of dynamic your character has with the love interest. What you did in the past will influence the present, and feelings can change over time. This is really cool. I hope Tigger's not going to pee in the laundry basket. Tigger, if you pee in the laundry basket, I will kill you and disown you. Tigger, get out of there! Tigger, I know what you're gonna do. Get out. Okay, she listened. Freaking Tigger. You get to pick your interest comfort near the beginning of every step. Comfort can switch between the 3 levels as you please. Your interest level can only stay the same or increase. Okay. Your current level of interest will become the new lowest option on the screen in the future. For example, if you decide to be fond in step 1, disinterest will not be available on the screen in steps 2 and 3, which will make fond the bottom level option for your relationship. This is confusing. I low-key want to just skip this tutorial and get right into it, and because it seems like this is really something that you have to just play to know. Interest level has an impact when it comes to physically interacting with Cove. While growing up, things are rather simple. If you get along with one another and have a close relationship, you can choose to touch him, and Cove will occasionally interact with the MC in lighthearted or comforting ways. Okay, I'm gonna say it. Are there sex scenes in this? I'm wondering, are there sex scenes? But starting in step 3, touching can become more romantic or suggestive if you're at crush or love. Okay. To make sure things go nicely with that, there will be an extra choice to determine initiative level and a bonus mini tutorial that goes along with the choice to explain the feature in more detail. What? Basically, even if you decide you like Cove, the game won't force you to act on those feelings. Okay, I get it. Consent. You can always choose to not get together with him, choose not to accept or give romantic gestures, etc. If you do decide to date Cove, though, you can't break up with him. Like, you can't break up with him? What? It's like, this game gives you free will and choice. You don't have to date him if you don't want to. We respect that. You can choose your levels of comfort with him, but once you've dated him, it's forever. Interest and comfort gets the basics down, but it's the choices that appear throughout the normal game events that decide what actually happens between the MC and Cove. I don't like the name Cove. Can I change his name? And it isn't only the MC who is impacted by your decisions. Cove grows and changes over the years. How he's treated and what he experiences help shape who he becomes. Okay, very cool, very cool. In step 2 and step 3, Cove's personality, appearance, and interests will vary based on what happened in the previous step. Cool. It's something of a mystery exactly how your decisions end up changing him. You can try to guess as you go along. Or if you prefer, you can also just design your own ideal Cove directly using the Cove Creator option that pops up at the beginning of steps 2 and 3. That's pretty funny. Imagine, like, if you were, like, dating someone in real life, and, there was, like, a creator that popped up. You could create them. You get all the customizable options at the cost of the name, equivalent exchange. Fair enough. Making the choices you want is always more important than making a choice because you feel like you have to in order to get a certain result. Yeah, this right here is what I always do when I play a game like this. I always, when I play, like, visual novels and choice-based games and dating sims and stuff, I always do this. Unless I'm trying to get, like, unless I'm, like, trying to, like, collect all the endings or whatever, I always just, like, kind of follow my heart when it comes to these kinds of games. I just do what I would do in real life. When a choice does appear, usually you'll see that hovering the cursor over an option shows a certain color, yellow, blue, or green. The colors aren't related to specific points or effects, they're only there to give a bit of insight on the tone and emotion of the choice, since text alone can potentially be read in more than one way. Oh, that's actually kind of smart! That's actually, pretty smart, because, a lot of times in games like this, you'll choose, like a choice, or an answer, or whatever, and, it'll come out way different from what you expected. Like, you'll choose to say hi to someone, and your character will be like, "Hi, loser." Like, like, have you ever had that happen where you're accidentally really mean in a game? So that's cool that they code it for that. Blue tends to be casual and straightforward, yellow more emotive and reactive, and green less certain and uncommitted. Okay, I see. Though there are hundreds of options in our life, and not every choice menu falls in line with that pattern. Hundreds of options? Jeez! You can tell they put a lot of, like, time and effort into this game. Picking just one color every time doesn't give a gameplay benefit. Oh! Hi, Orange! What's up? You wanna sit on my lap? You knocked a can over. You're silly, you're clumsy. You wanna get on my lap? I think the only person watching right now is Delaney, but if anyone watching looks at my Twitter, what do you think of Orange's tweets? I know that Delaney saw but he also tweeted recently so he's really good at Twitter. Come on, Orange, I'm gonna pick you up. Oh, I thought he'd scream. Usually, a lot of times whenever I pick him up, he screams at me. There we go. He's with me right now, see? Only stick to a certain type if that's what you happen to like. Otherwise, switch between them freely. Always pick yellow, never pick yellow. Pursue romance right from the start. Never romance throughout love and trust. Be disagreeable or amiable. None of them will lead to a bad ending. Wait, so are there no bad endings in this game? Are there bad endings? Oh, he's so talented. He really is. I said he should be my social media manager. So are there bad endings in this, or are there just, like, multiple kinds of good/neutral endings? You're welcome to enjoy the events and shape the story without reservation. And then, if you like, you can play again to try something new. There's only ever more good content to discover. We hope you will have a nice time with our life. Thank you for playing. This sounds pretty cool. This is pretty exciting. Oh, woo! Character creation! Let's go! Jamie Last. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the name Jamie Last. Face shape round, chubby, oh my god, I will chubby baby. Pointed, oval, peach, square. Let's see, do I prefer round or oval? Those look like the best ones. This is like a pit crew. I'm going to go with oval. Skin tone tan, brown, dark brown, pale. Oh, that's Delaney's skin color. I love you, Delaney. Peachy. I look pretty peachy. Olive. Yeah, let's go with peachy. I'm pretty peachy. Eye shape. Round 1, round 2, rectangle 1, rectangle 2. Okay, you can choose if you have eyelashes or not. So you can choose like your gender in this game or whatever. So Cove is a bisexual icon. We stan Cove, the bisexual icon. Yeah, let's go with round 1. Can we change the... Oh, eye color. There it is. You got canceled and you are saved by... Exactly. I really do think that I should have Orange write all my tweets. What do you think, Orange? He blinked. Black, brown, beige, yellow, gold, orange, red, pink, purple, blue, green, gray. Yeah, we're going with blue. Hair front, choppy one. What do the hair backs look like? Pulled back, smooth one. Choppy one? Choppy one looks pretty good. Curled one. Oh, do I prefer curled one or choppy one? I like choppy one. Ooh, flowy one is pretty. Ponytail. Wavy one. There's so many options. I feel like there's got to be a more efficient way to look at them than, like, clicking like this. I'm not gonna remember all of them. None. Okay, pulled back. Choppy looks pretty good. Wasn't there a wavy that I liked, though? Let's see. What does the wavy one look like? Orange is, like, right next to the microphone right now. You might be able to hear his little noises. Because he's just is laying, like, on the microphone. I don't know why he decided to do that, but that's what he's doing, so... Wavy 2? Wavy 2 is pretty nice. This will make little to no difference. Let's go with choppy one. And the hair front, let's see, my hair, yeah, I love him too. My hair like swooshes to the right. So let's find one that swooshes to the right. Hair front. Orange, why are you doing that? Why are you like on the microphone? You're silly. Side 2. Side 2 looks pretty good. See, something that I... Medium 2? Medium 2 is pretty good. When I, looked at this game... Oh my god, you can have multicolored hair? That's pretty poggers. When I, like, first looked at this game, something that I immediately noticed was that there's only one love interest, and that's Cove. And I was like, oh, come on. You can't have a dating sim where there's only one love interest, because what if I don't like him? It is very likely that I will not like him. But all of the reviews and everything I've ever heard about this game, people are obsessed with him. People love him so much. So there's got to be something to him, you know? There's got to be something there. Okay, yeah, I think that this hairstyle looks good. And then we need brown? Oh, brown looks, yeah. Yeah. Hey, that actually looks a lot like me. Oh, voiced name. I can choose a voiced name. Good. S? There it is! Samantha! There's also... So there's Sam and Samantha. So we could go with either Sam or Samantha. Sam might make more sense because I do tell people to call me Sam if they can't pronounce Samanthnya. But I think we could also go with Samantha. You know what? Let's just go with Samantha. Why not? Oh my god, wait. I want to listen to that again. Wait, I want to listen to the Sam one, too. Sam! Sam! I don't like that. Samantha? Samantha. Yep. I like that. I like that. Samantha... What's my last name? Samantha, yeah. Samantha VTuber? Samantha... We'll go with Samantha, yeah, because that's the joke that that's the joke that we make that my dad always calls me Samantha Ya, so we'll name myself Samantha Ya. Let's do that. Samantha Ya. And she. I'm gonna use she, her pronouns, of course. Something that I would like to say about pronouns really quick. I posted about this briefly in the wall cacti, but I didn't go into detail. Something that I'm really excited about and that I've been thinking about a lot is the fact that there is now a canonically non-binary member of Hololive. Because, when the Hololive Council, the new girls, like the Rat and stuff, debuted, they announced that there was, like, a like, secret sixth member who was, like, apparently, like, the overseer of the council, or, like, the manager, or, like, a god. It's really unclear who they are, but they have something to do with the lore. And they have a Twitter, and they've been answering questions on Twitter and stuff, and their design is pretty cool looking. I don't know what they're gonna do. I don't know if they're gonna stream or whatever, but, they are officially a member of Hololive, I guess? It's pretty confusing, but, their, like, character sheet or whatever says no gender, and someone asked them what their pronouns are, and their response was, I quote, he, she, it, they, it doesn't matter. And I'm like, oh my god, I've never heard a Hololive member say anything like that before. We have a member of Hololive who is non-binary and uses all pronouns. That is really cool. That is really neat in my opinion. I did not expect that to happen. Exactly, very yo, very yo. I'm like, wow, that is so cool. I think that's really, really neat. So, I'm pretty excited about that. Because that's not something I ever thought would happen, honestly. But, yeah, I think my character looks good. She looks a lot like me. We did a good job of making her look similar to me, so. What does change page mean? Is there, oh, there's more I can customize? Is that what that means? Change page. Oh, okay. Birthmarks. I don't have any birthmarks. Oh, I can't see these. Is this one covered by my bangs? This one, okay. Scars? Wow, there really is a lot you can add. Rosy cheeks? That's pretty cute. Kind of looks like an Animal Crossing character. I won't do that, though. Freckles? Oh, those are cute. But I won't add them. Hand size? What? You can choose your hand size? I can't even see my hands. Are my hands medium, chubby, or slender? What the heck? Okay, I'm doing medium, because I don't know. Medium, I guess. Glasses? Aw, cute. You can choose all different kinds of glasses. Yeah, I'm not doing any though. I think all of this is good. Change page. Oh, you can put, well, I can't see the rest of my body. How do I know what these birthmarks look like? Clothing types? Oh, can I check multiple? Oh! Okay, you can choose what kinds of clothing you wear. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll wear pants, sure. Dresses, skirts, shirts. Okay, yeah, I'll wear all of them. All at once. Accessory types. Yeah, I'll wear a bracelet and a necklace. I never wear a watch or a hat, though, so I'll keep those unchecked. I think that's good. I like that. So, yeah, I think my character is done. I love her. Done. We're gonna start the— oh, I'm sorry, Orange. See, every time I move him or prick him up, he's like, meow. Summer in Sunset Bird. Sunset Bird? What the hell is Sunset Bird? Should I get out of the way of the dialogue box? I feel like I'm in the way. If I move over to the right side of the screen, will I be less in the way? Yeah, is this not in the way? Orange, you're kind of in my way. You can go on my— you can go here. I Okay, I think this is better. I don't think I'll be on the way of the dialogue if I go over here. So, I'm gonna do that. Summer in Sunset Bird was a special time of year. Your usually sleepy town began to bustle. It was a popular tourist destination, with people coming from all over to enjoy the beach, the weather, and the relaxation that came with both. The smell of the ocean, crisp and salty like a potato chip, hung in the air, bringing 3 whole months of schoolist vacation with it. Oh, I'm like 8 at this point, right? During the summer, your moms didn't... Your moms? My moms? I have 2 moms? Do I have 2 moms? Oh my god, do I have 2 moms? Your moms didn't like you to wander too far outside of your neighborhood, so you knew the area pretty well. That included the people. Families came and went from Sunset Bird, but they mostly stayed and did what your mom called putting down roots. They built businesses, they got to know each other, and they definitely said hello to the nice young kids who waved when passing their stores. Going for a walk around town mostly meant that the familiar, friendly residents waved or asked how your family was, or most often just said hello. Oh, yo, a choice already? Okay, my choices are blue, yellow, green. You didn't really get why they always had to say hi. They saw you every day, but you nodded back at them anyway. You ended up saying hi to a lot of different people, since most of the tourists that came and went every summer were the same ones. You were too anxious to say hi back to most of the other residents that greeted you, but they all knew you well enough to expect that. Oh my god. Dude, that's funny, that's an option. I'm gonna say the second one. Cause I'm not so anxious that I can't say hi to people. And also, I don't like the beginning of this one. You don't really get why they always had to say hi, they saw you every day. No, say hi to people you see every day. So I'm saying the second one. You enjoyed learning all about where they were visiting from and hoped to visit those places one day too. But today, there was a man sitting on the curb outside your house. He was sitting with his head in his hands, his whole body slumped over, and you wondered if he was even a real person or a statue that had magically sprung up from the ground overnight. The way that they described how he's sitting, I'm like thinking of that one meme of Iago sitting and looking depressed. I don't know if anyone knows what I'm talking about, probably not. Whoever or whatever he was, you had never seen him before. One thing about knowing everyone in Sunset Bird was that people who you didn't recognize really, really stood out. It was rare for tourists to venture into the residential district, as your moms called it. As your moms called it? I do have 2 moms! Oh my god, that's actually really cool. So for you, not knowing who a total stranger was set off a lot of red flags. Your moms had a talk with you and your big sister Lizzie about this kind of situation before. Geez, this is giving me a lot of options. This is really exciting, actually. I'm really liking this so far, the fact that there's an option for everything, because I have played games that are the complete opposite of this, where they never give you freaking options. You hadn't exactly been listening at the time. You think it could be okay to talk to new people. They mentioned that some people aren't good to talk to, but other types of people can help you even if you don't know them. You remember that it's okay to run away if you feel uncomfortable. You don't have to worry about being polite to them. I'm saying the second one, because some people are bad, some people are good. You weren't sure about this man yet. Oh my god, another choice! This is insane! Still, you felt a bit scared knowing that he was blocking the way to your front door. Yeah, that's an understandable thing to feel scared about, but you were pretty interested. You wanted to know more about what was going on. Whether he was nice or not, you didn't want to be bothered. Oh my god. First one. If a random man was blocking the way to my front door, I would feel a bit scared. You slowed down, your mind racing for ideas on how to get past him unseen, but it was too late to escape. Oh my god, that's some scary phrasing. There was a split second where your eyes met and you took in a shaky breath, your eyes darting to the sky, pretending to stare at a bird who was hovering nearby. Hey! His voice startled you. I don't know why I decided to give this man a Sonic voice. His voice startled you and made you jump, but you still didn't look at him. The bird landed on top of a nearby gatepost and its black feathers ruffled against the gentle breeze. Trying to keep your eyes on it was tough, especially when the man stood up and started to make his way toward you. Not wanting to seem too approachable, you folded your arms and stared.
Still unsure about him but willing to be friendly, you offered the stranger a smile. Your whole body was frozen in place as he approached. Oh my gosh, if you choose the green options, I'm a bit worried about you. You seem extremely afraid of everyone and everything. Second one. Second one. I'm not gonna be a total jerk to this guy, and I'm not gonna be, super duper afraid. The man gives a grin of his own back. Oh, he uggy. Never mind, run away. Third option sounds like me. Oh, he's got a stingray tattoo, and he's got sharks on his shorts. Gargura reference? Gargura reference? Do you live around here? What's your name? You looked the man up and down, taking in his tanned skin and relaxed appearance. At least his clothes were relaxed. The way he was acting wasn't. I would choose the green options, head and hands. He had sharks on his shorts. Gargura! And a stingray tattoo. I said those things. And you wondered if he was obsessed with the ocean or something. I mean, I assume so. While you made your assessment, he looked at you expectantly, waiting for an answer to his question. Yeah, I live here. I live right there. My name is Samantha. You continue to say nothing. Oh, Delaney, you are the green options. I mean, he's probably not dangerous. I'll tell him where I live and what my name is. Great, nice to meet you, Samantha. He hasn't had any voice acting. I wonder if Cove is the only character who has voice acting? Probably. He gave you a broad smile, relief settling on his face. What? He reached into his pocket and pulled out a clean $20 bill. It crinkled his hand as he held it up to you. A strange man is offering me a $20 bill. I'm taking it. I'm taking it. I want to buy some ice cream. Even more confused than before, you looked back at him. Well, could you do me a favor? I don't like where this is going. I don't like where this is going. Random man you just met bribes you ASMR. That's what's happening. I'm scared. What does he want me to do? This is scary. I should have picked the green options. Nothing bad. Sorry, I should have... Let me start over. Okay, yeah, that sounds very bad. That sounds very scary. I'm an 8-year-old girl. He cleared his throat and stood up straighter. From where you were standing, it just made him look creepier. Oh my god, run. I have a son. His name is Cove, who's about your age. Okay, this is where Cove comes in. Cove. That seems like a strange name for an actual person, a living person to you. This would be funny if, like, you could customize his name. It'd be really funny if you could, like, change his name, because then it'd be like, John. That seems like a strange name. You chewed on the inside of your cheek. This guy was definitely obsessed with water. You thought that was pretty cool. Wait, what? It's pretty cool that he has a son? He's obsessed with water because he named him Cove. You know what? I'm gonna say the first one because that's something that I was saying earlier, that Cove is a weird name. But definitely the kind of name someone like this guy would give their kid. Yeah. We moved in across the street, see? He gestured toward the house that had been empty for a year, his watch catching the late afternoon sunlight and reflecting off the walls. The gigantic for sale sign was finally gone. You must be Samantha, yeah. I forgot I did that, and I did that like 5 minutes ago. You must be Samantha, yeah, right? I met your moms earlier, and they told me you were 8 just like him, so... He shook the $20 bill to bring it back to your attention, a hopeful smile tilting his lips at the corners. Can you try to be friends with the boy? Oh my god, he is bribing me so I will be friends with his son. He is paying me to be friends with his son. What the heck? Hi, I'm an 8-year-old, and this boy's dad is paying me to be friends with his kid.
How much?
$20.
Just one time, $20.
He just said, can you try to be friends with the boy? So I don't know what that entails. I don't know if that's gonna be $20 per time I hang out with him. Just give it a chance and you can keep this. He's a good kid, you'll like him. But you've got to keep it a secret too, okay? It wouldn't be friendly to say that his dad sent you. Oh
my god. Yeah, imagine finding out that your dad pays your friends to hang out with you. The bold all-caps name displays are distracting me. I read them in a yell. Cove's dad! You eyed the man. You kind of felt sorry for Cove. Yeah, that's how I feel right now. Did other kids really get their parents to pay for friendships? Oh my god, these are pretty funny responses. I'm choosing the second one because I do feel sorry for Cove. This definitely wasn't the normal way kids made friends. You knew that. What do you say? What do you say? Want to make a deal? You took the bill, you didn't want the money, you ran away. Oh my god. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny that you can just, like, not take the money and you can run away. I'm curious to see what these two options do, especially this one, but I'm gonna be honest. If someone offered me $20 to be friends with their kid, I'd do it. I'm doing it. You carefully plucked the bill from his outstretched hand, grinning at the thoughts of what you could do with that much cash. Oh, I get a lot of options. All the sweets you could ever want. See, that's what I was thinking. Ice cream and, like, candy and stuff. You could buy a ticket for the newest movie at the cinema. Paw Patrol the movie! There was a cute stuffed animal you had seen in a store in town. Oh, you know I love me some stuffed animals. It cost a few dollars to set up a library card. With this, you could pay for yourself instead of having your moms do it. Nerd! You nerd. Why would you choose that? Why is this a U quiz? It is totally a U quiz. But I love U quiz, so I'm fine with this. You weren't even sure yet. Either the sweets or the stuffed animal. Sweets. I want me some candy. Your tummy rumbled thinking about it. And that was just a start, you thought. The sky was the limit with that kind of amount. The man smiled at you, his eyes crinkling at the sides as he did. Great, that's great. I'll bring him by tomorrow. I wanted him to meet and greet with the neighbors today, but, well, I don't know where he's gotten off to. Probably playing Fortnite. He laughed when he said that, but with the way his face looked, you thought he actually wanted to cry. Is this man okay? Hi, Emu, good to see you. If you see him, can you tell him to come on home? He's got a pink cast and glasses. You can't miss it. Can I keep this either way? Sure thing. I can try. Okay. Okay. This definitely wasn't the normal way kids made friends. You knew that, but you were still going to help. The man smiled and reached out to pat you on the head, paused before doing so, then pulled his hand away instead. Yeah, that is kind of weird. I like how this guy's like being careful not to be a weirdo. Your moms are already checking around for me. Such a thoughtful group you are. No, I better go look too. Can't put everyone else to work while I keep sitting here. I thought he might come back and... That's not what's important. I have to go. Thanks again, Samantha. So much. He jogged off down the street without another word. You decided to check the hills behind your house. It's dark already? Step 1, first sight. Ooh. The chirping of crickets in the tall grass greeted you, quiet and familiar. From the top of the hill, you could see the ocean. As you walked, you listened to the crash of the waves on the shore and the seagulls squawking as they settled down for the night. You've always loved the ocean. It was so much fun. You love to hear stories about the sea, about the merfolk. Ooh, I like mermaids. And sea serpents you imagined living far beneath the waves. You didn't enjoy the beach all that much, especially the sand which got absolutely everywhere. Oh my god, is that a Star Wars reference? I'm saying the first one. Sometimes Lizzie would join you, the two of you splashing each other in the waves. Those were the best days. You took in a deep breath. You wanted to try to relax and couldn't. You weren't sure what, but something told you you weren't alone, so you glanced around. Well, he was easy to find. There was a boy sitting at the top of one hill, almost completely hidden within the long grass and white flowers surrounding him. I like this background music. Bum 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 bum. His head was buried in his knees, staring ahead by himself. He's a sad boy. For whatever reason, probably just that he wasn't paying attention, he hadn't noticed you yet. You watched him a minute longer, feeling a little bit like you'd found a deer in the wild. Though deer didn't have green hair, wavy eyebrows. Yeah, I noticed he's got weird eyebrows, huge glasses, pink cast, and sad frowns. All of these. I don't think deer have any of these. I think the green hair is the most noticeable thing about him, and deer don't have that, so. But this new boy did. You watched as it fluttered softly around his face in the breeze. After a few more seconds, you took a step forward, then another. And then he glanced your way. His aquamarine eyes reflected the light of the moon. You stopped, raising a hand to acknowledge him and show you weren't scary. Hey, Space Cadet. Are you lost? I'm gonna say hi like a normal person. With a start, he jumped to his feet, his hands balling into fists at his sides. Dude, chill out. Whoa, why are you upset, my guy? He didn't say anything, just stared at you in a strange way. He's crying. My dude, are you okay? Are you okay, my dude? He'd been crying. There were traces of tears on his cheeks and his knees, soaking the hem of his shorts, and his eyes were still shining with a few more. You'd obviously caught him off guard. His pink cast seemed to glow in the twilight, though when he caught you staring at it, he hid his arm behind his back. Something the man earlier had said stuck out to you. Cove? Ah. Gurgura reference. Eyes wide, he studied you. How'd you know that? You touched the money in your pocket, feeling it crinkle beneath your fingertips. I'm all-knowing, lucky guess. Yeah, I'm just gonna say I met your dad. Oh. So, is this your hill? Does he not get voice acting until later in the game? If I go to config... Yeah, the voice is on, so I guess he gets the voice later in the game. So, is this your hill? He gestured with his uninjured arm to the patch of grass surrounding you, his face falling at the prospect. I can leave if it is. I don't own the hill, my guy! Don't... No, no, I don't... That's not... No! Yep! You can't own a hill. You shook your head. I mean, I guess technically you can own a hill. You can own, like, land and stuff. It's not, but it's not my hill, so I'm gonna say you shook your head. While doing so, you also picked at a strand of lint on your leg. What a weird question to ask someone. Yeah. Oh. He sat back down with a thump, resting his chin on his knees again. Curious about the strange new boy with the odd dad, you sat on the patch of grass next to him. The pure white flowers that covered this hill rocked back and forth gently as the stars twinkled above. The way they dotted the sky made them seem like flowers too. The night wind was cool as it traveled over the ocean and up the hill, chasing away the heat from the afternoon sun. Why are you here, and why did your family move? I'm gonna say, why are you here? A quiet hiccup escaped Cove as soon as you asked the question. Almost like they'd never stopped, his tears started up again with a vengeance. Oh my goodness! My guy, you need a hug? My parents... They don't want to live together with me anymore! What? Oh, are his parents getting a divorce? Is that what's going on? The tears fell fast and heavy over his flushed cheeks, sticking in his dark lashes. Baby, I want to hug him. My mom made my dad leave, and he took me with him, and now we have a house here, and I want to go home. Oh, no way. So that's why he moved, because his mom kicked him out. Oh my god. Gee, okay. The outburst took you off guard. Yeah, how do I respond to that? By the time he was done wailing, Cove's chest was heaving with exhaustion. He sniffled and removed his glasses, wiping at his eyes with the back of his hand before he put them back on again. I hate this place. I want my real life back. I want my mom. Oh, poor baby. Poor baby. This is gonna make me do the sad face. Oh my god. That's so sad. I'm sorry, your dad seems kind of nice. Stop crying! Jeez! You like it here, you just have to get used to it. I don't like either of these options. These seem bad. I'm gonna say I'm sorry, because that seems like the nicest option possible. He slipped his hands underneath his glasses and pressed his fingers against his eyelids. Cove wound himself up again for another long crying fit. You felt bad for him being forced to come here with no choice. You couldn't imagine what it would feel like to live with only one of your moms, but it must be pretty hard. My lesbian moms. But from way off in the distance, you heard your parents. Samantha! Cove! Kids, where did you go? Cove looked at you, tears still clinging to his cheeks. Don't tell them we're here. Okay. I don't want to go back to that house. I want to go home. You can handle it. That seems a bit harsh. You have to go. Don't worry so much. Sorry, I have to. It will be okay. I don't know if any of these are good options. You have to go... I'm gonna say it will be okay. You were struck by a sudden need to reassure Cove. It's not gonna all be fun, but isn't he your family too? Yeah, I guess. Then you can count on him when you really, really need him. You shot him a grin and pushed yourself to your feet. Slowly, Cove stood up with you, still looking a little reluctant. His dad's voice rang out again. Cove, can you hear me? He walked toward the sound of his dad's voice, silent, then turned away while rubbing his not bandaged arm. Sorry, I still don't want to go. You called out yourself. You waited silently with him. You tried to convince him. Okay, well, whenever I talked to his dad, he did say something along the lines of, oh, if you find Cove, can you tell me and tell him to come back home? So I should do what his dad says. But if he doesn't want to go back to the house, I really don't want to force him. So I think it'd be better if maybe I just stayed with him. And that way he isn't alone, but then also he doesn't have to go back to the house right away if he doesn't want to. Yeah, I got it. You do? Before you could answer, you heard Cove's dad even closer than before. There you are, bud. Oh, okay, I didn't wait very long. The trio of parents appeared over the curve of the hill. Instantly, all their eyes landed on you, and they rushed over. Yo, there's my moms. Not gonna lie. Okay, don't cancel me for saying this, but they're kinda MILFs. Both of your moms were at your side in a split second, faces filled with worry. Samantha, you're here after all. Hey mom, I have lesbian moms now.
Oh, my two moms.
Yep. We had been at the park to check for Cove, and then heard what happened earlier when you met the new neighbor. I thought you might have gone off further away. Jeez.
I thought our phone would be dead because I could.
Yeah, you canceled the spicy lol. You canceled the AT&T thing, right?
Yeah.
That's weird. Why is it still...
When I tried to use the voicemail, though, it didn't go to it, so
Huh.
I guess.
It's weird. That's not what I expected.
Yeah. And when I dial, it just goes. So I guess you can't use it.
Yeah. That is a very loud, obnoxious noise.
Oh yeah.
No, we were just sitting in the grass. Why is everybody acting like this is such a big thing? We're okay, don't worry. Or Cove didn't want to go home just yet. I'm gonna say Cove didn't want to go home just yet because that is the truth. Mommy gave Cove a small smile and then she turned back to you. Yo, Mommy, this one on the left? She's kinda pretty. She's actually kinda really pretty.
Oh, did this turn off?
Yeah, it must have gotten bumped or something.
Oh, okay.
Hold on, I'm gonna turn my sad face off. Okay. Mommy gave Cove a small smile, then she turned back to you. Thank God you're both fine. Were you two having fun out here? You looked over at Cove, who was wiggling against his dad's tight hug and pushing at his arms. You shrugged. Yes, I like him. He's good. I think I'm gonna marry him. What? What the heck? What kind of answer is that? We barely talked. We barely did anything. So... I'm gonna shrug. He's new here. It was okay. Finally letting go of his squirming, scowling son, Cove's dad turned to the three of you. Thanks very much for finding him. I really don't know this neighborhood. Good thing Samantha knows this whole area so well. Absolutely. We should be getting home now. It's been a long day for us all. So goodbye, Cove. Bye. The two of them walked off into the darkness, heading toward the neighborhood. You watched Cove's bright pink cast until it disappeared. Tell you what, we'll have a proper play date tomorrow, okay? Your new friend's dad wanted him to... Your new friend's dad wanted to bring him by to see you and Lizzie. How does that sound? Sure, can I show him my stuff? What stuff? It sounds like words? You nodded, ducking your head down. Sure, can I show him my stuff? Of course. Then okay. Both of your moms laughed, the sounds overlapping into a warm, familiar chorus. Mommy put her arm around your shoulder and led you towards the path. Satisfied and more than a little ready to go to bed after your long, exciting day, you followed them home. Choose your feelings for Cove. This is how you feel towards Cove for this step. It can change in later steps. Okay. I really have not interacted with him very much, though. What I think of him right now is that he's very cute and huggable. Okay, I can choose direct, relaxed, or nervous. I don't think he makes me nervous. Does he make me relaxed? Comfort, direct, relaxed, nervous. Sorry, Orange, I'm moving my leg. Direct? I'm gonna say direct? Oh, it changes my face? Relaxed, nervous. You know what, let's... This is hard to choose because I don't exactly know what this does or what this means. You know what, let's just go with relaxed. And then interest, I can't unlock love, of course. Indifferent, fond, or crush? I'm gonna say... fond? Yeah, let's... Oh, what does this change? Oh, blushy face. Okay, relaxed and fond. That's what I'm gonna choose for now. I'm gonna choose relaxed and fond. Begin step 1 at relaxed fondness. Yeah, sure. We'll go with relaxed fondness. I think that sounds okay. Childhood friendship. Achievement unlocked. At the breakfast table the next morning, you finished your food faster than usual. Okay, I am going to pee. I'm gonna go pee, but I would like to say I really like this game so far. It's very nice. So I will pee and I will be back. Wait for me while I pee. Hey boys, I have returned. I peed, and I also brought with me a Diet Pepsi. Yep, I am cracking open a cold boy with the boys. Orange is not with me right now. He's getting wad. But let us now begin step 1. I am really liking this game so far. I'm interested in seeing where it goes. At the breakfast table the next morning, you finished your food faster than usual. Your sister Lizzie had run out earlier to go play, but you'd stayed put. Today, just like your moms had promised, Cove was coming over to hang out. Her smile is a bit scary. Excited to see your new friend again, Samantha? Yeah, I am. How sweet. I'm so happy he moved in. Achievement unlocked. Relaxed. Okay, I didn't know being relaxed was an achievement. Okay. With that said, are you done with your breakfast? Yeah. Haha, I don't know. Am I? Your bowl was entirely empty, so you nodded. Okay, I'll do that one. Good job. He should be here soon. Cleanup began, and then on cue there was a knock. It was hesitant, like the person wasn't sure they were in the right place. Still loud, though. We need to get a more obvious doorbell. I know. Samantha, could you get it? Wriggling out of your chair without really pushing it back, you made your way to the door. Hey, yeahhh family. Yeahhh family. Thanks for having us. Mr. Holden, as your moms have called him, and his son were here. Cove looked different in the bright lighting of your living room, and when he wasn't crying. With his dad standing in front of him and mommy behind you, you and Cove looked at each other. Pleased to see your new friend again, you smiled at Cove. He smiled back with some hesitation. Aw, he's got a cute little smile. You twisted the threaded bracelet on your wrist. You can choose what bracelet you have. Okay, you can choose your bracelet. Interesting. The threaded bracelet, the crystal bead bracelet, the flower bead bracelet, or the shell bracelet. What do these beaded bracelets look like? Let's go with... let's go with a flower bead bracelet. Let's wear a flower bead bracelet. Samantha never wore bracelets ever. I forgot about Max never wore bracelets ever. I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me of these things, Delaney. Let's wear a flower bead bracelet. Let's go play in my room. Okay.
Take care.
Let us know if you need anything, you two. Have fun, kids.
See you.
See you later, son. Play nice. Yo, my room is pretty lit. I got some stuffed animals. Nice. You led him to your room, puffing out your chest a little bit at the sight of your treasures. There were lots of stuffed animals, a cool bed, a window to look out. It was a great room. You hadn't had anyone to show it to in a while, but you were really proud of it. He leaned in a little closer to one of your drawings on the wall. I like this. Nice. I have earned his respect. Me too. I drew that. Thank you. I don't. I'm gonna say I drew that. Cove, look how cool I am. I draw cool drawings like a cool 8-year-old. Cool. I told him to think I was cool, then he said cool. Nice. Cove thinks I'm cool. I have succeeded. This is how friendship works. You smiled at him. You were proud of that particular piece of art, and you were glad he noticed it. He turned to look around the room a little more, studying the books on your desk and the pictures on the walls. You started to feel a bit nervous. You felt the atmosphere was kind of awkward. You were glad for the company. You hoped he liked your room. That's exactly what I was thinking. Like, yeah, come on, think I'm cool. You hoped he liked your room. You had put a lot of effort into making your room as nice as it was. You hoped he didn't say anything bad about it. Then his eyes landed on the tiny box of beach things you'd collected, tucked away by your door. He took a step towards it before hesitating and pointing at it instead. What's that? A hoard of stuff I found on the beach. Do you have any driftwood in there? Dragging the box into the middle of the room, you and Cove flopped down next to it. I think so. Yeah, see? You gestured to a piece at the bottom, still covered with specks of sand.
Neat.
Neat, this is a good collection.
You got the sense from the tone of his voice that he wasn't just saying it to be nice, or to be like Shiloh? What does that mean? He actually meant it. Oh, right, I almost forgot Shiloh was going to be here today. Who is Shiloh? Shiloh? See, that's what I'm thinking. Lizzie's friend, or like her #1 fan, I guess? What does that mean? Lizzie's girlfriend? Oh, a boy? Do I have to see him? It should be okay. I mean, he's Lizzie's friend, not mine, but you know, okay, Lizzie's boyfriend. I see. Come on, check out my shells some more. I found this one under a big piece of seaweed that had washed ashore, and you pulled out seashell after seashell, explaining where you'd gotten each one and holding them up against the light. There were big ones, small ones, pink, purple, and orange. Most of them you washed off in the bathroom sink when you brought them home, cleaning off the sand. Over the past few years, you'd even learned some of their scientific names. The collection was so huge and varied that you had lots of funny stories to tell for all of them. Your voice faltered a little bit, but you kept going as best as you could. I'm gonna say the second one. I'm not a nerd. Apparently fascinated either by the stories or by the shells themselves, Cove listened with what looked like the full force of his attention. Like when you almost got pinched by a hermit crab while searching for shells, and after watching him scuttle back into the ocean, you found another empty shell that was almost a twin to his home. It was a new experience to be the center of such dedicated focus. Yeah, pay attention to me. But Cove hadn't been mean to you, so you didn't mind. You smiled at him every now and then while showing him your collection. Kids, come down to the living room. You could tell the idea was making him unhappy, but Mommy wasn't giving you much of a chance to hang around. Cove hadn't been like this meeting you. You guessed it was because he thinks you found each other by accident, not that a parent made it happen. Mr. Holden must be right that telling Cove his dad was part of that would be a bad idea. I'm not a nerd. Have you met you? Fair enough, Delaney. Fair enough. Before you knew it, you'd both been escorted downstairs and deposited in the living room, ready for Shiloh's visit. The two of you sat side by side on the floor of... I thought that said your homie's entryway. Your home's entryway. I brought the box of shells. I want to keep looking at them. Great, okay, but be careful. You should have asked. I'm not going to be mean to him about it. Great. Bust it open. We can keep... Bust a nut. We can keep looking while we wait for Shiloh. Cove reached in and pulled out a big orange shell. Oh. Like he hadn't spoken aloud yet, he turned to you and held it up, his eyes shining. I think this one is the best of them. Oh, look at his cute smile. That's my favorite too. I like a different one best. I can show it to you. You can take it. Oh! I can let him have it? Should I do that? Would that be a nice thing to do? Let him have it? I think I should do it, because, like, look how happy it made him. Look how big he smiled. I haven't seen him smile that big. Yeah, you know what? I'm giving him the shell. Cove looked at you in surprise, his eyes going wide. Really? Sure, you like it a lot, right? Uh-huh, but I don't want to take it from you. It's okay. You got the impression he was hesitant to accept something because he didn't know you very well. I'm gonna insist. No, it's okay for you. You pushed the shell against Cove's chest, willing him to receive the present, but Cove firmly shook his head and kept his arms tightly at his sides. It was a battle you couldn't win, at least not today. Cove was your neighbor now. Maybe you could give it to him another time. Okay, I will remember this. I will remember this. The two of you were still sitting on the floor looking through your collection of beach findings when the doorbell finally rang. Cove jumped, startled by the sound. Since the person hadn't knocked, you figured it was probably Shiloh. He knew where to look for that. Lizzie's friend? You nodded, but that didn't seem to make Cove feel better. It was already obvious that Cove didn't hide his feelings well. You could tell what he was thinking right away. This isn't a good idea. You'll be right. He's here, we can't tell him to leave. He's at our only door, and if you go upstairs, he'll find you. Cove glanced around the room, his eyes widened, and finally paused with his gaze locked onto the back of the house. I can go out the window. He was already walking towards it. Scrambling to think of something to say, you stepped forward, then paused. Do you want to break your other arm? Shiloh is the least scary person alive. Cheer up, Shiloh's gonna like you. Please don't get hurt. I'll come with you. Good idea, let's go. Dude, I'm not gonna encourage this. I'm gonna say the second one. Every single bunny rabbit is scarier than Shiloh. But I don't want to see him, I don't know him. You comforted him. It's okay if you're worried. Nobody warned you this was gonna happen. Thanks. He looks mad. Shiloh poked his head into the living room. It was impossible to know for sure if he'd heard what you'd been saying or not, but you guessed that he had. Hi. Aww, he's so cute! Yeah,
is the least scary person alive. Look how adorable he is. Look at this little baby. He's so cute. He's so cute. Oh my goodness. So adorable. He's got all these little freckles. He's baby. He's little baby. I love him. Hi, Samantha. And hi, Cove. Cove shot you an uneasy glance. Hi. I'm Shiloh. It's nice to meet you. Yeah. You have a lot of freckles. Right, I do. What are you guys doing? We're looking at shells. Awesome, can I do it too? Cove shrugged and looked back at your box of beach findings. What about that one? The plan for the afternoon, at least as far as you were concerned, was to sit and look at the beach things some more. You weren't really in the mood to do much of anything else, especially if Cove was having fun. Hey, check out this scallop shell I found. Cool, right? It's a pretty color, kind of like my cast. The beautiful glittering pink did look a little bit like the wrap around his arm. Pink is a nice color. Okay. Is it your favorite? Not really. What is? Maybe green or blue. It might be yellow. Oh, those are all cool. I guess. I like those colors too. There are better colors. Not sure how to deal with the suddenly more awkward silence you looked back at your shells. Yeah, let's look back at the shells. Like usual, it didn't take long for Shiloh to get fidgety. Lizzie was his favorite. Without her around, Shiloh didn't seem to know what to do with himself. And Cove wasn't like your sister. He wasn't that much like you either. Is Lizzie coming back? Don't know. Aww. Where'd she go? I think she's at the beach, probably. Is she playing at her park? Cove's eyes lit up at the mention of the park, and he looked towards you. There's a park? Yep, but it's old. Can you show me? I want to go. He started getting up before you had even answered, and Shiloh jumped up beside him in excitement. Really? You do too, right, Samantha? The park is fun. Yeah, the park is pretty great. Yeah, it's right at the beach, so there's lots of fun stuff to do, and lots of sand. It has a jungle gym and a bunch of swings. That sounds like it could be cool. So, are we going to find Lizzie? I don't know. I never really wanted to see her. I just want to check the park out. Adrift without any direction, Shiloh finally turned to you. Okay. He perked up. Both boys wanted to go. It was only fair. After getting permission from your moms, the three of you were ready to head out. It was a short walk to the park. Lizzie had convinced your moms that it was so short she should always be allowed to walk there by herself. When you found her, she was hanging on the jungle gym, swinging back and forth. Hey, Lizzie. Her face lit up when she saw you, her big brown eyes going wide. Samantha, Shiloh. Hi. She dropped to the ground and landed with a soft thud in the sand. In a split second, Shiloh had abandoned you two and scrambled over to stand by her. You were used to being left out when it was just the three of you, but now Cove was here. You wondered if he would leave too. Oh, she's so cute. She's really cute. Her eyes are pretty. Oh, she's so pretty. So pretty. I'm a big fan of the character designs in this game. Who's that? It's Cove. He's new. I remember. Hi, Cove. Welcome to my park. Nobody ever comes to play here, so this is where we get together. She gestured widely with her arms as if to present the area to the newcomer. While Lizzie continued talking, you took the chance to kick off your shoes and wiggle your toes through the warm sand. Nice, huh? In this neighborhood, I'm the one who comes up with the ideas. You are? Yeah, I am. Who else could handle the job? Lizzie is the oldest. By a lot. My mom said you're Samantha's age. Yeah. Thought so. I'm still the only one in this group with double digits. What about other kids? Other kids? There aren't any. We're the only kids here, and Shiloh is just visiting from another place. Not even tourists really bring their kids here. This is the land of ancients. Be careful that the oldies don't try to steal your youth. Oh. For a second, it looked like he might cry again. Oh. But something in his eyes shifted, and he looked back at Lizzie. What kind of old people? Like moms and dads or grandparents? Grandparents who don't have kids. They hate kids. Why? We haven't done anything. Only some of them don't like kids. Stop saying stuff like that. You're gonna upset him. Yeah, they're really bad. No, I'm gonna say the second one. I don't want to make Cove upset. You interjected quickly, hoping Cove wouldn't start crying again. He sniffled, his forehead creasing with worry. Lizzie was staring Cove down, but Cove wasn't even looking at her anymore. He didn't seem to care that she was here. He went into his own head. Shiloh was the next one to speak, completely unaware of the situation. I met Lizzie and Samantha in school. You'll see tons of kids there once summer is over. I don't want to go to a new school. I don't want summer to end. Shiloh looked down to the dirt. He hadn't had much luck striking up conversations with Cove. I like summer vacation a lot, too. All the building tension in the air suddenly vanished when Lizzie laughed. At Shiloh's discomfort, at how weird she thought Cove was, at something else entirely, you didn't really know. But she laughed, face scrunching up. Welcome to Sunset Bird Cove. Take a seat, put up your feet, and get used to it. You offered him a small smile, and that, at least, looked to reassure him some. For the rest of the summer, Cove was always there. You saw him more often than Shiloh, and on some days when she was in a bad mood or busy, you saw him even more than Lizzie. He became a staple of your everyday life, the way sun and lunch and the beach were. During your first summer together, you really liked Cove. He was a fun person to play with, and he seemed to like playing with you, too. Of course, that was only the start of things. What is this? Moment select step 1. Shopping, grown-up, long day, sandcastle, and fireflies. And then you can end the summer. What if we end it right now? I'm not doing that. And then the DLCs are library, ghost, barbecue, runaway, and sleepover. Oh. Looks like the DLCs have a lot of content. Very interesting. Okay. Well. I guess it really doesn't matter which order we do these in, but I'll just do them from left to right. Shopping. Come back before it gets dark, alright, sport? The familiar voice drifted across the street and drew your attention away from the snail you'd been watching inch slowly across the pavement. Cove waited in front of his dad, pushing his green hair back off his face from where the breeze was blowing it over his glasses. He looked to be paying only a mild amount of attention as he was being handed a few slips of green paper. It reminded you of when you'd first met Mr. Holden, although he's probably not paying Cove to be friends with himself. Cove's dad seemed to feel your gaze somehow, or maybe you made a noise because a second later his eyes were on you. He waved you over with a smile. He looked happy to see you, but you still felt a little weird for getting caught. You gotta learn how to be more sneaky. You brushed your hands together to free them of sand, then jogged over to join the two, smiling at Cove first and then his dad. Samantha, hi.
How's it going?
Good to see you again. What excitement are you up to today, Samantha? Taking a walk. I found a pretty cool snail across the road. There's lots of snails around here. Mr. Holden grinned at you kindly. After you finished answering the question, Mr. Holden's attention returned to Cove, who was preoccupied with folding the bills he had into a tiny rectangle. Sounds fun. You know, Cove was about to hit the stores by the beach. Why don't you go with him? You gave a ready nod, turning to squint in the direction of the stores like you could see the goods they had to offer all the way from where you stood. Oh, is that okay? I don't mind. Great. I'm sure you guys will have loads of fun. Mr. Holden reached into his pocket and pulled out a leather wallet filled with money. You found it odd, since your mom's only ever seemed to have cards in theirs. Here. He leaned in to pass a crisp 10 to Cove, giving him a wink and a whisper. Get something for your friend, too. Sure. That's my boy. Cove's dad ruffled his son's hair as he was straightening back up, the bill in his hand still held out towards the green-haired boy. Take care. Cove accepted the bill after a second and slipped it into his pocket. Then with one last nod to his dad, he turned and started walking. You followed after him, intrigued at the possibilities this outing might bring. Cove strayed toward the gentle tide creeping up the sand, and you fell into place beside him. It was a nice day. The sun was shining, and there weren't many clouds in the sky, though the wind coming off the ocean kept it from being too hot. You took in a deep breath, enjoying the scent of salt and ocean air. When you looked at Cove, he was dragging his feet through the sand a little, and you slowed down to wait for him. His eyes searched the ground intently. Are you looking for snails? Are you looking for shells? What is it? You didn't feel the need to ask why. Are you looking for shells? Cove startled a little at the sound of your voice and mumbled a sort of. If you see any, you can let me know. You can manage that. You dropped your view to the sand, walking carefully so you didn't step on any. You were good at finding shells. You had a lot of them at home, and always found new ones whenever you visited the beach. The comforting sound of the waves filled the silence with pleasant white noise, and you played a little game with yourself as you walked along, getting as close to the water as possible without getting wet. It resulted in you having to run up the sand quickly when a wave rushed in more than a few times, and although Cove threw a few glances your way, he didn't say a word. You didn't either. What did you want to go to the shops for? What do you usually do on the beach? I'm gonna ask, what did you want to go to the shops for? I need a new sand pail. Yeah, what happened to your old one? Cove narrowed his eyes, seeming to think deeply for a second. It disappeared. What? Really? Cove ducked his head down, lacing his fingers behind his back. It didn't seem like he was going to continue, so you nudged his arm. How did that happen? Well, Cove opened his mouth and shut it again, considering. I took it to the beach one day. Uh-huh. When I got home, it wasn't anywhere. You left it there? Nope, it wasn't at the beach when I went back. Then you lost it. It disappeared. What about you? What do you do out here? I don't come to the beach a lot. I like swimming. I like looking at fish. I like to build sandcastles. Nothing. I like swimming. Cove's lips curled up in a small smile. Me too. It occurred to you that you hadn't been swimming in a while. There was just so much to do before school started up again and so little time. Once you reached the shopping area, the noise level grew exponentially. No longer just waves and footsteps, but the chatter of people enjoying the lovely summer day, the call of birds trying to find bits of food left behind, and lots of salespeople trying to get attention. You sniffed the air as you walked beside Cove. You could still smell the ocean, but there were other scents now too. Pizza, pretzels, hot donuts. It's nice, it's not very nice, it's alright. It's nice. The energy surrounding the area seemed to fill you, and there was a bounce in your step as you began looking at all the familiar sights. There were so many things to do, you didn't know where to begin. You looked at Cove, hoping he was just as excited as you were. Cove was glancing from one side of the street to the other with a look in his aquamarine eyes that you couldn't quite work out. What's that? Cove pointed to a large crowd of people gathered near a few tables with large, colorful umbrellas blooming from their middles. You couldn't see past the adults who were blocking the way, but you knew there must be something worth seeing. Without another word, the two of you hurried over to see what all the commotion was about. Feast your eyes on the amazing Alexander! In the center of the crowd was a man with a tall hat and a funny green coat that had 3 long tails. The Onceler? The Onceler is here? Is this the Onceler? There was a little table next to him with a cloth hanging over it that read, The Onceler, in glittery golden script. Why tell people his name if it's already on a sign? Cove hummed with understanding, then turned to walk away just as the Onceler began shuffling a deck of cards. Maybe we could stay and watch? Cove glanced back at the man. He then briefly lifted his arms up off his sides before returning them to place. You grinned, waving for him to follow you as you raced back to stand in the crowd. With that, it began. The magic man pulled one card out of the deck, showing it to the curious onlookers. It was a 4 of diamonds. Watch closely. You did, squeezing through a few of the adult onlookers to get a better view. Suddenly, the man snapped his fingers and the card just disappeared. Whoa, Thanos. The amazing Alexander, who had earned his title, turned his head and looked directly at you. He reached out with a kind smile. What's this behind your ear? Tell me. This had to be going somewhere and you needed to find out. He smelled like popcorn and candy when he stepped closer. It was great. You felt a tug, and then he pulled the 4 of diamonds out from behind your ear. Well, you knew that it couldn't really have come from your ear, but you still didn't get how he'd done it. There was light applause from the crowd, and the man gave a deep bow. This is for you. The magician plucked a pair of balloons from a clump of them tied down to his table. Both of them were in the shape of a dolphin instead of being a normal circle. And one for your friend, too. Thank you for being my assistant. Wow. Now you are really grateful he chose you. After that, he went to someone else in the crowd. Pick a card, any card. My uncle does that every time he visits. Not the balloons, the stuff with the cards. Cove spoke plainly while reaching over to take the dolphin that had been designated for him. Maybe it wasn't so special. Cove was just ruining the fun. At least you had a fun time. You wondered if Cove's whole family was magic. Oh. At least you had a fun time. You saw a magic trick and you got a great balloon. That was more than enough to make it a worthwhile event. You thought that if you could find a card to practice with, maybe you could make it disappear too. The crowd started to clear some, and you noticed to the side there was a whole rack of brightly colored kaleidoscopes on display. You picked up a kaleidoscope, you picked up a Rubik's Cube, you picked up a magic 8-ball, you walked past the toys. Let's take a look at them. Let's pick up a magic 8-ball. Oh, these are cool. You shifted your balloon string to the other hand so you could hold it up in front of you. Then you thought of a question in your mind, shaking the ball and hearing some kind of liquid slosh around inside it. Once you had given it a good shake, you held it upright, waiting for the answer to appear. Concentrate and ask again. You wrinkled your nose and set the magic 8-ball back on the rack. It wasn't the answer you were hoping for. You followed Cove around to the other side of the stall. He went under the awning, careful of his own floating dolphin, and you joined him. Did you have places like this in your old town? Are you having fun? I don't really like it here. You said nothing. I'm gonna say, are you having fun? He nodded, and you smiled back at him, happy to hear it. When Cove moved towards some stalls nearby, you followed beside him. Oh! While Cove looked at the sand pails, you were drawn to a table with colorful keychains laid out on it.
They were sewn in the shape of sea creatures, and there was a plaque that read handmade standing proudly in front. Cute! Oh my god, gargura shark, crabs, turtles, and dolphins. Very, very cute. Very cute. There were lots of different types. You saw a dolphin, a shark, a crab, and a turtle. Gargura. Your hand stopped on the shark, a devious smirk filled with sharp teeth on its face. You weren't supposed to go near sharks in real life, but there was something about this shark you liked. Me watching Gargura. And the fabric on its back was soft when you picked it up. You were instantly enamored. Checking the price, though, your heart fell. $6. You didn't know much about money, but you thought that was a lot to spend on one thing. You rarely had more than a $5 bill to your name. Though that changed the day you met Cove and his dad, you still had the $20 bill Mr. Holden gave you hidden away in your room. It was a grand sum of money, but you couldn't spend something that was at home instead of in your pocket. Maybe you'd have to ask your moms to bring you here again one day, now that you knew what you wanted. Is that what you want? Huh? Oh, it's $6. I didn't bring any money. It's fine. Really? Really? Are you sure? Hooray! You don't have to. I don't want you to get it for me. Are you sure? Cove took the keychain from your hands, and that was that. He was holding a small yellow bucket for himself, too. I was always gonna get you something. I already got the money for it. You smiled, pleased to have things work out. It was nice of Cove's dad to let Cove buy something for you, too. You had to remember to thank him next time you saw him. After Cove paid, the two of you stepped out of the store side by side, your balloon dolphins knocking together and spiraling around in the air. You watched Cove hold up his new pail to his face, examining it thoroughly. Hey, Cove. Yeah? Your dad gives out money a lot. I'm not gonna say that. I really like this keychain, or never mind. I'm gonna say I really like this keychain. Thank you. It's nice. Cove looked further down the street where different food carts were lined up. He rested his non-cast arm over his stomach, and just as he did, yours let out a light growl. You hadn't eaten since breakfast, and after all this wandering around, you were definitely ready for some lunch. Let's get some food. Yeah. You two wandered around a short while, looking at all the delicacies that were available. Everything looked delicious, and as the different smells, both sweet and salty, wafted over to you, your stomach growled even louder. After passing up hot dogs, snow cones, ice cream, and pizza, you both agreed on pretzels. Cove got something sweet and cinnamony, and you got a plain one, got one with cheese, got one with sprinkles, got one with chocolate, got the same. Pretzels? I'm gonna get a plain one. You licked your lips hungrily as the vendor handed your pretzel over, ready to take a big bite. I really do wonder what the choices that I make in this do. And I wonder, what the, thing where I choose how I feel about him does. I wonder how that affects, the endings and the course of the story and stuff. It had a little sprinkling of salt on it, and that was just how you liked it. Though the little cup of icing Cove got with his did look delicious. You found an empty table close enough to the beach that the grit of the sand made terrible noises when you dragged the chairs out to sit down. These balloons are going to make it hard to eat. Cove placed his bucket on the table as he stared at his still balled up hand that was wrapped around the string. You opened your mouth to agree before an idea hit you. I know. After carefully placing your pretzel somewhere it wouldn't get sandy, you tugged the balloon dolphin out of Cove's hand and tied it in a delicate bow around his wrist. Oh. Cove bounced his arm up and down in place, testing the stability of your knot. After watching his balloon jostle around but remain attached, he smiled satisfied. I thought they were going to tie it to the bucket. Can you do it for me? He repeated the ritual. Cove struggled somewhat with the cast restricting his fingers on one hand and a string already tangled around the other. Got it. The two of you spent a moment admiring your handiwork, both hands now free to allow easy munching on your pretzels. You bit into the doughy treat, savoring the taste on your tongue with a smile as you looked out over the ocean. After a time, you finished your pretzel. You were done before Cove. It was boring not having anything to do. You pulled on the string of your balloon to bring it down to your level. Then you held the dolphin in your hands, manipulating it to make it look like it was jumping through the air. If you turned to face toward the beach, it almost looked like it was swimming in the waves like a real dolphin. A laugh came from your side. When you glanced back at Cove, he had left the remaining part of his pretzel on the wrapper and he was gripping his dolphin too. Mine's name is Merryweather, he's the prince of the dolphins. Mine's name is Splash, they star in movies.
Mine's name is Cherry. She's actually an alien. Mine's name is Sam. They're just a regular dolphin. I'm gonna say mine's name is Sam. They're just a regular dolphin. You sighed, thinking about how great it would be to have a pet dolphin of your own. What's yours? Cove considered this question, placing the balloon against the table and resting his free arm across it in contemplation. It's... with a... Oh my god, no! No! Can we get an F in the chat? Can we please get an F in the chat for Cove's dolphin? Cove's dolphin died before it could even be named. With a loud pop, the dolphin exploded into ribbons. No! Dolphin! Thank you for your F, Delaney. Oh no. Thank you for your F, Emu. Thank you for your F, Jonathan. For a second, all Cove did was gape in shock like you. Then his cheeks puffed up, squinting his eyes, and you saw tears start to glisten. No, he's gonna cry! No! No, Cove, you can have my dolphin. No! Samantha, You made a joke. You offered to find Alexander. You offered to give Cove your balloon. You didn't say anything. He would be alright. I'm gonna offer to give him my balloon because that's what I just said that I wanted to do. You can have my dolphin. It's okay. Is that Orange I was hearing? No, it's Tigger. Tigger is loud. She will not stop screaming. You looked at Cove, then up to your balloon, bobbing gently in the air above you. You can have mine. That was better than letting him cry more. Cove sniffled, glancing up at the balloon, then back at you. No, it's yours. I don't want to take it from you. It's okay, really. Cove shook his head. Even though it wasn't your fault, you felt bad. Still, the offer seemed to lift Cove's spirits, and that was good. The passing of Cove's balloon was the passing of Cove's balloon! That's so sad! Was the last major event of your adventure. In the end, the two of you headed back late that afternoon. You separated on the beach, and while Cove went straight home with his brand new sand pail in hand, you decided to sit for a while. You watched the waves and the sunset, fiddling with your new keychain. Another summer day was drawing to a close. It had been a good one, except for the sad final note. Alright, that was cute. That was very cute. Rest in peace, dolphin balloon, though. But that was really cute! This is a very, very cute game. Let's go on to Grown Up. It's weird that it lets you, like, skip these, so, like, it makes me wonder if they're even necessary. Like, I wonder what doing these does. Like, what do the choices do? So does it even matter if you do them? I don't know. Okay. Let's go to Grown Up. One sweltering summer day, you were in your living room with Cove, listening to the sounds of the birds chattering outside the window while you lay across the rug on the floor. Cove's dad had dropped him off earlier, and your moms had left the two of you, along with Lizzie, to play amongst yourselves. It had been too hot to go outside in the afternoon, at least according to Mommy, so your sister was starting to get impatient waiting for her golf class that evening. Golf class? That sounds so lame. The three of you had trouble finding something fun to do. The beach and the playground were off limits, and you felt that it was too warm for anything like playing with your fuzzy toy animals. Then suddenly, a light came to Lizzie's big brown eyes, and her smile spread wide across her face. Having an idea gave her a new wave of energy. Since we're stuck inside, we should be adults. They don't play outdoors anyways. They're always inside and telling everybody they're too busy to play. Oh, that's so sad. Why? I said why, and it'll be fun, duh. What do they do inside that we don't? Besides use the phone a lot. Excluding a small huff, Lizzie decides to ignore Cove. Samantha, what do you think? Do you want to? Cove said it, that doesn't sound fun. I bet we could come up with something else. I don't know, I want to. Yeah, sure, let's say I want to. You do? Seriously? They're both surprised. Yeah. Hooray! Okay, let me think. What do I want to be? Satisfied that neither of you were about to bail on her, Lizzie thought over her options while you watched. After a few seconds, she clapped her hands together and beamed, apparently having settled on something without asking either of you. Okay, I'm gonna be a professional golfer. Samantha, you and Cove can be a beach volleyball player, a gymnast, or a tennis player. Why can't we pick anything we want? Because I have a fun idea, that's why. And we have to play sports as adults? Yep. But there's other kinds of sports, too. It isn't the same. What do you think, Samantha? Don't those choices sound super cool? You want to be that, huh? I kind of like those. It really doesn't. Haha, it sounds like a blast. Isn't there anything else you can be? You nodded, maybe not. Yeah, sure, whatever. I'm just gonna go along with whatever she wants. I'm gonna nod. Lizzie, apparently not expecting you to agree after Cove's refusal, practically lit up. Really? Which one are you gonna pick, Samantha? Cove was not impressed with Lizzie's attitude, though he didn't bother talking more about it for now. You thought over the list of possibilities. Beach volleyball, gymnastics, or tennis. Out of all of them, you'd prefer to play... beach volleyball. Oh, hi, Athaya. Good to see you here. If you couldn't spend the afternoon at the beach for real, then you might as well pretend you were there. You could even wear your swimsuit to make it seem more realistic. I'm wearing my swimsuit right now to make... That's exactly what I'm doing. Although Lizzie probably wouldn't let you run off and do that now that she had you here. Yes, that was clearly the top option. Okay, I'm gonna be a volleyball player. Alright. How about you, Cove? I'll have a volleyball team, too. Lizzie threw her hands in the air, making an annoyed sound. You guys can't be the same thing. That's not how it works. You didn't say that. The role was picking from the list. You can't keep adding more. Lizzie looked at the two of you, then shook her head, resigned to losing this battle, but not the war. Fine, you're both volleyball players, but you're on the same team because there's only one. Lizzie's ponytail bobbed when she proudly stretched her arms wide. The Olympic team. What? We're Olympic athletes who just competed in the Olympics. Cove didn't seem all that impressed with the announcement. He made a face and adjusted the glasses on his nose. That's really specific. That's what makes it fun. Anyway, Lizzie marched back and forth in front of both of you, getting lost in her own imagination. I won all gold medals and people are calling me the next Mickey Wright. Who's that? Lizzie stopped on the spot and turned on him, her brown eyes shining with impatience. It doesn't matter if you know who she is, it's a golf thing. You guys won medals too. Your team placed at silver. It's more real if we're not all first place. So she gets to be first place, though. Silver sucks. I don't want silver. I'm okay with that. Hey, we can do better than silver. Silver's not bad. Nice. You stayed silent. I'm gonna say I'm okay with that. You shrugged your shoulders, agreeing with Lizzie. A silver medal was still really good in the Olympics. I'm not. Cove folded his arms across his chest, apparently not as happy as you were with the decision. Lots of people lose at the Olympics. Them's the breaks. Oh... Cove is really mad about this. Then you're the one who did, not me. Lizzie looked taken aback by Cove's declaration, as though the thought of her losing was completely absurd. No way, it wouldn't make sense. I'm already practicing my golf game.
Sorry, are these Bosco sticks?
I actually do not know what those are. I think they are. Are they? Let me look.
I don't know.
They are a mystery is what they are. We have found a bag of mysteries.
Mystery sticks.
Mystery sticks. You guys want to eat some mystery sticks?
I guess I'll make them and see what they are.
Okay, Mom's making mystery sticks. That's what I do. Mystery sticks. Okay. She took a golfing stance to make her point, pretending to swing her club and hit an invisible ball. What's her name again? Lizzie? Lizzie is really funny. I like how she's like... I said this before, but I really love characters, fictional characters, like Azul, who are just like super full of themselves. Like, I like how she's like, I obviously won all the gold medals, of course. That's so funny. She's great. So what kind of house do you want to live in? Oh, I see where this is going. She's gonna be like, I live in a big, beautiful mansion, and you live in a, a dirt hut. She's gonna do something like that. Cove hadn't changed his mind about winning, but thinking about where he'd live as an adult appealed to him, apparently, because he looked back at Lizzie with some of the anger fading. I'm going to live on the beach. Lizzie made a face at him, poking out her tongue. Of course she doesn't agree with what he wants. That's kind of boring. We already have that. No, not like the normal houses here with a street. On it. Right on the sand by the water. Just like that, all the tension was back. You hadn't even had a chance to choose where you hadn't even had a chance to choose where you would want to live. That's not very fun or smart, Cove. You can't live on a bunch of sand and shells. but I want to and I will. Cove narrowed his eyes at Lizzie, even though she stood half a head taller than him. You didn't give out a list of things to pick from this time, so I'm picking that. Why are we even playing pretend if we can't imagine anything? Yeah, good point. She's like, you can be whatever you want, except not that. Jeez. Well, I'm gonna live in a mansion. I told you she'd live in a mansion. Far away from here and far away from you. One with an indoor pool and a place to practice my award-winning golfing. How come you were yelling about mine when your idea is even more impossible? Yeah, exactly. Lizzie's face flushed red, her hands balling into fists at her sides. They're gonna start punching each other. It is not impossible, and it's better than yours. Disagreements always seemed to crop up when the two of them were together, and you always felt like you were stuck in the middle. But when it came to the topic at hand this time, you thought you'd prefer a mansion, being on the beach was cooler, you wanted to agree with Lizzie, Cove was right, you were tired of deciding between either of them. Would I rather live on a mansion or on the beach? Well, I like that her mansion has an indoor pool. But, you know, you can swim at the beach, too. You can swim in the ocean. Being on the beach. Who wouldn't want to live on the beach? It'd be really great. You could have windows made from driftwood and seashell wind chimes. Wait, let me see what Jonathan said. She somehow reminds me of Roll from the Mega Man series, except series for looks, except Tanner. Oh. I like how she looks. She's so cute. Ugh. He smiled slightly over the agreement, then turned to Lizzie with bolstered confidence. Yeah, look at him. He's like, haha, I'm right. You can swim whenever you want if you live on the beach. Yeah, exactly. That was one of the reasons that I chose that, because she's like, well, I have an indoor pool, but like, you know, you can swim on the beach too. We can still swim anytime we want from where we live now. Being a little closer doesn't mean anything. Says you. The two of them scowled at each other. You're being so unreasonable. Uh-oh, the music changed and her face is red. What's gonna happen? I don't get what you want. This game doesn't make any sense. It does. You have to be realistic. I said that. But you're not. You had no idea what to do to make them stop at this point. It seemed like the two of them would just keep working each other up as long as they could. Nothing you'd said so far had kept them from being mad. Uh-oh. Thankfully, like a greeting card angel, Mom walked into the room. Oh my gosh, she's in a little triangle. I don't know my shapes. What shape is this? What do you call a shape with 1, 2, 3? It has 4 sides, but it's not a rectangle. She's in a shape. Lizzie rushed to her, hanging onto the hem of her skirt and poking out her tongue at Cove. Lizzie, Samantha, it's time to get ready to go. Sorry you had to leave already, Cove. Their mommy said she'll walk you home so you won't be left in the cold. Cove was still glaring at Lizzie, his face flushed red with anger. I can go by myself. But... Bye, Samantha. Uh-oh, is he mad at me? Oh no, I hope he's not mad at me. Because I did agree with, Lizzie a bit. Like, I was okay with... I was, like, playing along with her game and stuff, but... Uh-oh, I hope he's not mad at me for that. There was still a harsh edge to the brief farewell, but you knew it wasn't you he was mad at. Oh, okay, he's just mad at Lizzie. Without giving Mom a chance to stop him, Cove stood up and stalked out of the room, shoulders drawn tight. Cove is a bit of an angsty boy. Okay. Worried, Mom turned to look down at you and Lizzie. You two were playing nice with our new friend, weren't you? I was. Well, obviously, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna tell the truth. I'm a good cat girl. I'm a good cat girl. I tell the truth. We were playing pretend and things got intense. They were like cats and dogs. Your sister's jaw dropped, looking betrayed, as Mom put both hands on her hips. Elizabeth! I told you to be kind to him. He's having a hard time right now. Lizzie's mouth closed back up, replaced by a tiny frown. I know, I tried, but he was... No buts. We both know you can show someone a great time when you put your mind to it. We're going to apologize to Cove and his dad over the phone when he gets home from work tonight. Lizzie hung her head, dragging a foot across the ground in front of her. Haha. Okay, Mom. Good girl. You caught pieces of Lizzie sulking to herself about how it was his fault too, but it was over. Alright, we better get a move on. Let's go, kids. No Lonnie. Oh, no Lonnie's the other mom, I guess. Where did you leave the car keys?
Mom hustled you all out the door, and you noticed during the car ride to golf practice that Lizzie was quieter than usual. Uh-oh, I hope I didn't upset Lizzie. She was usually the first one to request which music to listen to in the car, but she didn't say a thing. Your parents noticed she wasn't in a mood to be bothered. They gave her space, and Mommy just asked you what you'd like to listen to. You picked your favorite song. It always made the car ride more fun. Through a time. You chose the soundtrack to a cool movie you saw a couple months ago. You chose a song you knew Lizzie liked. Maybe that would cheer her up. That's nice. That's a nice thing to do. Should I choose the song Lizzie likes? Or should I be selfish? I will choose... I'll choose the... Okay, I'll do the one Lizzie likes. Because... Because she... I don't want her to be upset. You were happy to see it brightened her up right away, and she started singing along with you. Oh, it worked! Soon enough, her bad mood was a thing of the past. Okay, that worked. That was fast. When the car ride was over, you spent the twilight hour watching Lizzie hit things with other girls her age. You didn't know much about golf, but you could tell that she really liked it, so you sat with your moms and tried to puzzle it out. It was nice sitting outside after being cooped up in the house all day, and you stretched out your legs to let the last few minutes of sun warm your skin. When the sun was finally out of sight, dipping behind the horizon, you all got ready to leave. Instead of going straight home, your moms took the family out to dinner. You went to a restaurant you had all been going to ever since you could remember. The whole afternoon had been a bunch of shouting you hadn't been able to stop, but you could kind of tell that all this helped Lizzie be less angry. The car ride home was quiet, with only the radio providing escape from silence. Lizzie had been in better spirits now, but the closer you got to your neighborhood, the more she wiggled in her seat and frowned out the window. She knew it was coming when you all got back home. Clearly, she was dreading it. Right, she has to apologize. Soon enough, Mom was turning onto your street, then reversing into the driveway. Once she cut the ignition, it was dead silent. No one spoke, only unbuckled their seatbelts and opened their doors. Lizzie was the last one out. Once everyone was inside and done taking off their shoes, she propped her hands on her hips. Now then, Mr. Holden's car is in his driveway, so he should be back from work. That's good news, isn't it, Elizabeth? You and Cove can hash things out before the day's done. Lizzie didn't complain or put up a fight. Her head ducked so she didn't have to meet anyone's eyes. She nodded once. Good, let's move this to the kitchen. Mom went over to the house phone, the rest of you following behind her. Mommy put a gentle hand on Lizzie's shoulder as they walked side by side. You watched them from the back. This was only happening because you told on Lizzie. Yeah, I feel a bit bad about that, but... I was just telling the truth. Lizzie was being a bit mean to Cove. You didn't regret it. You felt a little guilty, like you had betrayed your sister. You hadn't liked doing it, but had to. But it was her fault for doing it in the first place. I feel a little guilty. So I'm choosing that one. You could still remember the look on Lizzie's face. There was no doubt she felt that way about it. You and your sister didn't always get along, but you cared about each other. This wouldn't change that, you thought. The four of you stood around the kitchen in a lopsided square. All eyes were on Lizzie, who kept her gaze on her feet. You remember the number for Cove's house, don't you, honey? Lizzie jerked her head in another nod, sullen. Without further prompting, she stepped forward and she began to dial. Mom reached over and pressed a button on the base. Suddenly, you could hear the phone ringing. She turned on the speaker. The phone rang a couple times, then stopped. Mr. Holden's warm voice came through the other end. Evening, Holden residence. Lizzie looked over at Mommy, unsure. She nodded encouragingly. Hi, Mr. Holden. It's, Lizzie. Can I talk to Cove? Lizzie, yeah? Her name is Lizzie, yeah. What a surprise. But of course you can say hey to the boy. He sounded cheery as usual, though definitely meant it when he said it was a surprise. You thought hard, and you were sure that your sister had never called Cove's house before. Mom spoke up before Mr. Holden or Lizzie could say anything more. Her arms were crossed over her chest, her lips pursed. Hi, Cliff. Nolani, Samantha, and I are here too. Good evening. We're sorry to bother you so late. You spoke up to say hello too, or you said nothing to Cove's dad? I'm not gonna say anything. You shifted from one foot to another, but remained where you were. The gang's all here, huh? Is something the matter? His voice grew a bit concerned. Mommy was quick to reassure him. No, well, yes, but it's going to be okay. Lizzie and Cove got into a bit of a fight today. We were hoping that the two of them could talk and make up. Is this a good time for you and Cove? A fight? Cove didn't tell me anything about that when I came home. It does explain the funk he's been in tonight. He chuckled lightly. Despite that, it didn't seem like he really thought it was funny. Anyway, it's good. You didn't catch us at a bad time. I'll go grab him for you. There was some shuffling on the other end. He must not have gone far because you could still hear him calling out. Cove, there's someone on the phone for you. After a beat of silence, there was more muffled talking from Cove's dad. Come on, bud. Lizzie just called just so she could talk to you. Samantha's on the other end listening too. Don't you want to say hi? It took a bit of back and forth, though the conversation seemed one-sided since you couldn't hear Cove properly. Eventually, Cove took the phone from his dad. Hello? Hey, it's Lizzie. Yeah, I know, Dad told me. Cove's tone was defensive. Lizzie turned to Mom, scowling. One stern look from her, though, and Lizzie turned away. I just called to say I'm sorry for not playing nice with you today. I won't do it again. Lizzie's eyes were downcast, her voice low. You could tell she felt uncomfortable apologizing to Cove in front of everyone. She was still being genuine about feeling bad. Cove must have realized that too, because he sighed quietly. I want gold. And I think Samantha should win too. Aww. He said that I should win too. That's so nice. Really? He thought you were worth gold even though you hadn't even wanted it? Yeah, that's nice. Because it's not like I was like, hey, I want gold too. Lizzie was momentarily stunned by the demand. She probably forgot that had even happened already. All right, we all win the gold. Okay, I guess I'm sorry too. A sense of relief washed over everyone at his acceptance of the apology. Yay! They made up! That's a nice happy ending. Mom uncrossed her arms while Mommy's shoulders relaxed. Lizzie's eyebrows raised up. You wondered if she thought that he'd refuse her apology. Dad, can I get off the phone now? You couldn't see him, but it was obvious that Cove felt awkward about the situation. He had come off uncomfortable the entire time, really. Yeah, you can go back to your room if you want. Be sure to say goodbye first, though. Bye, Lizzie. Bye. Bye, Samantha. You perked up at the mention of your name. You smiled, even if you couldn't see it. Bye, Cove. With that said, Cove must have handed the phone to his dad and left, since Mr. Holden spoke up. Ah. Okay, hold on, my mouse is messed up. Let me fix this. I don't know where the cursor went. Okay. Why is the cursor like this? My mouse is being weird. Okay.
That's a relief.
All's well that ends well, as they say. Thanks for arranging this. I'm sure he appreciates it. As Mom replied, Lizzie tugged on Mommy's hand to catch her attention. Can I go now, too?
Good job.
Sure, sweetie. Thank you very much for apologizing to Cove. Mom flashed a brief smile at Lizzie and nodded her agreement. Given permission to leave, Lizzie scurried off towards the stairs. She seemed to be feeling much better with the incident behind her. Mom and Mommy returned to the phone, taking it off the speaker. They continued talking to Mr. Holden. You couldn't tell what about. You were glad that was the end of it all. Lizzie and Cove might not get along, and probably still won't, but they weren't mad at each other anymore. Mom and Mommy weren't upset either. Everything was finally back to normal. With that thought, you retreated to your own room with a spring in your step. That was cute. That was very cute. Let's see. We've been playing for 2 hours. Let's keep going. I want to keep going. I'm really enjoying this game. This is very, very cute. Very, very pleasant game. Very enjoyable. So, yeah, we'll do... Maybe we can get done with step 1? I think that's possible that we could finish step 1. But, let's see. Let's just see what happens. Let's go to Long Day. It was another scorching summer day, the kind where no sooner had you finished 1 cup of water, you were already filling it up again. Everyone else had something on, so that afternoon it was just you and Shiloh. This didn't happen much, especially since Cove had arrived. Without Lizzie around, Shiloh looked to you for all the answers. It made you feel... pleased, frustrated, or nothing, really. Nothing, really. Shiloh went along with whatever you wanted, so he wasn't a bother, but he also wasn't that much fun. You drank yet another drink and frowned at the empty vessel. Your thirst was gone, but you still craved something icy cold and refreshing. Something sweet. Something like ice cream. An ice cream cone or an ice cream sandwich? found her glasses lens?
Yeah, I don't know if Luna might have, you know. Oh my god. I don't know. I just looked down and there it was.
Like in the hallway?
By the bookcase in the hallway.
What? That's so weird.
So I put it in the envelope.
Okay.
Because Dad probably needs to. Does need to do no, it's over here.
Hey, so I think Faye talked about this on her channel, but she lost the lens to one of to her glasses, and she lost it a few days ago, and Mom found it in the hallway. That's crazy. I'm gonna say an ice cream sandwich. I like ice cream sandwiches; they're good. You craved soft ice cream sandwich. You craved soft ice cream sandwich between two cookies. There was nothing like that to be found at home. You knew that without needing to look. Your moms didn't keep sweets in the house. Outside, there were plenty of places where such goodies could be obtained, but they were shops and demanded payment in exchange for their products. You sighed, you voiced your predicament aloud, or you asked Shiloh for help. Let's ask Shiloh. Maybe he's got some money. Shiloh, do you have any money? Oh, let me check. That was easy. You felt like you should tell him why you were asking. Thanks. I want an ice cream sandwich, but my moms don't keep any here. Shiloh rummaged in his backpack and proudly produced an assortment of coins plus one stray button. You set the button aside and counted the coins in neat piles. Just over $1. You announced this to Shiloh. He had almost certainly come to the same conclusion, but he'd been watching you expectantly. It's a start. Shiloh beamed at you. We'll need to find some more. Okay. The two of you... Do I still have the $20? Did I spend that? The two of you lifted couch cushions, stuck tiny hands down deep crevices in the sofa and under furniture, and scoured the back of drawers. Most of what you found was useless or gross, bent paper clips, fluffy wisps of dust, or sandy crumbs, but every so often one of you would strike silver or bronze and add it to the growing pile of coins. Your mind wandered to the $20 bill tucked away in your room. Yeah, I was just thinking about that. It was enough for you and Shiloh to get whatever you wanted and more, but you didn't take it out. That was too special to hand over so freely. What? So I'm just gonna save it? Okay, whatever. Besides, Shiloh would be curious about where it came from and might even mention your wealth to Lizzie. The exchange had been a secret. Yeah, that's true. He could get kind of suspicious about it. He'd think it was sus. Dusty and disheveled from checking every room and squinting into every tiny nook, the two of you finished pulling your finds. Shiloh held his breath as you counted the coins once again. $2.53 and 2 buttons. $2.53? Is that enough for an ice cream sandwich? Probably not. See, she said that the kind that she wanted was the kind with 2 cookies. The ones with cookies are more expensive, so... You didn't know when the second button had decided to join the party, but you were too pleased with your successful haul to throw it out. Is that enough? You figured he knew the answer without looking to you for confirmation, but the thrill of your success and the reward that would follow canceled out any other feelings you might have had about that. Yeah. You could now afford something at the shops. Just one thing, but that was infinitely better than none. Shiloh clapped his hands. Yay! The two of you dashed outside. The promise of sugar buoyed... boobies you to your destination where, breathless but happy, you stared at the overwhelming number of options. You knew what you wanted, but it wasn't just you who had contributed to the funds to get the treat. He seemed to notice your pause. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was wondering. Does he get anything? Aren't you getting an ice cream sandwich? Buoy. Okay, buoy. Buoyed. Got it. Thank you. Buoy. Shiloh asked as though he was entirely separate from the decision, rather than someone with a stake in the outcome. Do you mind? Shiloh cocked his head to one side. It was your idea. You should choose. You went ahead and got what you wanted originally. Are you really sure it's okay? You tried to get something you both wanted anyway. We gotta get something we can share. Like, maybe we could get an ice cream sandwich and split it? Or maybe... See, it just doesn't seem fair to me to not get anything for him. Especially since it's, like, mostly his money. So, we'll try to get something we both want.
It isn't fair for you to be the only one to decide when he'd been a main factor in making this happen. Some of the money came directly from his backpack. What do you like? All of them. They're so good. You pressed further. What do you really like? Popsicles or ice creams? Which is your favorite? Oh, it's so hard to pick. I don't know. Frustrated, you cut to the heart of the matter. You want me to choose? Yeah. And that was that. You got the dessert you wanted originally and hoped Shiloh would actually like it too. Okay. Finally, the reward for all your hard work was in your hands. You bit the ice cream sandwich. The chewy chocolate biscuit complemented the creamy vanilla ice cream inside. You held it out to Shiloh so he could take a turn, but he shook his head. You can finish it. He didn't want any? After everything he did to help get it? That was weird. You hesitated. It's okay, Samantha. You want it more than I do, and I'm really happy that we got to play today already. You finish it. Oh, Shiloh is so cute. Oh my goodness. He's like a... He's a simp. He's giving me all his money, and he's like... doing whatever I want. Well, it wasn't worth arguing further. The frozen treat was being worn away by the sun and starting to trickle dangerously towards your fingers. If you waited much longer, then neither of you would be getting to eat it. Alright, thanks. The two of you began to head back home as you ate. You offered the treat once more to Shiloh, but he refused again. You walked side by side on the shore in silence, but your thoughts kept drifting to the boy beside you. He's so cute! Why didn't he speak up for himself? It was almost as if Shiloh didn't know how to say what he felt or was too afraid to. Yeah, it's kind of weird. You thought that was kind of sad. Yeah, exactly. You figured that was his problem and didn't care. Are you scared of me? Are we friends? You thought that was kind of sad. Not being able to talk to people isn't fun, and you didn't want to be the kind of person people were scared to tell their honest opinion to. You considered asking Shiloh about it, but if he couldn't give an opinion on something like ice cream, then he wasn't going to open up about this. You hoped for the best. Maybe you were wrong, or if you were right, maybe he'd feel better about it soon. I mean, he doesn't seem too bothered. He's like, whatever, you can do whatever you want. Shiloh made you unsure about setting a label on the experience of spending the afternoon with just him. There had been good times and there had been confusing ones. Yeah. You were positive of one thing, at least. The treat was delicious and that was nice. The sun was low on the horizon as you returned to your neighborhood. There you spotted two very familiar figures up ahead, Lizzie and Cove. You opened your mouth to make your presence known to them just as you saw the tears on Cove's face. What? What? Cove is crying? Cove cries a lot. I just realized something. Delaney, are you still here? Delaney, I just realized. Cove is Green Boy. He has green hair and he cries. He has green hair and he cries. He is literally Midraya. Deku, I love you. Green Boy. Yeah, Green Boy from My Hero Academia. Midoriya. Midoriya from My Hero Academia. He cries and he has green hair. You walked straight over, Shiloh at your heels. Once there, you defended Cove, took a moment to make a joke, accused Lizzie of causing trouble, carefully asked about what happened. Okay, yeah. If Cove is crying and he's with Lizzie, I bet Lizzie did something bad. But I'm gonna carefully ask about what happened. Without a time machine, the only way you were going to find out was by asking the witnesses. Lizzie might have done something, but she could have been in the wrong place at the wrong time, or even come to Cove's aid. You wanted to hear the story. Cove, what happened? Samantha, I got yelled at. By his dad? Or by Lizzie? Or by whom? He took a deep, steadying breath. Some grandparents got mad at me. I like how these kids call all old people grandparents. Aw, sorry. Lizzie jerked her head in the direction of a nearby house. Your heart sunk. You knew exactly what had happened. Every year, the same mean old couple rented out that condo for the summer. You, Lizzie, and Shiloh knew to stay away from them, but Cove couldn't have. They're like that with everyone. Even your mom struggled to find just anything nice to say about them, but the elderly pair particularly took offense to kids. It didn't matter if they were really nice like Cove. Yeah, Lizzie said. Lizzie drew herself up at that. She looked pointedly in your direction. Uh-huh, I was helping. That's cool. Is there anything I can do? No, I'm just gonna stay away. Or you could teach them a lesson. That does not sound like a good idea. Do not do that. There was a devilish glint in her eyes. What? You should ding-dong ditch them. Go ring the doorbell and run. It'll be great because they're so slow. They'll never catch you. Don't do that. They'll just get angrier. That's dumb. I don't want to go near them ever again. Why was that line voiced? You're saying that because you're a cluck-cluck chicken. Cove glared but didn't take the bait. Lizzie turned to you. You're not a chicken, are you? Yeah, I'm a chicken. Yeah, cluck-cluck. You'd rather just avoid them. You thought they deserved worse. I'll do it. You thought they deserved worse. Gee. I'm gonna say yeah, cluck-cluck. I don't want to do it. She can't tease you about being a chicken if you are, in fact, a chicken. Good point. If someone makes fun of you and calls you something, just agree with them. Just say that you are that thing, and then they can't make fun of you. That's genius. Hunched over, you folded your arms to form wings and bat them up and down. Kikiriki Takanashi Kiara. For once, your sister seemed at a loss, but it didn't take long for her to regain her usual confidence. So you admit it. You continue to flap your arm wings as you circle your sister, clucking all the while. There's no shame in a chicken being a chicken. Yep. Yeah, you're chicken. Things were not going the way Lizzie expected. She fought against a laugh and looked for a way to restore her serious authority. You and Cove are both little chickens. Bacaw. Oh, that's funny. He's playing along now, too. Cove folded his arms, though the one with the cast wasn't as tightly tucked down, and joined you in sheeping around. When are we going to find out why he has the cast? I want to know why he has the cast. It was hard to cluck through the giggles that rose up when you saw him imitating a chicken, but you still both gave a first-class performance. The door to the old couple's condo flung open to reveal one of the culprits behind Cove's tears. You froze, wings raised. Uh-oh. Can't you let anyone have a bit of peace and quiet? He must not be a fan of theater or farm animals as well as kids. That was the only explanation for his outburst, which was far louder than anything you and Cove had done. Go on, beat it! It was distinctly unfair, but Cove's lip was trembling and you thought it would be best to heed his command. No, Cove's gonna cry again. Lizzie took off, with Shiloh immediately trailing after her without as much as a glance back in your direction. So much for your friendship. You waved your arm at Cove, summoning him to follow you, and ran after Lizzie. The old man's hollers propelled you all from the street to the sanctity Sans Undertale. Only once you were safe did you notice the stitch in your chest and the ache of your legs. You flopped down, the blades of grass tickling your face. Lizzie, who had taken the lead in the end, was already lazing on the ground. The four of you took a moment to catch your breath and enjoy the feeling of cool grass against your skin. Hey, Cove. Cove lifted his head. I told you there were mean grandparents around here. Oh, yo! Hi, Miss Lottle! Oh my goodness, I completely forgot I even put my... I even put my thing in the YouTube raid server. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for the raid. Hi! Hi, Miss Laddle. Hi, Kokona Shrimp. Hello, 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 hello. Oh my goodness. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the raid. Thank you for being here. Oh my goodness. I am currently playing, what's this again? Our Life Beginnings and Always. It has a long title. Pronounced like Sanctity. Sanctity, you're right. Sanctity. Yeah, I think you're right. Sanctity. Yeah, the sanctity of it. Yes. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the raid. I am currently playing Our Life Beginnings and Always, which is a game where you follow your life with this boy from childhood to adulthood. You may be familiar with it because it's apparently very popular, and I've heard a lot of people say really good things about it. And so far, I'm really enjoying it, so I understand why other people enjoy it. It is very, very cute. I'm just this kid hanging out with these other kids. We are vibing. So yes, thank you. It is so good to see you here. Thank you so much for the raid, Miss Lottle. Guys, I was just raided by an axolotl.
Axolotl?
Yeah, the like pink fish things. Did you hear that, Faye the Fox? Yo, hello Persephone VT. Thank you to everyone who came here from the raid.
axolotls are aquatic salamanders. Yeah, that's what I said. Fish things. But yeah, Lottle is my wife. Oh my god, cute, 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 cute. So yeah, we, the part of the game that I am at, some old people were mean to my friend Cove. So now we ran off to this hill. So that is what we are doing. I told you there were mean grandparents around here. Cove rolled his eyes, then decided this wasn't dismissive enough and rolled his whole body away from your sister. Lizzie chose to ignore his response and started chatting to Shiloh, who eagerly joined in the conversation. In the back of your mind, you knew you'd be second fiddle again to Shiloh once Lizzie came around. It always went like that. And it was fine, you thought. You still felt a little sad after how much time you spent together today, and it was always annoying. I'm gonna choose it was fine. Hi, Dad.
Hello.
Shiloh could prefer Lizzie as much as he wanted to. There were other things to attend to anyway. You wriggled closer to Cove. He had calmed down for the most part, and was inspecting a flower. His fingers pinched the stem and tilted the white petals towards him. That's a poppy. Cove glanced at you in acknowledgement, then back to the flower. He does not look amused. He's like, yeah, I don't care. And the type of poppies on this hill have the name white linen poppy, Mom told me. He does not look interested. He quirked a smile. Oh, okay, he does care. That's funny. He ran a finger around the edge of the petals. It doesn't feel like cloth. You need a lot of them to make anything. He nodded and released the delicate plant. Evaluation complete. This is my favorite kind of flower, but I didn't know what it was called. Thanks. Nice. I taught him something. Whoa! I have a lot of answers to choose from. Oh, I know what this is gonna mean. Sometime in the future of this game, he's gonna give me flowers, isn't he? Oh my goodness. Okay. I don't care about flowers, I only know what my mom tells me. It's mine too. I like roses. Buttercups are really great. My favorite is snapdragons. Hibiscuses are the best. Peonies are pretty. I love sunflowers. I'd pick tulips. Orchids are the most special. Type your own answer. I like all flowers. I actually really like roses. Because roses are in both Beauty and the Beast and Barbie as the Princess and the Pauper. Two very good princess movies. So yeah, I like roses. They smell really nice. Those are fancy flowers. You'd look good with them. Aw, ew. Thanks. Aw, this is a pretty CG. Look how pretty. Pretty, pretty, pretty. You moved onto your back with a small smile and looked at the darkening sky. The blanket of clouds reminded you of a thick throw you curled under on cold, rainy days. You wondered if the clouds would be as soft. They lazily floated on by, splinting from each other, merging and morphing into new shapes. You saw a dolphin, you saw a car, you saw an alpaca, you saw a smiley face, you saw cloud shapes. I'm gonna say I saw a dolphin. You saw a dolphin leaping through the sky. You nudged Cove and pointed to it. Look, a dolphin! Cove joined you in gazing skywards. Yeah, I see it. Really? No, but I like dolphins. This is cute. Hey, he chuckled at your reaction. Yeah, I don't see any dolphins. All the sun's light faded from the sky and the moon rose higher. Lizzie got to her feet, dusting strands of grass from her bare legs, and surveyed her surroundings. The ocean, visible from the crest of the hill, beckoned with every sweep of the tide. Let's go to the beach. Let's go to the beach, each. There was no argument from the other two. Shiloh was still Shiloh, and Cove would never say no to going to the shore. He was a child of the sea. You, wanted to go there too. So you eagerly joined the others in descending the hill down to the water. You stepped onto the sand for the second time that day, but it felt different at night. The beach was nearly quiet at this hour. Abandoned sandcastles and footsteps in the sand, too big to belong to any of you, were the only indication of how busy it had been only hours earlier. The four of you kicked shoes off and removed socks and walked along the water's edge. The waves tickled your feet. I wonder what would happen if you tried to take a bath in the ocean with shampoo and everything. It would be very inefficient because it's salt water. That would be bad for the fish. Yeah, it would be. I didn't say anyone would do it. Jeez, you don't have to be serious about everything. You're the one who asked what would happen. That is what would happen. It'd hurt the fishies. Yeah, exactly. I like bubble baths at home. They're a lot of fun.
Me too, bubble baths are luxurious. You'd never heard Lizzie use that word before. Mommy loves to have bubbles in her bath. She'll turn the lights off and have candles. I'm gonna do that next time. Hey, when's your mom coming to pick you up anyway? Not for a while, she's busy. What about your dad? How come you never talk about him? Nobody does. Don't you know you're not supposed to ask something like that? Why would somebody want to talk about something they never talk about? Well, okay, fair enough, but he was just curious. You kept your eyes on the ground, watching your toes get swallowed by waves. Even if Shiloh never seemed upset when this topic came up, it made you feel awkward just for having both of your moms. It's okay, I'm like Lizzie and Samantha. I don't have a dad. But I don't have two moms. I just have one. She's really great. Okay. Oh, sorry, I only have one now, too. My mom isn't here. She's back home. It's just my dad with me. Oh. Sorry. Aw, I never had a dad or anything, so I don't feel bad. It's really sad that your mom is gone. Cove nodded. So does his mom kick both him and the dad out? Does the mom not want to see him anymore? Either of them? Cove nodded. You joked about Shiloh's mom getting together with Cove's dad. No, I'm not gonna say that. Even if they're all different, our parents are good in their own ways. Yeah, that's a good thing to say. Yeah. Cove couldn't muster a response. You don't think he truly disagreed, though. The silence broke with a splash as Lizzie kicked in your direction. Cold water and sodden sand splattered against your legs. Lizzie giggled, foot still outstretched from the kick. Cove joined in, striking the incoming waves to make a splash of his own. Shiloh scurried out of Cove's spray zone with a grin. You retaliated. You used your foot to smack the water pulling around you, sending an arc of sea foam flying back onto your sister. You laughed as she spluttered, some of the salty seawater having landed in her mouth. She spat it out. Yuck. Lizzie chased you, intent on revenge. You dashed up and down the coast, taking it in turns to be the predator and the prey, as well as joining forces to take down Shiloh or Cove. Alliances were silently forged and wordlessly spoken. Everything was fair game in war. Ah! Shiloh's brief exclamation was drowned out by the biggest splash yet, caused by him falling face first onto the ground. That would have been bad enough without the wave that followed, cascading over his prone body. Uh-oh. Shiloh sat up, shaking his head like a dog coming in from the rain, as you all hurried over to check on him. His hair was plastered to his head, and his soaked clothes clung. If there was any part of him that was still dry, you couldn't see it. That was crazy. Are you okay? Yeah, my foot got stuck and I fell over. Way to go, Shiloh, you dumbo. You offered him some help up. Shiloh didn't take your outstretched hand. After a moment, you dropped it. Lizzie was too busy snickering to notice and held her hand out to Shiloh, too. He reached over and took it. He took hers, but not mine. Slowly, he started to pull himself from the ground. Then he slipped on the slick sand, dragging him and Lizzie down just in time for another wave to hit. The water rolled over them. Pfft. Ah, sorry. What were the odds of that happening twice in a row? You thought they must be low. But there's no way Shiloh would do something like that on purpose then pretend it was an accident, especially not to Lizzie. Even if your relationship with Shiloh felt unclear, he did at least like her a lot. Lizzie was his favorite, right? Smiling boldly, Lizzie extracted herself from the ground and wiped a streak of sand from her cheek. She didn't intend to let this embarrass her. Shiloh got up again as well, this time without incident. He still looked like a drowned puppy, but that didn't stop Cove laughing at the two of them. With that, it was time to call it a day. The four of you made the journey back home, leaving a trail of wet footsteps and sand in your wake. Damp clothes may have weighed down some of the group. Your spirits were high. Your arms swung side to side as a cool breeze flowed past. Your moms were outside, chatting to Cove's dad. We're back! Your mom's faces fell as they took in the state you were all in, ranging from messy to soaked. Elizabeth, is that all you have to say for yourself? You brought half the beach back with you. They certainly did. What's Marigold going to do when she comes to get Shiloh? Is that how you want him to be for the long drive home? Cold and filthy? Lizzie's expression turned sulky over the scolding. Being the oldest could be fun, but it also meant she was the first to get in trouble when something went wrong. Mr. Holden, on the other hand, chuckled as he ruffled Cove's matted hair. You've been out making memories, bucko. I'm glad you had a good time with your friends. Cove used his slightly moist cast arm to push his dad off. Mr. Holden's eyes widened when he noticed that even that had gotten wet. Now he was worried, too. I think they could have found a less risky way to spend time and had just as much fun. That might be right. Kids, what can you do? Come on, Cove, let's get you cleaned up and dried off. We wouldn't want that cast to have to be reset. Yeah, that's probably not good for the cast. Cove winced at the thought. Okay. That a boy. Mr. Holden casually bent down and plucked Cove up off the ground, ultimately holding Cove against his chest. Sand was already transferring from Cove onto him, but that didn't seem to bother Mr. Holden. Cove protested being carried, but only got a reassuring pat on the back for his trouble.
Take care.
Good night, Cove. Thank you for the talk, Cliff. Night, yeahhh family, and Shiloh, too. Resigned to his fate, Cove twisted his body in his dad's arms in order to turn around and wave goodbye. Yeah?
She just peed on the wall again.
Oh, she's so gross.
She's actually disgusting.
She pees and screams about it. I peed! I don't even think we can reach up there to clean it.
Yeah, we can't. And she was in the exact same spot.
She's so gross.
Such a disgusting thing.
Smiling, he waved back. Good night. Well, we'd better do what we can to fix you guys up, too. Come on, everybody inside. I want you to march straight to the downstairs bathroom. Yes, Mom. Okay, Lizzie's mom. Don't worry about stopping to wipe your feet on the mat this time. That won't do much good tonight. Sitting on an old beach towel your mommy had found, you waited in the hall. Unless you were less sandy, you weren't allowed to go to your room or walk around the house. But you did get to eat a sandwich for dinner there. It felt like an indoor picnic. It had been decided that Shiloh would wash first and borrow some of your clothes. He was already finished and packed away in his mom's car. Miss Fields had come to collect him a little while ago. It was a bit of a funny experience seeing him without that hat on for once. Lizzie, being much more soaked than you, got to go in the tub next. It wasn't a bubble bath as she had hoped. This was a no fun allowed cleanup session. At least that's what she claimed. Not much longer and it would be your turn. When the bath was done, you'd have to go right to bed. After a day like this, though, you were glad there weren't going to be any further events. Drifting off to sleep sounded like a great idea. That was cute! That was cute! These moments are very adorable. I like them a lot. Alright, let's do Sandcastle now. Time for Sandcastle. Cove wasn't able to do many things that summer. When you, him, and Shiloh sat out on the shoreline one bright morning, you could tell he wanted to be in the water. But there was no way he'd be swimming anytime soon, not with his cast. The waves washed a single shell to shore, glittering in blue. Another reminder of the places he couldn't go. From what you'd heard about Cove's old life so far, and tiny pieces and fragments, you could tell that he'd do anything to be able to get the cast off. Like, make a pact with a witch or something, just to get it off his arm. You thought about how his summer last year must have been totally different from this, with his old home and his mom and dad, but now he was here with you and Shiloh and Lizzie and everyone else, and he couldn't even go in the sea. This town wasn't bad, it had all your favorite things in it, but sitting there on the same beach you'd grown up on, you could understand that not everybody else felt the same way about Sunset Bird as you did. You watched him from the corner of your eye quietly, and he finally said aloud what you had been pondering. I wish I could go in. The water? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, you're gonna be able to do it soon. Cove only sighed in response. Apparently soon wasn't soon enough. It's so pretty, the ocean. And huge. There could be anything out there, like mermaids. Yeah. I wish you didn't have a cast. I don't really care. Swimming might be fun if we could. I'm fine here on land. Mermaids aren't real. Swimming might be fun if we could. But it's not like there's anything we can do about it. Obviously not interested in hearing much more of your input on the situation, Cove turned back to the water. But as he looked away, something about Shiloh's slow, careful movements caught his eye. Hey, are you building a sandcastle? Sort of. I was only playing around while you were talking. I'm listening. Maybe I could too. I've only made big piles before. It's really nothing special. I'm sure you'll be good at it right away. Well, how do you do it then? Shiloh's cheeks lit up. You could tell he was a little bit uncomfortable to have Cove's expectant stare on him. I'll play too. I love making sand stuff. I've never really made one before. There's nothing else to do. I love making sand stuff. Okay. He put his hands back to his seashells and sand and nodded. I don't do a lot. Here's how I like to get a house started. Shiloh, focusing more intently than you'd ever seen him, guided Cove through his process. You happily used your own method. It didn't take long for the three of you to each have humble structures prepared. That's all, kind of. You can do anything now, like make it bigger, add some seashells, carve a pretty pattern. I bet you'll have great ideas. I'm gonna make it bigger. Mine's gonna be a real castle. Cool, this is gonna be a house. Looking at the base of your sandcastle, you decided to make a house, a castle, or a mansion. I'll make a castle. Looking at the base of your sandcastle, you decided to build a fancy castle. The better part of the next hour was spent focusing on your own work. The boys were the same. Even Shiloh didn't sneak as many peeks at everyone else as he usually did.
You finished shaping before either of them did, glancing up from what you'd built. It seems you got done so fast because they already searched around for extra decorations. Shiloh had grabbed most of the really interesting stuff, and Cove had a lot of the shells, but there were still options. The first thing you reached for was a red bottle cap, blue seashell, or green piece of sea glass. I'm gonna say a blue seashell. It was the best fit for your castle, you decided. The blue color of it still reminded you of the clear water, so you put it in a funny place where it'd take a second look to see it. Pleased with the result, you finally took a proper look around that wasn't focused on the sand itself. Both Cove and Shiloh seemed super immersed still. You knew you could probably sneak a peek at either one's work. I'm gonna look at Cove's sandcastle. The castle Cove had built looked surprisingly tidy, especially for someone in the cast. He must have worked really hard. He wasn't even finished digging the huge gaping moat in front, but it was already enormous. You got the sense from the enthusiasm he was digging with that the doctor was probably going to find a bunch of sand when he finally removed the pink plaster. The silence was then broken. What's on the top of yours, Shiloh? You peeked closer and discovered something shiny sticking out of Shiloh's sand chimney. Oh, it's just a gum wrapper. It looks like smoke. It's good. That's smart. Yeah, I didn't think of that. I guess I don't see it. You should be an architect. Kinda looks more like a worm. Yeah, I didn't think of that. You really know a lot about this. Shiloh smiled without a word. And that was that for the current topic. Samantha, can I see what you did? Sure. He scooted just a bit nearer and began surveying your work. The castle you'd built was pretty impressive, all things considered. It had archways, tall walls, and even a little moat circling it. You would probably feel safe living there. Maybe your moms were the queens. Shiloh quickly decided to jump in the new conversation. Hey Samantha, what did you do? This is my castle. Shiloh didn't look so happy anymore. You both built castles? Is that a bad thing? Does he feel left out because he built a house and we built castles? Yeah. Oh, that's neat, how you guys match. It's too bad we didn't all do it. Next time we should. Shiloh seems to be very obsessed with being like everyone else. Wouldn't that be boring? If something is the only one of that thing, that makes it special. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for sandcastles and stuff. People too. My dad always says how everybody is their own man, a real individual. I don't think I'm very special. Why not? Nobody else is you. Shiloh simply shook his head. I'm not different. A beat passed between the two. Cove then looked down at his own work again. Okay. He didn't seem to be bothered leaving the disagreement hanging there. Cove had other things on his mind. My dad tried to get me to make sandcastles the first time we came to this beach. I didn't want to. Cove trailed off. Again, there was another moment of silence. Shiloh shifted and opened his mouth to say something, but Cove spoke up before he could. You didn't think he noticed that Shiloh was going to talk. Hey, do you know what happened when your moms met my dad, Samantha? You waited to see if Shiloh would say what he wanted to. When he didn't, you answered Cove's question. I wasn't there. They didn't tell me. I just remember what happened when I met your dad. Mr. Holden had been a weird stranger then. Well, he was still kind of strange. No other parent acted like him, but you knew him better at this point. Now that you thought about it, it made a lot of sense that Cove's dad talked to him about people being unique. You were pulled from your thoughts when Cove continued. Oh, well, I was there. I don't think my mom has met your dad. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she hasn't. Samantha's parents and my dad met the same day I met her. I'm gonna say what happened. Shiloh frowned to himself, ducking his head. His hat cast a shadow over his face. You could still tell he was upset at not being included in Cove's choice of topic. That was kind of boring for him, though giving people their own turn to say the things they want is important too. Yeah, Shiloh does seem like he's kind of left out, but... We'll let... I want to know what Cove has to say. Shiloh could talk about stuff after Cove had the chance to share what he planned on. When we moved here, we didn't bring a lot of things with us, only some stuff that would fit in Dad's car. We didn't even get a moving truck. I sat in there while Dad brought it all inside. I didn't want to get out because I knew Dad would make me look around the new house. I really didn't want to do that. His lips twisted into a frown as he recalled that. Then I saw your moms. They were in a car too and stopped at your house. I guess they were coming back from somewhere or something. My dad noticed. He waved his hand and went over to the front of your house where he started talking to them. I don't know what they said. I couldn't hear it. But he couldn't see me anymore since he was looking the other way, so I opened the car door and left. I wanted to get away and went behind the houses. I found those hills there, the ones where we met for the first time. Cove nodded, then stared at you. You stared back. He didn't go on to say anything more. Aren't you going to finish your story? Cove's brow wrinkled like he didn't understand why you were surprised. That's all that happened.
Oh, I thought there was going to be something more interesting. I've got to get ready for bed, but I hope you have a great rest of your stream. Thank you, Miss Waddle. Please have a nice rest. Okay, why do you want to tell me the story if nothing happened? You really got to get better at telling stories. That was a pretty bad story. Thanks for telling me. Yeah, why did you want to tell the story if nothing happened? I don't get what the point was. But that was how our parents met. I didn't make the story up. That's not really my point. Cove was just not understanding the issue here. Shiloh's mouth twisted into a scowl of disbelief, but he said nothing. Okay, I want to know what Shiloh wanted to say. Why'd you bring that up anyway? There's a slight shrug of Cove's shoulders. I was thinking about it because of the sandcastle. It made me remember when I moved here. Dad showed me the beach first before we went back to the car to unpack. He was really excited about it for some reason. Cove's brows furrowed a little more as he quietly raked his hands through the sand. I get it. You thought maybe Mr. Holden wasn't that excited about the beach and was instead hoping Cove might be. But the line of conversation had come to its end. Even Cove was done with it. Some other topic had popped into his head. Shiloh fidgeting uncomfortably in the sand had made Cove aware of his presence again. They looked at each other and you could only wonder what this might be about. I want to know what Shiloh wanted to say. What did Shiloh want to say? Hey, Shiloh. Yeah? Why are you always turning so red, even when nothing is happening? Clearly startled, he jerked back. Neither you or Shiloh had expected that to be how he got included in the conversation again. I don't know, I guess. Okay, it's kind of weird. Shiloh's eyes were wide with embarrassment and his lips twitched, and he was blushing even harder than before. Maybe it wasn't only this, perhaps it was simply the last straw, but it was a big deal to Shiloh. A huge deal. He didn't just look sad, he seemed almost panicked. Oh my god, what is going on with Shiloh right now? Are you okay, Shiloh? You weren't sure if he was about to cry or run away or what, but you soon got an answer. Why do you wear glasses? Most kids don't wear glasses, and nobody's named Cove. Who asked you to come? It was probably just your dad bugging Samantha's family some more because you don't have anyone else who will ever play with you. Jeez, Shiloh is... Oh my goodness. Cove blinked. The tension on the beach was suddenly uncomfortable in a way you didn't know how to laugh off. It didn't seem like the kind of thing he'd get upset about, though you hadn't ever known what kind of thing would bother Shiloh. I'm sorry. Me too. I was just wondering. Hey, let's build another sandcastle. You tried to play on your own. Are we gonna build more? You nervously lifted the sand. Hey, let's build another sandcastle. The day is gonna be over soon. Ah, Samantha, you're right. The sun is going down so fast. You all went back to making more sand buildings, but the whole mood had changed. Shiloh's cheeriness was clearly gone, and Cove looked as confused as ever about why the other boy had blown up. Yeah, I don't know what that was about. The air stayed uncomfortable the rest of the afternoon, right up to the moment that Shiloh's mom appeared at the beach to take him home. At least he tried to do something to resolve it, though, and it seemed like it helped. Even though Shiloh's smile when he said goodbye to Cove wavered, it stayed as bright as ever for you. That had to count for something. But with Shiloh gone and the sun going down, you know it was time for you and Cove to head to your own houses. The two of you trailed out of the park together toward the neighborhood. The walk home was quiet. You passed by familiar landmarks, shoes thumping against the sidewalk in near-perfect unison. Cove was clearly caught up in thinking about something. What are you thinking about? Something was definitely up, so you chose to reach out to him and ask. Hey, Cove, is everything okay? You're making a funny face. Oh, I was just wondering. Cove fell silent again for a few more seconds, then sighed. Why'd Shiloh act like that? When I said he was all red a lot. Yeah, I'm wondering about that too. You were being rude to him. He's just being a baby. You shouldn't make fun of him. I don't know, it's just Shiloh. He gets embarrassed. You shrugged at Cove with no answer to give. I don't really know. He gets embarrassed? Embarrassed, but I didn't say anything that bad. It might have upset him anyway? I guess I can get it. Why he would do that. Sometimes I get really mad, too. Despite seemingly coming to a conclusion, Cove's mood was still sour. Hey, Samantha, was Shiloh telling the truth? Huh? His gaze left yours as he dug the sole of his shoe into the ground. He looked oddly vulnerable for a second. Does my dad make you hang out with me? I know he talks to your moms about that a lot. Uh-oh. An uncomfortable weight settled in your chest with the question. You liked spending time with Cove. You didn't even have to think hard about it. You knew you did. But you couldn't help feeling guilty. Cove still didn't know what happened when you met Mr. Holden. I don't want to tell him the truth. Nobody's making me spend time with you. Your dad does do stuff so you'll hang out with my family, but Shiloh shouldn't have said that. You decided to tell him about his dad offered you money. Uh-oh, I don't want to say these things. Because the first one is a lie. The second one... the first one is a lie, and the second two, would make him feel bad, I think. I'm gonna say the first one because it's technically true. I would hang out with him anyway, even if not for the money. Cove's shoulders relaxed. You hadn't even noticed that he had tensed up. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Anyway, I didn't think you were pretending. I just wanted to make sure it was okay is all. Thanks for telling me. Your throat tightened. It was hard to meet Cove's earnest gaze again. Keeping secrets was hard. Yeah, I don't want to tell him the truth. You're welcome. By now, the two of you were on the sidewalk near your houses. It was time to part ways. You said goodbye, you hugged Cove goodbye, or you nudged Cove's shoulder. I'm gonna hug him. He's very huggable. You stepped forward and wrapped your arms around him tightly. You turned your head, resting your cheek on his shoulder. Cove stood there awkwardly with his hands at his sides. He wasn't much of a hugger, but you didn't get the impression he was unhappy that you were. Bye, Cove. See you tomorrow. Yeah, bye, Samantha. You pulled away, then jogged towards your house. When you looked back, you saw Cove making his way back home, too. As if he felt your eyes on him, he turned around. He waved. You did, too. You still felt a little unsure with what you were supposed to do about the deal Cove's dad had offered. You didn't want to say anything bad or something you shouldn't. You had no idea how Cove would take it either. It would be terrible if it made him feel bad. What if he didn't want to play with you anymore? You might change your mind sometime, but there was always tomorrow after all, but for now it was definitely something that you'd keep to yourself. With a final look, you went inside your house. Was keeping the secret a good idea, or was it a bad idea? Okay, we have... I think we can do fireflies now. So let's do fireflies. You would not believe your eyes if 10 million fireflies. Alright! Tonight we're going to catch fireflies. At this blunt declaration from your sister, you looked up from your macaroni and cheese dinner. Ooh, macaroni and cheese. Fireflies were a familiar sight over summer, coming out on warm nights to dance through the sky. Tonight was particularly balmy. You knew there were bound to be a ton of them around. Oh, you are you? Yeah. You started eating faster. You looked over at your mom's. Yeah. You rocked slightly from side to side in your seat, already excited for your after-dinner activity. Catching fireflies was a great way to spend a summer evening, and you could already envision the little lightning bugs drifting through the darkened sky. That's a good idea, Lizzie. Can we show Mrs. Yeahhh? Shiloh tapped his fork against the table excitedly, his face lighting up as he looked at Lizzie. It was unusual for Shiloh to still be here. Like always, his mom had to bring him over really early in the morning before her job started. But normally she would have picked him up by now. She called before dinner to let your moms know she'd be late. You didn't hear why. Probably more work things. You thought maybe getting to hang out with Shiloh for longer is what made Lizzie want to keep running around outside. Staying at home and watching TV was never an option for her with guests over. That's why you were pretty sure she'd get your moms to agree. Oops, sorry, cat. Well, it's already so dark out there. Lizzie gave Mom the best puppy dog eyes she could, slowly spooning mac and cheese into her mouth while you waited there for their response. Let them go. Nights like this don't happen every day. Your parents exchanged a look, then Mom eventually sighed and nodded back. Yes. Along with Lizzie's cheers, you threw your arms up in triumph, but waited until you'd finished chewing to say anything because you knew it was rude to talk with your mouth full. Fine, fine. Just make sure you stay on the hill beside our house with all the poppies, okay? Duh, Mom, that's where most of them are. The idea had only just been planted in your head, but already you could just picture all the glowing lights spread out in front of you like the fairies from the bedtime stories Mommy read sometimes. All too quickly, it became a race to see who could finish their food first. No choking at the dinner table now. That's right, if someone died, we'd have to cancel the Firefly trip after all. Mom said it like a joke, but you knew that they were both telling you kids to slow down. Shiloh did immediately. When you glanced at Lizzie, you saw her still eating faster than she should. Elizabeth? No one is gonna die. Sheesh. A knock on the door interrupted Mom before she could no doubt scold your sister. I'll get it. Your big sister jumped out of her seat and ran over to the door, pulling it open without even looking at the window to see who it was. Huh? You shifted in your seat to try and get a glimpse of the unexpected guest. Good evening, Cove. Your mommy had already walked to the door by the time you managed to see past Shiloh's flappy hat. Oh, Cove. Hi, you're here. Cove smiled at your enthusiastic greeting, and you hoped Mommy would ask him to stay. It didn't matter why he was there. It meant he could join you all in catching fireflies. Hey, they talked about the Cove Creator earlier. Is that a thing that we can still do? The Cove Creator? Would that be... I don't know where that'd be. Then for a few seconds, Cove said nothing. He only stood there and looked up at your mommy with a face almost like he was considering turning around and leaving.
My dad told me to drop this off because I guess he borrowed it from you. Cove took a familiar screwdriver from out of his large side pocket, eyes now dropped to the floor. We left ours back home when we moved. Great, thanks, bye. Thank you. Here, why don't you come inside for a bit? Lizzie crossed her arms and lifted her chin. Cove shrugged, and Mom stood from the table, too. I'll give your dad a call to let him know you got here all right. Cove shuffled fully inside, eyes remaining on the ground. Mommy closed the door behind him. Hi, Cove. Shiloh gave Cove a friendly smile while waving by holding up his hand and opening and closing his fingers. Cove nodded in response. Cove, are you going to catch fireflies with us? You should come outside with us if you want to. You weren't sure what to say now. Cove, are you going to catch fireflies with us? You could see Lizzie eyeing you for mentioning the excursion to an outsider, but she'd get over it. You hoped Cove would say yes. That way you wouldn't be the odd one out with Lizzie and Shiloh anymore. I can do that. I've never caught one before. It was too bad he didn't have a chance before now. The fireflies weren't out when he first moved in, and there must not have been anywhere he used to live. We can't go out until after dinner. After she pointed this out, Lizzie walked back to the table and took her seat. There wasn't much left on her plate. Since this was very true, you decided to finish up your own stuff as well. Cove stepped closer and eyed what was on the menu for your family's meal. Have you eaten yet? Yeah, my dad and I ate earlier. What did you have? Eggs. The clipped one-word answer seemed to discourage Shiloh from asking any more questions. His eyes slowly wandered back to the last scraps of food on his plate. Her phone call with Cove's dad must have ended because your mom came back into the room. Cove, your dad said you can stay for a little while if you'd like, but he's going to come get you before it gets too much later. Sure. Oh, fun, this will be so nice. As you polished off the meal, you hoped it would be too. The three of you all finished eating shortly after, and Lizzie led the way outside. Remember, don't stray too far. It's fine, Mom. Shiloh trailed so closely after Lizzie he was nearly stepping on her heels. Cove hesitated at the door. Coming? After a moment, he did. Bye, children. The two of you were a good 10 or 15 feet behind Lizzie and Shiloh by the time you walked outside. You pushed the door shut behind you, watching their figures get farther and farther away. You're so slow, Samantha. We don't have all night. You started to run when you heard Lizzie's voice calling you, but paused when you saw Cove still walking at a relaxed pace. Are you not going to come? You tugged him along, you walked with him, you waved at him to hurry, you ran off. I'm going to walk with him. You fell behind, sidling up next to him and matching his stride. He noticed right away. You can go ahead if you want. You smile and shake your head. I don't. After a short while, the two of you reached the hill behind the house. Look at the fireflies, my guy! Poggers! After a short while, the two of you reached the hill behind the house. The fireflies were out in full force, floating on the breeze, their gentle glow winking in and out and creating an almost magical effect. Lizzie had already climbed to the top. Shiloh was spinning in circles somewhere around the middle. Wow. Shiloh took a moment to come over and welcome the both of you to the hill. Hi guys, it's really great out, huh? See how many there are? Yeah. A firefly danced through the air, landing on Cove's sea green head. Shiloh couldn't help but giggle. You and Shiloh couldn't help but giggle. You quietly looked on, you shooed the bug away. You and Shiloh couldn't help but giggle, I guess. Covering your mouth with a hand, the sound escaped you and Cove looked at you in confusion. What? Oh look, Lizzie has one. That's amazing. Shiloh ran to the highest point of the hill, making sure not to lose his hat or backpack along the way. You hummed as the group divided and conquered, shifting your gaze to the dozens of other fireflies sailing around. The game was on. You had a bandage on your thumb and you tried to be cautious of that. You had a bandage on your palm and you tried to be cautious of that. You had 2 bandages on your hand and you tried to be cautious of that. You were good at not getting cuts or scratches, so weren't too worried about that. Okay. More character customization, I guess. I'm gonna say you were good at not getting cuts or scratches, so weren't too worried about that. Spotting one close by, you approached it with assassin-like stealth, crouching down to make yourself seem like less of a threat. Slowly dragging one foot in front of the other, you crept up towards it, arms outstretched. You closed your hands around the little glowing orb, careful not to crush it. The firefly landed on your palm, almost docile, and you stared down at your prize in delight. Its tiny legs tickled your skin, and you giggled at the sensation. Cove kept up with his own target, but when he tried to grab it, his pink cast waved awkwardly through the air, foiling his efforts to clasp his hands around the firefly. Ugh. Cove watched it vanish into thin air with a dissatisfied expression on his face. You encouraged him to try again. You told him about the firefly you had. You made a joke about what happened. You did your own things. You encouraged him to try again. You'll get the next one. Did you catch one? You nodded, and Cove gave up his hunt for the moment, coming closer and peering at the insect still crawling across your palm.
You held out your hand, and he leaned closer, eyes widening a tad behind his glasses. Cove remained hypnotized by the little bug as he inched his hand closer to yours. Ultimately, he settled his fingers lightly on top of the ones you were holding open. It tingled. You stayed very still. The last thing you wanted was to accidentally scare this shiny treasure off. Oh! Hey, yo, look at that. The firefly, noticing the new connection, crawled up onto Cove's hand. He quietly gasped. This is why they have hand customization. Look, see, earlier I said that I had a beaded flower bracelet. So there's my beaded flower bracelet. Nice. Wow, cool. This is a cool CG. It has the flower bracelet. Nice. The flower bracelet from earlier. That is so cute. There's so much detail in this game, so many little things that they pay attention to. That is so cool. The firefly, noticing the new connection, crawled up onto Cove's hand. He quietly gasped. It worked. Yeah, you got one. Aww. Cove's lips turned up into a slow smile and his eyes shined brighter than the bug. Thanks, Samantha. Aww, he's so cute. With a laugh, he gave the palm of your hand a friendly smack before performing an awkward low five. Startled by the extreme movement, the tiny light disappeared before you could even blink. Your firefly was gone. Oops, sorry. I could cry. You forgave him. That's okay. I couldn't keep it forever. Right, bugs have to stay outside. Let's get another. You decided to collect more. Uh-huh, we can work together. His face broke out into a wide grin. We'll get a bunch. With renewed vigor, you ran... Is that right? With renewed vigor. Yeah, like vigorous. Okay, with renewed vigor, you ran out into the hill. You're not sure how much time passed while you were in the thick of it. In the thick of it? In the thick of it. It says in the thick of it. In the thick of it. All you could focus on was the adventure at hand. No critter was safe from your grasp. At first you tried to keep a tally of how many you had caught, but once the number grew higher than 10, you had no more fingers left to count with. Oh, I just realized, Orange is on my lap, but I haven't... There we go. Now he's on my lap on OBS. You're having the time of your life, racing up and down the hill with the crash of the ocean and the sound of everyone's laughter echoing in the background. Samantha! Hey, you said my name. Samantha, this way. You followed the sound of Cove's voice to the top of the hill, watching as he stretched his arms in front of him, reaching with his fingers and only narrowly missing his target. Cove and you took turns trying to scare fireflies in the direction of the other. You showed him some techniques that you had learned, like how to cup your hands correctly, and he listened attentively before trying for himself. There were a few times when you almost ran into each other, giggling as you dove to the side at the last moment. Luckily, disaster was avoided each time. It was an overall huge success with both of you catching multiple fireflies each. Eventually, the fireflies began to thin out and your energy started to lapse. You decided it was time to call off the hunt. Cove didn't complain. He breathed in heavily and his face seemed really flushed. That was fun. A lot of fun. You smiled at him broadly, happy that he had enjoyed the activity. Yeah, it was. Samantha, Cove, get up here. We're gonna have a race. The shouting caught you off guard. It had been quite a while since you heard from Lizzie or Shiloh. You glanced over to see them both standing on top of the hill again, Lizzie beckoning to you with quick hand gestures. If she was like that, you knew there wasn't much room for disagreement. Up the incline you went. From the corner of your eye, you saw Cove was coming as well. He didn't care for Lizzie a lot, so you thought he might be intrigued just by the idea of a race. Hi. Hi. Cove, you can't roll down the hill. You could hurt your arm again. You'll be the referee for the rest of us. Oh, that's no fun. As Lizzie pointed this out, Cove froze in place. Oh, it was that kind of race. He frowned down at his cast. That was the second time it got in the way tonight. What? Yeah, you watch and see who gets to the bottom first. That's important. Got it? I guess. The cast was sturdy. If he was careful, he could have done it. Lizzie might have just been looking for a reason to make someone else the referee, but it was already decided. Maybe I should stay with him because I don't think he likes that he has to be the referee, so I think I'll stay with him.
Really?
Really? Why? You don't have to. It's okay. I want to watch. You moved beside him on the top of the hill, even though Lizzie eyed you and made a face. That's not how races work. We only need one referee. Shrugging your shoulders, you refused to budge, and Lizzie let out a huff before throwing her hands in the air. Fine, I'll be the winner whether you join or not. Lizzie moved to lay down, and Shiloh did the same. Cove stood tightly to the side to get a better vantage point, and you stood next to him. Count down. Cove stood up a little straighter. It seemed like he was taking his newfound referee duty seriously. 3, 2, 1, go. Lizzie and Shiloh took off, letting gravity do the work and rolling at high speed toward the bottom of the hill. You and Cove leaned forward to watch them go, eyes peeled for which of the two would reach the bottom first. They were both neck and neck until about halfway down the hill. Lizzie started to veer off to the side, giving Shiloh a huge advantage. She obviously hadn't noticed a thing, and as soon as Shiloh reached the bottom of the hill, he jumped up excitedly and threw his hands in the air. I won! Almost immediately, he fell back onto the grass, still dizzy from his roll down the hill. Lizzie stomped out of the bush she had ended up in, spluttering angrily and brushing leaves from the front of her dress. Not bad. You got lucky. Let's do it again and see who wins for real. Kids, it's time to come in. No! You snickered, feeling grateful if you hadn't seen a part of the mini debacle. You caught Cove's eyes and saw that he was doing the same. It had gotten late and was beginning to feel just a bit chilly as you made your way out of the hills, but the cold in the air hadn't dampened anyone's spirits. The four of you walked back home together side by side down your neighborhood street, discussing the evening, with each person trying to prove that they were the one who caught the most fireflies. You knew that whoever really did catch the most didn't matter much anyway. All that matters was that you all had a good time, which, judging by the smiles on everyone's faces, you did. That was cute! That was so cute! That was great.
This is kind of like a pizza roll.
It is.
If you want to eat it.
Oh, actually, yeah, I remember these. They're like, yeah, I remember having these at school. They're like very thin Hot Pockets.
Yeah.
Skinny Hot Pockets.
Do you want the other one too? There's one.
Sure. These are poggers. Elongated pizza roll.
Victoria, did you want one?
What?
Did you want one?
Oh, no.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Orange is a good cat.
Yes.
I'm thinking maybe, see, this seems to be the end of step 1, so maybe then we should, stop here, since stopping at the end of step 1, I think is a pretty good place to stop.
Do you have some Pepsi?
Oh, yeah. Rag. Hey! Oh my god! Orange actually took a bite of it.
Oh my gosh. Lauren.
Look at that! He was sniffing it, and I was like, okay, sniffing it is all that he's gonna do, but then he goes,
Oh my.
oh my gosh. Silly, silly cat. Oh my goodness. Orange, you are very, very silly. Okay. But we could click and then somewhere ended and do the part, like the first part of step 2. So like the prologue before the moments start, if that makes any sense.
I'm going to give you a power. I'm going to bestow upon you a superpower.
Yeah, you know what? We are going to do the next part. We're going to do the first part of step 1. So like the prologue of step 1 before the moments start. And then we will call it a night there.
So yeah, let's do that. Let's do the first part of step 2. Step 1 was very, very cute. I enjoyed this a lot. I will probably buy the DLCs after I finish this game because I'm really enjoying this, and I want to see what the other ones are. Okay, then summer ended. Move to the next step, are you sure? Yes, let's do it. I'll never get tired of that view. You stood beside your mom's, Lizzie, and Cove as the 5 of you watched the sun dip into the ocean somewhere far, far away. The soundtrack in this game is nice, too. And I don't know if I mentioned this already, but I really love the art. Like, not only the character designs, but like how the characters are drawn is really nice. I like their eyes. You'd like to imagine it cooling off in the water, resting itself before getting ready to shine brightly again tomorrow. That was a fun day. I didn't know they had magicians on the shopping street now. Neither did I. Oh no, we are so dull. Let's get out more. You didn't do real magic, Mom. How did you figure that one out? Because I know, that's not what real magic looks like. Oh, Lizzie dear, there's all kinds of magic in the world. Lizzie gave Mommy a suspicious look, but didn't dispute the claim. You looked over at Cove, who hadn't said a word since you started home. He didn't look upset, though, just content. You're aware he still hadn't quite warmed up to your parents. Well, we can't sit out here all night. Time to hurry home and get cooking. Who's helping with dinner? Lizzie immediately let out a groan. Mom, summer's almost over. The protest was obvious. You could practically see school on the horizon. You certainly didn't want to spend your last bits of freedom cooking dinner. You could do that any other day. Please, can we play just a little longer? We have to keep playing before it's too late. It is almost over. You put on your best puppy dog eyes. Lizzie may not want to, but you plan on going home. I'm gonna say we have to keep playing before it's too late. Mom raised a brow, the corner of her mouth lifting before she pursed her lips. You make it sound like it's the end of the world. It practically is. You nodded vigorously, thankful that you had your sister on your side. Surely your joint effort would wear your mom down. Soon we'll have homework and reading to do. We can't do work now, too. Lizzie made her case and then stomped her foot into the ground. You mimicked her, feeling that would add something to the argument. Lizzie is a brat, but I love her. Well... Oh, come on, Pam. I can help you with dinner. Mommy leaned in for a hug, and you knew that you were very close to victory. Alright. But as soon as dinner's ready, you lot are coming inside, understood? Yes, Mom. Yes, Mom. Cove, dear, you're welcome to join us as well. You grinned at Cove and nudged his arm with your elbow. Cove gave a non-committal shrug to your mommy, which she took as an agreement. So much to do, so little time. Maybe I could still get the seashell bracelet at Times and Trinkets. Ooh, or maybe the playground? Or the fireflies would probably be coming out, right? Don't know how you're gonna say on this? You silently made your own plans. We can't go too far. I'm going home. Don't I get a say in this? Lizzie looked over at you, narrowing her eyes like she was very seriously contemplating the answer to that question. A strong gust of wind made you shiver. Lizzie huffed as she wrapped her arms around herself. Doesn't the wind know that summer's not over yet? That's all Lizzie said before abruptly turning on her heel and heading off in the direction your mothers had gone. Where are you going? I'm going to my room. I have lots to plan if I want to make the most of tomorrow. You thought this over, looking off towards the water again. Lizzie didn't wait, and before long she was disappearing off down the road.
Meanwhile, Cove was going in the opposite direction, heading for the beach. Well, obviously I'm going with Cove, not Lizzie. And Cove gave you a smile that you couldn't help but return. Cool. He made a little gesture that you interpreted as follow me, and then started heading to the waves. Cove knelt down, picking up something you quickly identified as a smooth rock. He reared his arm back, then tossed it out into the water. You were impressed over how far he got it to go. It sailed way out into the sea. It was a good toss. That was pretty neat. It wasn't a long throw, but he didn't care to try for that. The rock sunk kind of like a rock and fell back down almost right after he tossed it. I get to choose how far the rock goes. It was a good toss. Orange baby. You looked for your own rock. Deciding to join Cove, you searched nearby for any rocks or shells that you could throw too. You found a shell that would suit your purposes, a smile growing as you tossed it as hard as you could. It landed with a wet-sounding thunk a few feet away and slipped down into the water. When you looked over at Cove, he didn't seem to notice that his throw had been more impressive. Kissy kissy. Orange give me kissy. And Cove was looking down at his cast, scratching idly at the pink surface, even though you were pretty sure he couldn't feel it. His brows were furrowed, and there was a frown on his face. It's not fair. I've had to wear this cast for ages. I can't even swim. Oh! Finally! Finally you can ask how'd you get it. I've been wondering that this entire time. I was jet skiing. Really? Cove narrowed his eyes a little. Yeah, why would I lie? I didn't mean it like that. He then continued to explain. I crashed. He gestured to his arm as if to say, and this was the result. It's hard to believe you're allowed to jet ski. Well, I'm not. Oh. Cove let out a huff, plopping down into the sand. I can't believe summer's almost over. You sat down next to him and nodded in agreement, regardless of the sudden topic change. I don't want to go to school. I mean, I would. I don't want to go to a new school. I think it'll be the same school as you and Lizzie. My dad said something about that. Cool, you're going to like it. Everyone's super nice. You'd only ever been to the one school, but you were sure that his old school couldn't have been that much better. Then again, he did have to make new friends and meet new teachers. It could be kind of scary. And Cove shook his head, then wrapped his good arm around his knees as he drew them to his chest. Oh, he's crying again. You heard a sniffling sound, and when you took a good look at his face, you realized that his eyes were wet. I want to go home. Oh, poor baby. My poor baby. Oh, poor boy. You'd never had to move before, but you thought you could understand. If you had to go to a new school all of a sudden, with all new people, you'd probably be dreading it too. Even though you sort of maybe understood, you weren't sure how to help. Oh, Orange. Okay, I'll see you later. Cove gave his head a small shake. No, I want to go back home. Right, Cove wanted to go back to his old home. The one that sat waiting someplace far from here. The one he would bring up whenever he felt this sad. It had been a while since he had moved in, but he didn't seem to feel any better about being here. You settled back down into the sand, trying to consider what to do. Yeah, what do you do? Do you hate it here? This can be your home. It'll be alright. Do you hate it here? Cove's brow furrowed even more. Then he shook his head. You felt a rush of relief fill you. You liked having Cove here. It would be sad if he'd been miserable the whole time. You're not going to leave, right? You'll still be around? The question was a little surprising. Of course. Your parents would have mentioned if you were going to move or something, right? After a second, Cove gave a little nod. Once I get my cast off, we could go swimming. You were fine with him changing the subject again. Yeah, that would be fun. Cove smiled and looked back to the waves. My dad keeps saying I'll get used to everything eventually, that I'd feel better then. It used to make me angry. I don't want to get used to everything. You spread a glance over at Cove and see the anchor had slipped off his face in favor of something almost puzzled. But maybe that would be okay after all, as long as I really do feel better. I can't see it. You could remember a long time ago when you'd first started going to school. You had absolutely not been okay with the idea of being away from your parents for most of the day, to listen to strangers tell you what to do and sit with kids you'd never met before. Things changing is hard. Time for some lewd hand-holding. I'm gonna hold his hand. I'm doing it. I'm holding his hand. You're not quite sure what to say to that, so instead you reach out and take hold of Cove's hand. The one closest to you is the one in his cast, so you made sure you were very gentle. As you watched, Cove's eyes got a little misty once more. You got the feeling that they were different tears than the ones from before, though. I hope next summer I'll surf and go exploring and everything will feel like it's supposed to again. You will. It will. The two of you sat quietly, just taking in the sounds of the— Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I was petting him, and then he moved his head back to lick himself, and he smacked his head against my arm. I'm sorry. Are you alright? Yeah, good boy. You hoped that Cove would be able to accept this place as his new home. You definitely try to help in what ways you could. There were so many wonderful things here Cove probably hadn't even seen yet. Lost in thought, you started a bit when you heard a faint familiar sound. The sound of your mom shouting your name. You looked over your shoulder, realizing it was probably time for dinner. Time had really gone by fast. You stood and dusted the sand off yourself. My mom's calling. It's time for dinner. You should come. Cove looked up at you, expression screaming reluctance, yet ultimately, okay. When you smiled, Cove returned with one of his own. Samantha, thanks. It was nice, where you were right then. But the two of you couldn't stay there in your own little world any longer. You were being called forward. So the both of you ran off towards your house, leaving the waves and summer behind. Oh, look at the little animation! How cute! How cute! In between. In between. Oh, so I can change some stuff. I don't think I want to change anything, though. Oh, I can change the size of my lips? Oh, I can have acne? Oh my gosh. I can have earrings. Braces. Yeah, I'm not gonna add anything. I like my character how it is now. So I'm gonna click done. My comfort is... Fond, I guess. Yeah, I think I should keep it at relaxed and fond. Yeah, I'm going with relaxed and fond. Yes. Oh, customize Cove! Choose to customize Cove yourself or let his prior experiences determine it. What does let his prior experiences determine it mean?
Appearance? Wait, what if I click? No, no, no. That's not what I meant to do. Can I? Wait, did I mess up? Huh? No? Wait, what? Huh? What did I do? What did I do? Wait, no. Okay, hold on. I messed up. Oh, there's no autosave, is there?
He's catching up. Oh,
Uh-oh.
really? Sixth grade? Are you kidding me? I'm still thinking he's like a first grader. But of course he's just like homie. He's just a little bit younger than Victoria.
Uh-oh, I messed up. I didn't save.
He's not gonna know who I am. Really? Don't remember?
Wait, no, that's not what I meant to do either. Uh-oh. I didn't save. Uh-oh. Oh no. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. I think I might have just lost all my progress. Because I tried to... Oh no. I think I lost all my progress. Uh-oh, what do I do? I think I lost it all, oh no. Because I didn't save and I accidentally clicked off when I was trying to customize him. Oh no, oh no. What if I try... Oh, I might need to redo everything. Oh no. Can I redo everything? Oh, come on. I think I need to redo everything. Oh no. Oh no, I need to redo everything.
Samantha.
Oh no. Oh, now I have to redo everything.
Okay, that's enough. That's enough.
What?
I'm not Victoria.
Actually, she doesn't even know. Oh, that really hurt.
Well, that hurt me too. And you got stuff in your teeth. It was gross. That's a gross sound.
Okay, I remember what it is. I was dropping off Victoria, and first off, I was driving her, and there was nothing good on the radio, so I turned it off. And we were silent in the car. And finally, she said, "Oh, turn the radio back." And I didn't even I didn't even have to ask why. I knew that it's because I was
You didn't have to ask.
No. I didn't have to ask why. So
You shook your head, Skip.
I turned the radio on.
Um,
And just to drown myself out. And so then we get up to the spot where I'm going to let her out.
where are you here?
She doesn't want me to open it. She doesn't want to open up the door. No, because it was just radio and then everyone was just here for the music is coming. She doesn't want all the, she doesn't want to draw attention. So I turned off the radio and let her out. And there was Kennedy. And then as I'm getting out, or as she's getting out, she said, and then I'm, okay, so I said, don't worry, so then she gets out and and then I see Kennedy, and there was some part of me that really wanted to scream out.
Okay, relaxed, fond.
Okay. It would be like a little bit of fun, but a ton of pain. And
See you.
nice. I mean, it's nice to be nice. Yeah, that's like my number one rule. And how often do I break it? I mean, a lot more than someone should. That's their number one rule.
I guess.
Okay, good. So now I can just redo these really quickly. Bum 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 bum. Are you having fun? Shark. Are you sure? I really like this keychain. Got a plain one.
Okay.
Sam. You offered to give Cove your balloon. Okay, grown up. I want to. You nodded. Beach volleyball, Skip. I'm okay with that. Being on the beach was cooler. You told the truth. You chose a song you knew Lizzie liked. You felt a little guilty.
Absolutely.
You said nothing.
Good job.
Nothing really. An ice cream sandwich. You asked Shiloh for help. It's a start. You tried to get something you both wanted. You hesitated. You thought that was kind of sad. Carefully asked about what happened.
You're just saying that because you're a
Yeah, cluck cluck.
ghost.
And it was fine. I like roses. You saw a dolphin.
Percy is by far the greatest.
Wanted to go there too.
Sorry.
Oh, what?
Our parents are all good in their own ways. You retaliated.
Down bow.
You offered him some help up. Okay, just 2 more to get through. Swimming might be fun. I love making sand stuff. A castle. Blue seashell. You checked out Cove Sandcastle. Yeah, I didn't think of that. You stayed silent. Why did you want to tell the story? Hey, let's build another sandcastle. You asked Cove what he's thinking. He gets embarrassed. Nobody's making me spend time with you. You hugged Cove goodbye. Okay, then fireflies. Yeah. Cove, are you going to catch fireflies with us? You walked with him. You and Shiloh couldn't help but giggle. You were good at not getting cuts or scratches. You encouraged him to try again. You stayed very still.
Sorry.
You forgave him.
You're right.
You decided to collect more.
I guess.
I'll stay with Cove. There we go. And now I will save. And then I will click and then summer ended. Yes. Skip. We have to keep playing. Don't I get a say in this? You stayed with Cove. It was a good toss. You looked for your own rock.
I gotta go potty.
It's not fair.
How'd you get it? Really?
I want to go home.
Do you hate it here? Hold on, wait, what did he say? Log. Oh, okay. Of course. You held his hand.
Thanks.
And then, I don't think there's anything about this that I wanted to change. So, done. Relaxed and fond. Save again. Ready. Yes. Okay, now I can customize Cove. I can let his prior experiences define it, but I do not know what that means. I have no idea what that means. So I will choose both. Change page. Okay. Oh, see, he's got the, like, scar on his arm. Okay. So now we can change him. So, hair... Oh, that looks bad. There's just 2 options. So I'll go with the first one. Glasses... I don't know. Should I give him glasses? Yeah, he can have glasses still. Shirt. There's just 2 options. Let's go with... Let's go with this one. Pants? Pants 1A, pants 1B, pants 2A, pants 2B. I'll go with the brown ones, I guess. Left wrist. Yeah, we'll do that. Right wrist. Okay, and the necklace. Yeah, I don't want to give him a necklace. Okay, I think that looks good. I like that. Change page. Hair. Glasses. PJ's 1. Okay, we'll go with 2. And then change page. Yeah, you know what? We'll have him wear pink. I guess we click done now, because I chose everything I wanted to. So I think we just click done. Well, let us change his personality, because it said something about that. Done? Oh. The default is warm and studious? Warm, moderate, cold. Warm and cold, studious and sporty. Yeah, I want to go with warm and studious. So yeah, let's go with warm and studious. And done. Let me save again. Okay. August ended, September began. It was time to go back to school. Lizzie groaned and complained the entire first week. She hated going to classes. Still, there were interesting things to do that couldn't be done anywhere else. You weren't sure how Cove felt about it. He was enrolled that year. That was like a sign Cove would be staying in Sunsetbird for a while. At school, he was alright, but kept his distance from the other kids, from what you saw anyway. Whenever he could, Cove stuck to you like glue. He didn't even mind that much what you did to pass the time as long as it was together. That year, the divorce of Cove's parents was finalized. Oh dang. You overheard your parents talk about it, saying Cove's dad got full custody. Okay. At first you worried that meant bad news. It had made Mr. Holden cry, apparently. Why? Because he wouldn't have any help raising him? Then you found out it meant Cove would be living with his dad. He would only stay with his mom a few weeks of the year. Cove cried too, for different reasons, you thought. It seemed like Cove and his dad might move again, but Mr. Holden decided to stay after all. Mom asked him about it once. He said he didn't want to uproot Cove's life a second time. Mr. Holden tried to get Cove to Lake Sunsetbird more. He kept encouraging his son to go out and see the place. Sometimes Mr. Holden volunteered you to spend time with Cove. He seemed very confident that it was an effective strategy. Cove never talked to anyone about what happened with his parents and withdrew whenever it was brought up. It was hard for him, yet nobody knew how to help. Eventually, Cove stopped crying on his own. You couldn't understand what had changed. Still, you worried about him. You could tell he wasn't completely happy. Maybe one day he could say out loud what he felt inside. After that, it felt like things had gone back to normal, except what was normal didn't stay the same. Years passed, and suddenly you were in middle school. You weren't a kid anymore. You were 13 years old. That officially made you a teen, even if your sister didn't agree. The toys and crayons that used to litter every free space in your room had been packed away somewhere, replaced by new hobbies. There were other changes, too. Cove's cast got taken off. It was weird to see him without it initially. Underneath, the pink plaster ended up being a long, thin scar that snaked across his forearm. Cove's chest puffed out in pride when someone drew attention to it. He also went through a major growth spurt. He was the tallest student in his class for 2 years in a row. Cove would probably hold that spot again next time. In class, people knew him for more than just being tall. He also stood out because of how well he did on tests and in other academic situations. Over the years, he began opening up more too. You saw him talking amicably with other kids or neighbors from time to time.
And the only kid who came to visit the neighborhood when you were little, Shiloh, well, he was gone. Uh-oh. He's gone forever? He and his mom moved back south because of her work just 1 year after Cove came to Sunset Bird. Dang. And we didn't even get to learn much about him. It had been really upsetting when he left. Lizzie was inconsolable for weeks, but nobody talked about Shiloh anymore. It was a long time ago. You learned some heartbreaking things became less sad the further away they were, even if they had never gotten any better. Dang. That was sad in its own way, yeah. Things at home were different too. You still lived in the same house and all that, but it wasn't how it was before. Ma dyed her hair purple, wanting something new, and liked it so much she kept dyeing it. You remember calling her Mommy as a kid, but something like that seemed awkward nowadays. You were much too old for the word. Lizzie felt too mature for her nickname too. She insisted on everyone calling her Elizabeth, so you did. Your mom soon gave her permission to go places other than the playground and shopping street, which you took advantage of. You rarely saw her around the old neighborhood. So if I'm 13, then that means that Elizabeth is 15? I think 15. In fact, she hardly spent time with you the way she did before. Elizabeth instead associated more and more with girls from school who were her own age. Maybe the difference between 13 and 15 was greater than the difference between 8 and 10. You started befriending new people yourself, like Derek Soares. He didn't live in the neighborhood or go to the same school. What happened was his and Cove's dad struck up a business partnership a few months ago. Since then, Derek would pop up in the area now and then. It seemed Mr. Soares was happy to let Derek tag along to his work if Derek had the time for it. Without a doubt, everyone and everything around you had changed in small and big ways. You had too. As time went by, though, it was easy to settle into this new normal. Then, before you knew it, school was over and summer vacation had come again. It was the first day of summer vacation. The sun was hot as ever, but you were inside and away from its harsh rays. Okay, we are going to read this part up until the point where we get to the moments, or memories, or whatever they're called. So when we get to the moments, we will save there and stop the stream. But I want to see what happens until we get to that point. It was the first day of summer vacation. The sun was as hot as ever, but you were inside and away from its harsh rays. To be more specific, you were snuggled up in bed celebrating your time off by sleeping in, or wide awake about to head out to enjoy your time off. Snuggled up in bed, that sounds more like something that I would do. It was hot, but you still had the blanket up over your head to block out the sun. You didn't want it intruding on your lazy morning. Hold on, I'm reading this. I'm still lurking here? Oh, thank you for sticking around. Yeah, we're almost done for tonight. I'm just gonna finish up reading this, and then once we get to the next stopping point, the moments, then we will stop. But I really don't want to stop playing this because I'm really enjoying it so far. I'm upset that I deleted all my progress, but we got it back, so it's fine. I accidentally closed it out and was like, no. That was me accidentally closing out the game, yeah. I heard that, yeah. I was like, uh-oh. But it's okay. I just skipped through it, shows all the same options that I did before. And now I know that I should save more frequently. I was hoping there would be like an autosave or something, but alas, there was not. But it's okay. I hope you've been having fun though. Yeah, this game is a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to seeing where it goes and learning more about Cove and seeing how this progresses into adulthood and stuff. So it's very interesting, and I'd like to see what results my choices will lead to. Unfortunately, you hadn't prepared for an intrusion. From beneath the blanket, you heard the door creak open. Whoa, she's so pretty. She's so pretty. Look at her! Oh my goodness. Dang. Wow. You're still sleeping? Wow, get up. This game goes into your character's adulthood. Yeah! So you get to watch the characters grow up. So like this boy is like your childhood friend, and then you like grow up together and you can romance him and whatever. So, yo, my sister looks a lot older now. Oh my goodness. Go away. You pretended to still be asleep. You got up. You started to fake snore loudly. Morning. I'm gonna say go away. By the impatient tapping of her foot, you could tell she hadn't left.
Get up now. I will come over there. So much for a lazy morning. Mom told me to tell you that your friend's at the door. Cove? He brought some happy summer gift from Mr. Holden. Mom wants you to take it from him, say thanks or whatever. So come down already. Okay, fine. Elizabeth said nothing else and left, having done what was instructed of her. You rolled out of bed, stretching your arms up high and yawning. Time to get ready. You sat yourself in front of the mirror in the far corner of your room. Your reflection hardly even fit in the frame. You're very tall. Your reflection went over the whole length of the mirror. You're pretty tall. Your reflection fit comfortably in the frame, your average height. There's a lot of open real estate in the frame. It's free real estate. You're pretty short. You had trouble getting your reflection to appear in the mounted mirror frame. You're very short. I am short. I'm gonna say you're pretty short. You could relate it to Derek and how it felt to be smaller than people thought you ought to be. Your shortness seemed even more drastic when compared to Cove, who was unusually tall. That's a unique way of doing character customization. Yeah, they've been doing stuff like that. Like, it was like, you could choose. You were like, I fiddled with my blank bracelet, so I chose a flower beaded bracelet, and then that came up in a CG. So, I think it's pretty unique and interesting. I'm gonna say you weren't sure how to feel about it. Things kept changing. With the height you actually had and what the impression of that height was based on your age, it was confusing. Then you put the finishing touches on your outfit while ruminating on the situation. Careless as they had been, Elizabeth's words piqued your curiosity. You planned on going over to see what Cove was up to, so this worked in your favor. Your reflection grinned back at you. You were looking forward to seeing him. You left your room, taking an easy time down the stairs. Step 2, second chance. Okay, we'll keep reading this until we get to the moments. You spotted Mom first, reclining on the couch. She held the magazine in her hands, which she was perusing through. Morning, Mom. She looked up at your greeting, a smile instantly appearing on her face.
Thanks.
Good morning, Samantha. Thank you for coming down. Ma's at the door with Cove. He can't stay over today, unfortunately. Why don't you go and thank him before he leaves? You nodded and made your way to the front of the house. Just as she said, Ma was there making conversation. She must have heard you because she looked over her shoulder.
Oh.
Look who finally made it. Morning, sleepyhead. Ma reached forward and you knew she was about to pat you on the head. She was taller than average for an adult woman, so at your height you were absolutely tiny in her eyes. You let her do it. She stood by patiently and indulged your Ma's wishes. You stood by patiently and indulged your Ma's wishes. She gave you 2 small taps on the crown of your head. Ah, you're the last one down today, you know that? I was going to stand longer, so you're welcome. Yes, thank you all for gracing us with your presence this fine day. With a small laugh, Ma stepped aside. Cove was just as you remembered, exactly how you came to know him to be. Aw, look how cute. He leaned uncomfortably to the side in your doorway as the longer strands of his hair idly drifted with the breeze. His features were pinched in embarrassment, and he shifted from one foot to another. He was holding what must be the much-talked-about gift. At first glance, you figured it must be a bouquet of flowers. Then you gave it a real look. No, instead it was carefully cut fruit. Cute! It made a lot of sense that it was actually from Cove's dad. You had to suppress a laugh at this showing. You couldn't imagine many folks buying that sort of thing for their own personal enjoyment. That kind of arrangement was built for the presentation, likely to impress whoever was inevitably going to receive it. It seemed no matter how long he lived here, Mr. Holden would keep going out of his way to be neighborly, and Cove would always be roped into participating. Cove smiled at the sight of you. The sting of his goofy errand he was clearly embarrassed to be on eased. Hey, Samantha. You smiled back. It was second nature to you. Cove had always been such a close friend ever since the two of you were kids. Hey, it's nice to see you. Yeah, you too.
You know all about this, don't you?
Your grin widened even more. Every time he came, your mood was brightened.
It was already shaping up to be another long summer with plenty of time for the two of you to have fun together. His awkwardness over the task started to creep back in, so Cove nudged the gift closer to you. He was ready to be relieved of it. And with that, the gift was accepted. I hope you and your family like this. It's a pretty good gift. I think so, anyway. He smiled earnestly. Dad spent a lot of time picking out the best size and design. There were so many options to choose from. You are too cute sometimes. I'm gonna say thank you. Could you tell your dad we love the gift? Yeah. Mr. Holden's behavior really was different from any neighbor you'd ever had, though after 5 years you were used to his antics, and you'd since made up your mind on what your opinion was. He was nice, he was sort of funny, he was pretty weird, you didn't like him, he was great, and kinda handsome to boot, Jesus! He was nice. You knew he wasn't completely perfect, but he always seemed to try so hard for the sake of others. Your thoughts were quickly interrupted by a shout. There you are! You shared a confused look with Cove. As one, both of you stepped through the open door onto the neighborhood street. It didn't take long to locate the source of the noise. You spotted Derek just a few yards down the road. He ran up to you. You were happy at the sight of him, sure. Derek was certainly a welcome guest in your neighborhood. It was a pleasant surprise whenever he showed up. After stopping a couple steps away, Derek hunched over to catch his breath. Then he looked up with a wide grin.
Hey.
Hey, guy and gal. I was just at your house, Cove, but no one was there. Should have figured you'd be at Samantha's place. Do you ever spend time in your own home, or are you always just there? Derek laughed at his own joke. He either didn't notice that it embarrassed Cove, or the embarrassment was what he was actually laughing at. Derek turned to you. He was going to say more when his eyes widened and he gasped. What's that? You followed his gaze unsure. Then you realized what he meant. You were still holding Mr. Holden's gift. It's kind of like a bouquet of flowers but made out of fruit. Nice, can I have some? Yeah, I don't see why not. Sure, we can share. Derek grew more excited by your words, bouncing on the balls of his feet. Awesome. Then he nodded his head as if to clear it. Anyway, that's right, I came here because I needed to say something big. He paused, possibly for effect. There's some other kid here in Sunset Bird. Cove was as surprised as you were by the news. Such a reaction made sense. No one around your age had moved here since Cove did 5 years ago. Were they with their family? Maybe they were cutting through. Nuh-uh, the new kid was all by himself, just walking. Did you talk to him? Nope, I came to report the sighting right away. The kid had green hair, glasses, was pretty small, and seemed really upset about something. I hope he didn't leave. What? Green hair and... That's Cove. You blinked. Slowly you looked over to your longtime neighbor. That sounds a lot like you, Cove. When you first got here, anyway. It kinda does, doesn't it? That's weird. He sounded almost fond, a small smile playing on his lips. Derek snickered good-naturedly. I can see that really well, now that you say so. But what do you say? Let's go find Cove's look-alike. We should all meet him. I'll do it. Sure, I want to see who this person is. Derek grinned, then he pointed down the street the way he came. Last I saw him, the mystery visitor was going this direction. Nothing else needed to be said. The three of you were off, with Derek leading the way. Derek brought you to the beach, and as a trio, you made your way down the shore to the old playground. You walked the familiar path in a comfortable silence. When you were almost there, you spotted the kid in question. His bright colors almost shone like a beacon beneath the rays of the sun. He scuffled around, kicking up sand as he paced. It was true, he certainly seemed upset, but you didn't think he was sad like you had originally pictured. No, with his erratic movements and scrunched-up expression, he came off angry. You started to have doubts about this expedition. Maybe it'd be better if you left him alone and let him sort himself out. Derek didn't feel the same. He waved wildly, calling out to the boy. Hey guy, over here! Oh, jeez. He's... scary. The kid whipped around, an impressive scowl carving deeper onto his face. His eyes were tired, but a strong hostile energy still radiated from him. What? What is it? What do you want? The sharp tone made Derek flinch. He shifted on his feet. What's your name? Jeremy. Was that it? No, I'm Derek. That's Samantha and Cove. We were just walking around and saw you. We wanted to say hi. There aren't a lot of kids our age in the neighborhood. Oh my god, this kid is scary. Yeah, so, it's cool to see someone else here. Strangely, Jeremy grew furious by your response. If steam could erupt from a person's ears, it would have happened then. Oh my god, he looks terrifying. I want to run away from him. They did bring me somewhere stupid. Of course, I knew it. What? My parents. They're the ones who brought me. I didn't walk to this town. Can you not figure that out on your own? Right, my dad brings me to Sunset Bird too, when he has to come for work and all that stuff. It's not bad. That earned him a glare from Jeremy. Derek winced beneath it, glancing away. It was a struggle to remain friendly with this Jeremy guy. I mean,
I wouldn't want to come here for a real vacation, probably, either. That's an understatement. This doesn't count as a vacation. It's a waste of time, a chore. My parents' family is nearby, and we just had to come see them. Ugh. If they're your parents' family, doesn't that make them your family, too? I guess. That's a pretty good reason to come by. Did you want to go somewhere else? No. Jeremy crossed his arms with a huff. He turned away. They should have gone by themselves, since they cared so much, and left me home. But I'm not allowed to be by myself. Pfft. It makes no sense. They're the ones who don't know how to do anything, and I'm the kid? You kept quiet. You shouldn't talk about your parents like that. Sorry, it must suck being forced to do something you don't want. We just said hello. You don't have to keep complaining at us. Calm down. You don't have to yell so much. Who peed in your cereal this morning? Oh my god. I want to say that last one. Yeah, I'm gonna say it. Jeremy's lip curled as his face contorted from anger to horror. Look at how Cove's looking at me. He's like, what the heck? Why would you think of something like that? It's disgusting. It's just an expression. He took a deep breath. You thought for one hopeful second that maybe he was calming himself down. He was not. So what? You're putting it in people's heads. I don't want to have to think about it, and someone brainless might decide it's a good idea and actually do it. There are some real stupids out in the world, you know. You're all living proof of that. Hey! We're not stupid. Stop it. You first. You turned to Cove, lowering your voice. The two of you aren't that similar after all. Jeremy must have had good hearing, though, because he caught the private exchange and scoffed. Of course we're not similar. My eyebrows aren't stupid. And Cove's cheeks flushed crimson at the insult. You couldn't be sure if it was out of embarrassment or anger. Maybe both. Come on. What? No, Cove's wavy eyebrows are so cool. How can you say that when you've got a bowl cut? Don't listen to him. They're really unique and special. Well, they are kind of silly. Apologize to Cove right now. You can't treat people like that. I'm gonna say the thing about the bowl cut. Yep, it's embarrassing and awful, but my parents made me. I won't have to have it when I'm older. I don't know what he's gonna do with those things, except maybe shave them off. He probably should. I bet he'd look less dumb with no eyebrows. You just rolled your eyes, you crossed your arms over your chest, you shook your head, you patted Cove on the shoulder, you lunged towards Jeremy, you grinned at all of this. I'm gonna kill Jeremy. I'm actually going to kill Jeremy. With your fist balled, you made a quick step forward. He was the one who started things, you were ready to end them. Oh god. I'm gonna save before I do that. I'm saving before that. But I'm gonna do it. He'd made it clear that words wouldn't work. Oh jeez, Lord. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. You can't stop me. Yeah, I'll just load the save if this goes somewhere bad. He'd made it clear that words wouldn't work, leaving you to resort to action. You weren't sure what would happen, but you couldn't let this stand. We'll drop the kid. Yeah, I'm gonna beat him up. Cove is like, what is happening? No! They won't let me do it. They won't let me do it. They were like, oh, she's serious. That's great. Oh, that's so funny. They were like, oh, no, don't do that. Derek and Cove jumped in to stop you before you reached him. They each grabbed you by the arm. Still, Jeremy instinctively tumbled backwards. He practically fell over. My god. If that's all you can do about what I'm saying, it's just proving I'm right. You're brainless. You were annoyed the other two were against you on this and got in the way, though the reaction you had been able to get was still worth it.
Your eyes.
Wow, what is wrong with you? Instead of taking offense, Jeremy only parroted Derek's words in a nasally voice. Well, what is wrong with you? Wah, wah. This is dumb. Jeremy stuck out his tongue and skulked away, throwing more sand everywhere as he went. You watched him go, hunched over, until he became a speck in your vision. Jeremy sucks. I'm gonna attempt to beat him up again next time I see him. Silence reigned in his wake. The three of you tried to process what just happened. I can't believe it. What a mean kid. Derek wasn't kidding, and by the sound of those earlier complaints, the new boy Jeremy was going to be in the area for at least a little while this summer. Derek sighed in dismay, plopping onto the ground. You followed, and Cove did too shortly after. There wasn't much else to do.
Sucks.
This sucks. I was hoping we could meet someone fun. Hang out, maybe. Don't let those sticky boys get in the way next time. I won't. I will corner him when they're not around. Do not insult Cove's eyebrows. You will die. He shook his head. After a moment, he slowly turned to you with a hopeful expression.
But you know what would really improve the day? What? He didn't respond. Instead, he used a hand to point, right at the fruit arrangement that you were still holding. You'd completely forgotten about it during the mini drama that unfolded. I was about to beat a kid up while holding a fruit bouquet. How was I gonna do that? You had gotten used to the weight. Glancing over to Cove, you noticed he was eyeing the fruit. He must want some too. Yeah, why not? Let's eat. Derek perked up immediately at your words. He reached out for a skewer, hesitating slightly once he was inches away.
Are you sure?
Are you sure? You nodded. With an eager grin, he plucked out a prime row of fruits. Cove grabbed one for himself after him. Only you were without a skewer of your own. Ooh, pineapple, grape, strawberry, or melon. Let's go with strawberry. The strawberry was a bright red and beckoning you. It was the obvious first choice. Derek ate a pineapple skewer enthusiastically, finishing it within moments. This is amazing. It's not different than any other normal fruit. It's kinda worse. These have been out in the open with their skins off for a while. Sheesh. Hey, you two remember the Land Before Time? That fruit thing makes me think of it. The dinosaurs all liked the leaves that were shaped like stars. Tree stars. Yeah, chomping leaves looked so delicious when they did it. And there was that scene with the pretty trees, and all the dinosaurs came in and picked everything off them until there was nothing. That's us right now. Awesome. I love that movie. I've never seen it. I didn't like that one. That movie's for kids. Eating leaves looks good. Should I worry about you? Do you think things taste better when they're shaped like stars? Things do taste better when they're shaped like stars. He snickered. Not everything, but it probably helps. The three of you continued like this for the next few minutes. Eventually, the display was barren. It looked weird when devoid of fruit. Hey, we weren't supposed to eat all of it. It did help make you feel better. Eating it all hadn't really helped make you feel better. Yeah, we were not supposed to eat all of it. That was supposed to be for... I'm pretty sure that my mom's and my sister wanted some, but whatever. Oops. Really? You couldn't stop yourself from sighing at the boys. You just wanted to eat some and have a nice time. Now you were probably going to get in trouble. You could only accept it, though. Hey, Samantha. Yeah? The two of you met eyes casually. Were you seriously gonna hit that guy? Yes, I was. Well, he had it coming. Oh my god. I mean, he's the first mean guy I've met in this game. Everyone else has been super nice. Samantha, that's so bad. I don't care. I do not care. I will beat up anyone who makes fun of Cove's eyebrows. I thought it was cool. Oh, Cove approves. Cove approves. Nice. I've won Cove's approval. What? You're both crazy people. You knew when Derek said things like that it wasn't serious. He liked you and Cove. Yeah. Derek then leaned back on his arms. He contemplated the sky with a content sigh. So, are you both ready for summer break? Yeah. Cool on you. Wish I could say the same. It feels like there's a lot to plan for. And what about you, Cove? Are you ready? Yes. Before you could say anything else, the light atmosphere was shattered. Hey, Samantha! You glanced over your shoulder to see your sister. She strode closer and closer, appearing none too pleased. Uh-oh. Does she know that I ate all the fruit and attempted to commit assault? I've been looking all over for you. Ma said you and Cove ran off with the thing Mr. Holden bought for us. She leered over you with arms folded. So, where is it? Well, it's gone. What do you mean, gone? You moved over to the side to face her completely. She zeroed in on the bouquet in your hands, which was now populated exclusively with skewers dripping in juice and tiny flecks of leftover fruit pieces. Her mouth dropped open and the tone of her voice rose. Seriously, Samantha? What were you thinking? It was supposed to be for all of us at home. She glanced at Cove, who sat beside you, and continued mockingly. Even if you did have an in with the delivery boy, this was up to Mr. Holden. Cove gave you a bent smile of support, which didn't help disprove her accusation. Sorry, Elizabeth. Get over it. Well, the morning's been kind of a disaster. We were hungry. It wasn't us. A seagull came down and ate it all while we weren't looking. I'm gonna apologize. Elizabeth narrowed her eyes, not at all oh no, I think I hear the mean kid coming back. We better get out of here.
Elizabeth blinked confused and looked around. What kid? I don't see anyone. Derek didn't bother explaining, he just launched to his feet and ran off. Cove hopped up too, gladly taking the opportunity to exit the situation. He followed after Derek, but he sent a look to you from over his shoulder. You turned to watch Elizabeth. She stared back, brow raised. I'm running. Without a word, you got to your feet and bolted down the beach. Unimpressed, Elizabeth rolled her eyes. They're so immature. She shook her head as she walked towards the house, not bothering whatsoever to follow. Meanwhile, the three of you made it back to the shoreline. Derek pumped his fist, grinning in triumph. We escaped and shall live to see another day. Yeah, for now at least. I still have to face Elizabeth when I go back home. You chuckled together, walking further down the beach side by side. You definitely wanted to stay outside a little while longer. Later that night, you found yourself seated near the kitchen counter. You had gotten a bit of scolding from your moms for not saving any of Mr. Holden's gift for Elizabeth, but you didn't get any real punishment for it. Instead, while you were out with the boys, Elizabeth returned home to share the news. The three of them went to get dessert on their own. It was declared even by your parents when everyone got back and the event was settled. That was a while ago now. Your fingers drummed on the surface as you waited, your gaze trained on the phone. You were waiting on a call tonight, specifically from your cousin Leandra. Who's Leandra? Rhymes with Deandra, from Most Popular Girls in School. You didn't want to miss it accidentally. Your uncle, aunt, and Lee used to live many hours away. Your families only saw each other a few times a year for big occasions. A while back, though, they'd moved and were closer to you than ever before. You now hung out regularly. With school being out, you're positive she's going to want to come over a lot. The two of you are the same age and got along well. She used to be really fond of Elizabeth, too, but now that your sister had become allergic to interacting with her own family, it tended to be just you and Lee who spent time together. She was your only friend who was a girl, or being family helped make you close, but you had a lot of girlfriends? I'm gonna say I have a lot of girlfriends. You often gravitated towards other girls and befriended them pretty easily. You also had a lot of non-girlfriends. What kind of gender someone was didn't seem to make any difference in who you got along with. Then the shrill ringtone announced an incoming call. You jumped before grabbing the receiver and pressing it to your ear. Lee, finally. Oh my god, she's pretty. She's so pretty. So cute. Hi, sorry about the wait, Samantha. It took forever to get the phone away from my mom. That's okay. There was static on the end, as if Lee was shifting wherever she was. So, can you believe school's actually over? I thought it'd never be done. Now we don't have to do any of that boring stuff, and we get to hang out whenever we want. Speaking of hanging out, Lee, can you wait a second? Let me just head to my room. Oh, yeah. You got up from your seat at the counter. Luckily, the phone was wireless, so you didn't have to worry about any cords tying you down. Your mom's had a rule about not moving the phone unless a call was in progress, which is why you'd been sat by its cradle waiting for Lee to call. You didn't like it, but it had to be that way. You weren't the only person here. If anyone could take the phone anywhere at any time, it'd be an even bigger hassle. You could easily imagine the receiver having a new forever home in Elizabeth's locked room. But now that Lee had called, it was okay for you to go upstairs to your bedroom and talk to her. You made your way up the stairs, smiling. After you had arrived, you shut the bedroom door firmly behind you. You took a seat on your bed. Alright, I'm here. Cool. Hey, did you know the girl down the street from me has her own phone now, a cell phone? She doesn't have to wait for someone else to stop using it or anything. Wow, really? The thought of someone having a phone that was all their own seemed unbelievable to you. Right? I wish I had one too, but my parents said I couldn't get my own phone until I'm more grown up. I wish they'd changed their mind. We could call each other every single day and no one would be able to stop us. How great would that be? Really great, but wouldn't I still be using a home phone? Too bad it's so far away. Really great. We could even stay up late talking about whatever we want. Lee sighed thoughtfully into the receiver. At least they said I could have it someday. I can't wait. She sighed dramatically. I bet I'm not going to get one until I'm all the way in college. Squeezing the phone between your shoulder and ear, you puffed up your pillows and made yourself more comfy. It was strange to think of a time when normal school would be over and you'd have to choose whether or not to go to college. School is such a big part of your life right now. Studying didn't come easy to you, though you tried hard. You worked about as hard as most people and got pretty average results as well. You never tried much, but you still didn't do that bad. You didn't bother at all in school and your grades reflected that. Everything in your classes came easily to you, or you worked hard for your excellent grades. I'm gonna say you worked hard for your excellent grades.
Every A+ you brought home was a result of concentration and diligence. We hope that you would be able to keep it up through high school. You felt a lot of pressure to maintain the high grades you had last year. You hoped to do just as well this year, but it wouldn't be a big deal if they dropped some. You were confident your grades would remain great. You had no plans on getting excellent scores this time around. You felt a lot of pressure to maintain the high grades you had last year. Your future depended on it. Yeah. You tried to sound engaged, but your mind had decided to go back to school despite the season. Lee knew you too well to be fooled. You sound so spacey. What's up? Just thinking about school. Lee groaned. Are you thinking about how we don't have to think about it because it's summer? That's what I'm doing. I'm looking forward to going back. Let's make a petition for more vacation time. It's so awful I hate going. Come on, it's too scary not to think about it. It's so awful I hate going. I get what you mean. Though I guess school isn't all the way bad. You can do some good things there. You can just do more when school's out. Learning new things can be cool. Gym is pretty great, though. It's the easiest way to hang out with people not in the neighborhood. The cafeteria lunches at my school could be better than they had any right to be. There's nothing good about my school. It's the easiest way to hang out with people not in the neighborhood. If I didn't go to school, I'd never meet anybody new. No one really comes here. Uh-huh. But that was all. And that's pretty much everything that's good about school. Okay, point taken. Now, I decree the topic of school is officially closed. We have to talk about this summer first before we start plotting the rest of our lives. I've got some plans already. Ooh, tell me. I'm gonna visit my cousins. You chuckled, of course. What's something you want to do? The first thing that comes to your head. I want to spend time with people. I've got some new art supplies, reading. I'm going to catch up on movies and TV. Probably I'll spend time at the beach. I don't want to do anything all to vacation. I want to spend time with people. People? I hope that means me too. You leaned back in your bed, settling in as you continued chatting with your friend. Even though it hadn't been that long since you saw her and you'd be seeing her soon, you found plenty to talk about. For one, the events of the day. You sat up straighter. I was with Cove and Derek today, and we met a new kid. Like, at your neighborhood? His parents are visiting family, so it sounds like he'll be around for a little while. I don't know how long. What was he like? Mean. He kept snapping when all we were trying to do was talk to him. He just kept being rude to everyone, but especially Cove. It was awful. I don't think I want to meet him. You want a boy to stay away before even meeting him? That's an unexpected twist. Your cousin was pretty popular with the boys who knew her. She seemed happy enough to have them around unless they started to annoy her. Who are you to talk? Cove and Derek are always around. They're both boys, you know. That's true. That is not the same. They're not always around. I'm not the one who invites them. They show up on their own. That's true. Lee laughed at your affirmation, deeply amused. Even though she couldn't see, you shook her head at her, grinning to yourself. There was a stomping noise approaching your room, heralding the arrival of your irritated older sister. She flung the door open, a frown etched on her face. How long are you going to hog the phone? Glancing at your watch, you realized that your quick call had gone on much longer than anticipated. Elizabeth held out her hand, the other one lodged on her hip. She noticed the realization on your face. Time's up. Gotta go, I'll see you soon, okay? With a sigh, you said your goodbyes to Lee. Sorry for being long, I'm still using it. No, get out of my room. With a sigh, you said your goodbyes to Lee. Lee, I have to go now. Okay, see you soon. Tell Elizabeth and your moms I said hi, too. You'd barely pressed the end call button when Elizabeth whisked the handset from your fingers and began dialing someone new as she strode out of the room. Your mom's voice called from downstairs. Hey, has anyone seen the phone? I'm using it. With that, she shut your door behind you. Silence was left in the wake. That was one way to end your first day of summer break. Some time later, it had gotten dark outside, and you laid in bed wide awake. Your window rattled all of a sudden, startling you badly. You flinched, staring over at it with furrowed brows. From your vantage point, you saw only the moon and an open sky. You were curious. What had caused that noise? It's gotta be Cove. Cocking your head, you sat up and moved closer to the window. You wanted to get to the bottom of this. To your utter shock, your gaze was met by a pair of familiar ocean blue eyes. Cove? You squinted. Yep, Cove was right outside your window. Your house was very angular, and some parts stuck out further than others, so it theoretically wouldn't be hard to climb around on. Still, just because somebody could didn't mean you expected it to ever happen. Cove looked awkward and unstable. His feet were braced against the section of the wall that jutted out, his arms flexing with the effort to keep him upright. With difficulty, he waved. Then he wobbled, immediately dropping his hand in alarm. You hurriedly opened the window. Cove scrambled inside, nearly falling flat on his face, but he was able to right himself in the end. He released a breath once he was steady. Hi, Samantha. What are you doing? What's up, Romeo? This sure is a surprise, but you're always welcome here. Is everything okay? What happened? You're lucky I didn't start screaming. Amazing, my dreams have come true. What are you doing? Visiting? Why? I needed to talk to you and couldn't wait until tomorrow. Aww. If I rang the doorbell, I know your moms would have answered and they'd just make me go home. I didn't really want to explain why I was coming over anyway. I don't want to talk about it. Aw. Well, besides with you, I mean, but that's why I did that. As unexpected as this was, you were touched. Cove felt like he could tell you what was wrong. I might have tried calling or something, except my dad was on the phone. Cove suddenly looked very cross. Dad, he was talking to my mom. Still is, probably. You raised your eyebrows. Cove had eavesdropped on his parents' phone conversation? You didn't comment on him eavesdropping. There were other things to talk about. Are you going to stay with your mom for a while again? Every year, Cove was sent off to live with his mom for a few weeks. When it happened varied. Sometimes he would go during winter break, but usually he went during summer. Even though it was hard news when you found out he was leaving and you missed seeing him those weeks, you understood. To your surprise, however, he shook his head. That's what I thought too, but no, that's not what they were saying. My dad asked my mom not to have me leave this year. He said she could come stay with us here. Oh my gosh, really? You waited for him to continue. He didn't. The conversation abruptly dropped off. You couldn't help but stare at Cove. There was a complicated mix of expressions on his face. What did your mom say? She told him she'd come. I know she's coming soon before school starts. Oh. You had heard Cove talk about his mom a lot over the years. He'd tell you about past memories or what happened while he was visiting her. Still, it was one thing to hear about someone and another to actually meet them. Very soon, you were going to see Cove's mom in person. You were taken aback by the news, so you could only imagine how Cove felt. You looked over at him. He was pacing across your room, his features pained with dread. Before they'd barely stay in the same room long enough to have lunch. Now we're going to be all together again, the three of us after all this time, just for a few weeks. I know I should probably be happy they can talk to each other now. I'm still not. I'm just confused and freaked out, and now I feel really bad for feeling this way. Samantha, it's so... His fist tightened and his eyes became misty. I couldn't keep getting like this. It's been a long time already, and I'm not a little kid. Though he wouldn't meet your eyes, you knew he was waiting for you to say something. Uh-oh. There's nothing wrong with feeling bad. That is hard to deal with. We can deal with this. I'm sorry, Cove. You know I'm here for you. Yeah, that's a lot. You didn't know what to say. There's nothing wrong with feeling bad. That is hard to deal with. The tense line of Cove's shoulders eased. Thanks. That makes me feel a little better. Like I'm not freaking out for no reason. A momentary silence fell over the two of you. You marveled at how the day started. You had woken up eager for summer vacation, but now things seemed so crazy. The mini debacle with Mr. Holden's gift, the newest addition to the neighborhood, being so rude, and if all that wasn't enough, now Cove's mom would be living with Cove and his dad again. Your whole life was kind of like that, it seemed. Complicated and hard and different. Why couldn't things just get better with time? Samantha? The sound of your name, said quietly, pulled you from your thoughts. Cove gazed at you, concerned. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm okay, you meant it. Yeah, I'm okay, you didn't mean it. No, I'm not. I don't know. Who, me? I'm more worried about you. Wow, things are kind of bad for everyone, huh? I'm gonna say I'm more worried about him. Because I am. You don't have to forget about yourself for me. I want to listen to you, too. Aww. Cove grinned reassuringly. It was small and delicate, but you knew it was genuine. He had come here, conflicted and upset, only to end up worrying about you. He really was a great friend. You know, I think I don't want to talk anymore about this. He looked away, his lips thinning into a line, and rubbed at his arms. But I kinda don't want to go back home either. Could I stay a little longer just doing something else? Okay. He appeared equal parts hopeful and vulnerable. How could you possibly turn him away? You can stay tonight, but we shouldn't make a habit of this. I've got a flashlight and some cards. Are you in? Of course, you can always stay here, Cove. Yeah. You held his gaze confidently, hoping your words got across to him. Cove perked up at your response, a smile appearing on his face. He immediately took a seat on your bed, not afraid to get comfortable in your room. You felt a little better at the sight somehow. You still had a lot of worries, but you were glad he was here. And not just tonight. You were glad he came into your life in the first place. That was a change you'd never want to undo. It felt totally natural to let him into your little world. That initial friendship had deepened so much over these past years, and you were certain there was room to get even closer. You joined Cove on your bed, taking a seat across from him. He smiled at you again, but you could tell this time it was half-hearted. He was still easy to read. Though he didn't want to talk about his mom and dad, he must be thinking about what happened and what's about to happen. You smiled gently at him, you put a hand on his shoulder, you patted his back, you hugged him, you took his hand in yours, you nudged him with your foot. Ooh, what are we doing? Thinking about this. I'm gonna hug him. You moved closer and wrapped your short arms around him as much as you could. It wasn't much, but you hoped the contact helped even a little. Cove froze up, startled. After a moment, his arms came up and he returned your hug. The two of you remained like that for some time. He might have mumbled something to you, but it was too quiet to tell what it was. When you pulled back, his expression had softened into something more natural. Conversation was stilted and broken often by silence at first. Then both of you were able to get into your usual candor. As your secret hangout session stretched on, you thought that you truly wanted to keep having moments like this with him. You hoped a day would never come when life decided that the two of you would have to part ways, and you knew Cove felt the same. You opened your tired eyes, groaning as they adjusted to the bright light that was streaming through the window and warming your peachy skin. With a loud yawn, you rolled away from the sunlight and blinked a couple of times, clearing the sleep from your eyes before realizing with a start that it was actually morning. You couldn't remember even falling asleep. Cove had crept through your window during the night, and the two of you spent time together trying not to wake your parents. You must have fallen asleep while you were hanging out, but couldn't put a finger on exactly when. You wondered how late Cove had stayed before heading home. You rubbed your face and yawned again, contemplating whether you should get out of bed and get ready for the day, or stay snuggled up for a little while longer. Until your gaze landed on an instantly recognizable mop of pale green hair, and you bolted upright and gasped in surprise. Oh, he's still here? He never left. He was still there, in the morning. Cove. He had fallen asleep while sitting on the ground and precariously leaning his head on the side of your mattress. Aww. With your shout, Cove's eyes snapped open and his head slipped from its source of support. He didn't stop going down until he smacked right into the floor with a crack. Oh no! You clamped a hand over your mouth and looked down at him with wide eyes curled up where he had landed rather ungracefully. Ow. You helped him up. Here. Cove complied by putting his hand in yours, and you helped him back into a sitting position. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm alright. If either of your moms found out Cove had slept here last night, the two of you would be in big trouble. Cove blinked at you a couple of times, his eyes growing in panic as some thought that only he could hear settled in his mind. Oh my god, I fell asleep! You weren't exactly sure what to do as you watched Cove pace your room, looking around frantically. Cove's hands flew to his face, letting out a sigh of relief when he found his glasses right where they were supposed to be. Despite that, he hadn't calmed down completely. The atmosphere was still frazzled. It's going to be alright. We're going to be in so much trouble. Just calm down, settle down before moms hear you. You didn't say anything. It's going to be alright. You just need to leave before anyone notices you're here. If they knew, we would have heard about it already. Cove nodded, his shoulders tensed as he fixed you with a firm stare with his turquoise eyes. Letting out a heavy sigh, he ran a hand through his hair in exasperation. He couldn't look at you again as he spoke. I'll see you later. You were confused by how all of this had played out, but hoped that was true. Right, bye, Cove. At that, you were suddenly wrapped up in a tense embrace. As panicked as he was, this seemed to be something he couldn't forget before leaving. Aww. Thanks, again. You're a good friend, Samantha. He firmly whispered the words into the top of your shoulder. But you were let go before you had a chance to respond or even fully react. In a matter of seconds, he had climbed over your bed and opened the window. A cool breeze rolled off the ocean, fluttering through Cove's hair and filling your room with its salty scent. Cove anxiously stepped out onto the ledge. I'm gonna suggest you sneak out the door instead. We can probably do that. Going out the window might not be the best idea. The thought of him getting hurt was even worse than being caught. You don't have to go out that way. I can cover for you if you use the door. You weren't sure if he heard you or not, but he kept going along, one foot in front of the other with increasing speed until his form disappeared out of sight. You stuck your head out the window as far as it could go to try keeping watch. He walked the full length of the ledge before jumping down to the top of the garage, then lowering himself onto the fence. From there he finally dropped down to the ground. You threw out a thumbs up at his successful climb. He ran off towards his house without stopping, disappearing behind the side of another building. You had to admit that you were pretty impressed with how doable he made that look. With a little sigh, you reclosed your window. Deciding there was nothing more you could do, you hopped off your bed and got ready to head downstairs for the day. You put on your slippers, you checked yourself in the mirror, you made your bed, or you just left? You made your bed. It was a habit of yours. You straightened up the sheets, smoothed over your comforter, and fluffed your pillows before stepping back and admiring your work. You took the stairs, slowly attempting to mask your face into a look of innocence. You were sure that someone would have come into your room if they had heard anything strange, but you couldn't be too careful. You had to play it cool. When you stepped into the living room, Elizabeth was there, tapping her finger on the counter. Good morning, Elizabeth. She looked you over immediately, her eyes squinting at the greeting. Why are you being so weird? You hadn't even done anything. Your big sister never missed a beat, unfortunately. You turned and offered a tight smile, and her lips pursed together even tighter. Samantha?
You shrugged it off, you clammed up. Wouldn't you like to know? Sorry, you excitedly blurted it out, you folded. You shrugged it off. I'm not. You spoke so nonchalantly, you almost thought she believed you. But you knew better. Further suspicious squinting occurred as she waited for something. But ultimately, she rolled her eyes and you weren't sure if you were in trouble or not. She didn't seem to care enough to dig any further. Whatever. Then she walked straight out the front door, letting it slam shut behind her, and you let out a brief sigh. Elizabeth went out most days to hang out with her friends from school around town. Today, you were extra glad for it, though you were also grateful she hadn't left the house any sooner and risked running into Cove. It looked like you were getting away with that. Breakfast was eaten in peace and alone. Your moms were both out by the time you had gotten up. They had left you a serving of food from the breakfast they made. Hash browns, an omelet, fruit salad, and there were a few sausage links. You took a little bit of everything. You passed on some parts because they weren't things you liked. You passed on some parts because you were trying to avoid meat. You passed on some parts because you were trying to avoid animal products. Wow, this game lets you be vegetarian or vegan. That is pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I didn't know it gave you that option. And it'll probably come up later. That's really cool how this game pays attention to. Yeah, exactly. Very neat. There's so many little things that this game pays attention to, and that I'm sure that are going to be brought up later, and I think that's really interesting. You took a little bit of everything. It was tasty. You appreciated that there was variety in the meals your moms made. The day lazily drifted by. You pulled open the fridge again, lingering in the frosty air for a moment or two before grabbing a bottle of ice-cold water and taking a long drink. It was a perfect balmy summer afternoon, and you had decided to head outdoors and find something to do. You hadn't decided what that something was just yet, but you were sure something would pop up to occupy your time. As you were heading out the front door, you paused for a moment. You hadn't seen Cove since he had left that morning, and you couldn't help but think about what had happened to him. Would it be bad to go over to his house right now, or to call him to check in? You stepped out of your house, still stuck in an internal debate with yourself, when a voice caught your attention. Hi, Samantha. Confused, you looked over to where an unrecognizable woman was waving at you, a friendly smile plastered on her face. You racked your memory for where you might have seen her before, but nothing came to mind. Not your school or from the country club your moms took you to. You had absolutely no idea who the woman was. The woman crossed the road towards you, and you were a little unsure whether you should stay put or go back into the house and lock the door. Who? Oh, that's gotta be Cove's mom. That has to be his mom because she's got green hair. Oops, I'm sorry. Was that presumptuous? I've heard about you, but you have no idea who I am, do you? You shook your head and she removed her sunglasses to reveal sparkly ocean blue eyes. All of a sudden, she seemed a little more familiar. My son lives here, and my ex, too. With a bent smile, she lifted a hand to point at the condo across the street from your own house. She was Cove's mom. What's wrong? Why are you screaming? You didn't know why you hadn't realized sooner, now that you'd gotten a good look at her. She seemed nice, she seemed sort of strange, she looked really young. Yeah, I noticed that too. It made sense that she was Cove's mom. She felt so different from Cove, she was super pretty. It made sense that she was Cove's mom because, you know, green hair. She had the same eyes and other physical traits in common. No matter your thoughts on her, you still felt taken aback that she had appeared here so suddenly. Cove mentioned she was coming, but you hadn't got the impression it would be the very next day. She extended a hand again, this time for you to take, and you studied the manicured fingers in front of your face and the assortment of bracelets that dangled from her wrist. I'm Kyra Priest. You can call me Kyra. You shook her hand. I mean, Cove likes his mom. She's not a bad person, so I don't think I need to be wary of her or anything. You reached out and took her hand, and she shook yours firmly, grinning wide. I'm Samantha, but you already knew that. That I do. Cove's mentioned you to me before. It's nice to officially meet you, Samantha. She's super pretty. She really is. Cove talked to you about his mom, but he hadn't mentioned how he said things about you to her. What has Cove said about me? What are you doing here? Nice to meet you too. You kept quiet. I want to know what has Cove said about me. Oh, I can't tell you that. I've already said too much. Ooh, that's a bit interesting. She laughed good-naturedly. You couldn't be happy about the answer, though. The sound of a door opening and closing caught both your attentions, and when you turned towards the sound, it was to find Cove and exiting his house, his eyes skimming the ground. Considering how tall he had grown, you kind of figured his mom also would have been tall, but she was much more on the short side, for an adult anyway. Cove's height must have come from his father. He's shorter than her, but I guess that's just because he's still a kid. He honestly does not look like he's 13, though. There you are. I thought you were going to keep me standing out here all day. You tried to catch Cove's eye as he walked towards you, but his gaze was firmly fixed on the sidewalk. When he finally crossed the road and looked up, he gave you a pitiful look. After the way he had acted last night, you knew he must be feeling pretty mixed up about this. You tried to wordlessly express that you understood. Cove and I are heading into town to grab something to eat while the snore is at work. Kyra beamed at Cove and ruffled his hair, which only seemed to upset him more. You assumed the snore she was talking about was Mr. Holden. Hey, you should come with us, Samantha. I'd love to get to know you better. Yeah, you should come. There was a pleading in his tone that you couldn't miss. Okay, I'm definitely coming then. Of course we'll run it by your parents first. Responsibility and all that. It'll give me an excuse to meet them, which I need to do at some point. It's important to be neighborly if I'm going to be roosting on this street for the time being. Any whoosies, let's go. Kyra walked ahead towards your house, and you hung back with Cove, who crinkled his nose as he watched her. He seems pretty unhappy. I'm sorry about her, but I really do want you to come. I don't want it to be just the two of us. Not right now. You leaned in closer and whispered while checking around for anyone who might hear. What happened? Did your dad know you were gone? Cove shook his head and sighed heavily. Dad was so focused on Mom showing up that he didn't even notice. I thought when I heard them on the phone last night that it was something they were planning for the future. Yeah, that's what I thought too. This morning Dad said it was supposed to be a surprise, and I guess I was surprised. She's gonna be here all summer. Oh man. Oh. You were surprised to hear that too. Cove sighed again, even heavier. I'll go with you if you really want me to. He smiled, his shoulders relaxing a little in relief. Thanks, that'd be cool. The two of you headed over to where Cove's mom had just knocked on your front door and stood behind her. Mom answered the door after a minute, her eyebrows lifting in surprise at the group she found in front of her. You realized that, like you, she would have no idea that it was Cove's mom who was hanging with you. However, after blinking at the woman a couple times and looking between her and Cove, the realization seemed to strike on her. Hello there, I am Pamela. I see you've met my kid, Samantha, and I'm guessing you've already known Cove for a while. Kyra laughed, and you and Cove exchanged looks at your parents' weird sense of humor. I'm Kyra Priest, Cove's mom. It's so nice to meet you. A head of purple-brown hair caught your eye as Ma popped up behind Mom, squeezing herself in beside her. We have company. I was wondering what all the commotion was. She grinned excitedly at Kyra. The two of them introduced themselves and shook hands. Shook hands. Hi, Samantha, Cove. Cove smiled at Ma shyly, and she gestured a hand toward the living room. There's no use hanging around in the doorway. Why don't you come in? I'd love to, but I promised to take my son out to eat, and I wouldn't want to hold you up with a surprise visit. Oh, I understand. You're welcome to stop by any time. I'll take you up on the offer when I can. Count on it. Would you mind too much if Samantha went with Cove and I? My treat. We won't be driving, just a quick walk down the road. Sure, that sounds nice. I hope you all have fun. You gave your moms a look, and they smiled at you fondly. Why would I be annoyed? That's a weird response. You were happy they were letting you go. You could tell that Cove really needed the support, and you were ready to be there for him. Marvelous. Expect us back in an hour or two. We look forward to seeing you again. Take care. Your parents waved goodbye to the three of you as you backed up onto the street. There was the sound of the front door closing behind you. I'm pretty positive I saw some restaurants when I was in the taxi not too far from here. Yeah, it's a tourist town, isn't it? There's a lot of them around. It was kind of strange to see Cove give someone this much attitude. If he wasn't in the mood to be nice, he generally just kept it to himself. Kyra put her hands on her hips and smiled at her son. Well, you sound like the area expert. Do you have any recommendations for a place nearby? Not really. Kyra pouted at him a little and turned to you instead. How about you, Samantha? Want to point me in the right direction? You shrugged. Not really. Sure, I have a couple of favorites. You nodded. Yeah, I can agree to that. You'd been to a lot of places in town, and there were a couple that stood out from all the rest. There's a Chinese restaurant that me and my family go to all the time. It's my mom's favorite. There's also a tropical-themed place that tries to be sort of fancy. Both sound like a treat. I'll leave it to you to pick for us, since Cove is going through a phase over there. He huffed at her and turned his face away. You know, Cove seems pretty unhappy about going out to eat with his mom and stuff, so maybe if he chooses, that'll make him a little happier, so. It's okay, Cove, tell us which one you want more. He mumbled sulkily, willing to reject his mom, but not you. He likes me. I like the tropical place more. That's what I would have gone for, too. With 2 votes in favor of one restaurant, it seemed it was settled. We can go there. Thank you, Samantha. Will you show us the way? You nodded, taking the lead of your little group as Cove and his mom followed behind you. Together, the 3 of you left the neighborhood behind. The walk
was about 15 minutes, and along the way, Kyra asked a lot of questions about the area. Cove was quiet most of the time, so he ended up answering her instead. Kyra explained that she lived in a large city, and she loved how peaceful and relaxing everything seemed in Sunset Bird. The restaurant was busy as usual, but luckily you were shown right to a small table. Kyra lowered herself into the chair while Cove picked the one diagonal to her. Not facing her or to the side, it was awkward. Ahem, let's see. To start, what would you all like to drink? I'll get an orange soda. Noted. Samantha? Just water, soda, milk, juice, coffee. Imagine going to a restaurant and ordering milk. Couldn't be me. Soda. Which flavor? Oh, good question. Cola, orange, grape, lemon lime, root beer, ginger ale. So lemon lime would be like Sprite. I'm gonna say cola. Sure. Carrie placed the order for your drinks, getting a black hot coffee for herself, and it didn't take long before they were brought to the table and set in front of you. You took a long sip of your drink as you looked around the restaurant. Your small group checked over the menus, deciding what to order. The last time you came here, the dish you ordered was amazing. You wanted to order something different this time. Kyra and Cove didn't need any encouragement for this. They were totally focused on the information in front of them. Soon the meals, too, were ordered and the menus taken away. You glanced at the table's surface, waiting to figure out what to say. Cove sunk back further into his seat and avoided eye contact. He started to twiddle his thumbs while acting like all this was perfectly normal. His sour feelings today were unignorable. Instead of asking more open questions he'd brush off, Kyra had mercy on her son and instead put her focus towards you. So, Samantha, what's a few things that you're into? There's gotta be something you do for fun, especially now that you're not buried in school assignments. Okay, where's the... I'm really into Cove. Oh my god. Where's the VTuber options? I like VTubers. I like to read. I like to watch... I like to watch what? Games are fun. I like to play... Wow, so these are like open-ended? I can... I like to read... I like to watch... Games are fun. I like to play... I hang out with people. I go to the beach and... I'm into sports like... Music. I spend time on art. I write things. I still spend time studying. Fashion. I'm really into Cove. Oh my god, that's funny that I'm really into Cove as an option. What happens if I put I like to watch? Will it give me anime as an option? Where's the anime option? And... Okay, TV, movies, stand-up comedy, plays, people. I like to watch people. I like to watch... TV. It's pretty addicting when you find a good series, isn't it? Movies? Kyra nodded her head and you guessed she must like that too. And games are fun. I like to play video games. I don't know much about them. Maybe you can show me sometime. What will it let me read? I like to read manga! Oh my god, manga. I like to read manga. I haven't heard of that style, but I'm sure it's very good. Let me say manga, that's great. Fiction novels, comic books, magazines, non-fiction books, poetry. I like fiction novels. Me too, nothing beats curling up with a good book. It's letting me choose a lot of things. I don't like sports. I hang out with people. Hey, it's nice to have friends and family to spend time with. I go to the beach and build sandcastles. That sounds like a lot of fun. And swim. You must be a strong swimmer since you live so close to the ocean. I find the water a little scary, but I still like to dip my toes sometimes. And look for seashells. I keep the best ones I find for my collection. I'm sure it's an incredible collection. And walk along the shore. That's a nice way to relax. I hope to be able to spend some time on the shore while I'm here myself. And... Huh?
Okay.
I'm gonna say I'm really into Cove. Kyra let out a sudden laugh and Cove gasped beside you. It was a dramatic enough inhale that he almost choked on the soda. I mean, fair enough, that was kind of an insane thing to say.
Okay, I gotta ask, is that a tattoo?
Yes.
That is such a pretty tattoo.
That is a pretty tattoo. I
Most
thought
of
it
the
was a
time I see
necklace.
someone with that tattoo and I'm like, you know, but that's a nice one.
Yeah, it is. I'm gonna
Okay.
get one. Oh, that would hurt right there.
Yeah,
Oh
on the
yeah,
sternum.
that would
Yeah.
hurt.
Holy cow! No, thank you.
I'm pretty much, I thought I'd go my whole life and not getting a tattoo, but I might actually.
Are you really?
It's really pretty.
Are you really gonna get one?
Well, I'm just saying might. I don't know. You know, once I look at the price, oh, that'll be $800 if you get that one. Oh, yeah, forget it. How much are tattoos?
Tattoos are pretty expensive.
On what you get. Too.
People who get like a lot of them, like sleeves of them, spend
Yeah.
a lot of money.
Yeah.
Why is my computer off?
I don't know.
Probably
I think a cat did
rotten cat.
Rotten cat.
Is the entire computer off, or is it just the monitor?
No. What's this?
Did you put it there?
Would you put that away properly, please? While I seek out a reason for my computer going off.
Okay. You shrugged at the reaction. It was a truthful answer to the question. Samantha. I am doing things in this game that I should not be doing. I attempted to commit assault, and then I said that to his mom. Cove whispered at you disapprovingly, obscuring part of his face with a hand. But he's probably so embarrassed. But Kyra only waved him off and encouraged you to go on. We spend time together when we can. I like it. Well, we have something in common. Kyra smiled at Cove, who didn't look too impressed by either of you at that moment. Fair enough. Yeah, I think that's all that I wanted to say. And you didn't say anything else. Thanks, I'm happy to learn more about you. There's so much I hadn't heard. Cove leaves the details out. He was trying not to pay attention, but you could tell he was uncomfortable. Hoping it would clear some of the tension in the air, you decided to ask Kyra a few questions of your own.
Sorry, I was about to do that.
Oh, okay. Cove hadn't told you much about her, and you were curious to know more about this woman who is such a big part of his life. What exactly do you do for work? I'm a travel writer for magazines and things. I keep people in the loop on what's worth seeing. It's good work. Wow. What do you like to do? Where do you live normally? Are you in a new relationship now? Why did you and Mr. Holden get divorced? I'm not gonna ask that!
Okay, I need to know about the plants. The plants look adorable. Is this her place?
No, this is, we're at a restaurant.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's a nice restaurant.
Yeah.
Really homey feeling.
Yeah. Very pretty. Let's see. I don't wanna...
Sorry. You got it turned on.
Yes.
Good.
Okay, Samantha?
Yes?
If I'm not around when you're done with your stream, make sure you go in the other room and finish up the dishes. There's only like 5 that we pooped out.
Okay. But anyway, to be honest, I am most interested in this last question, but that is not something you should ask someone.
How long are they on a date?
Okay. I am with this is my friend's mom. I'm with, her and my friend, so.
How long have you known her?
We, like, just met.
Nope.
Yeah, I'm not gonna ask that to someone that my friend's mom who I just met. Jesus. What do you like to do? Spend time with my little boy, of course. You see him like 1 week every year. You do not.
Aww. Aww.
Yeah, this game so far has been kind of sad because it's a lot of it has been about like this guy's parents like getting divorced, and so he lives with his dad and he sees his mom occasionally. Now the mom is coming to live with them again, and so that's kind of weird for this kid to get used to.
Okay, I'm going to tell you something that I'm sure I haven't told you.
Is it okay to say on the stream?
Pretty sure.
Okay.
But it is a little bit personal.
Okay.
There was a time where your mom and I were going through a rough patch. That's the time where the psychiatrist said you have to treat your husband as well as the cats. And that pretty much solved the problem, and now we're okay. Alright, so that you've known about. But there was a period in there where it looked pretty bad. Okay, and I was talking to my sister, and the D word was floating around in my head. And my sister said something about, well, are you prepared to, get your own place separate from your wife, to have visitation, with your kids? You wouldn't live with your kids anymore. They would be part of the time they'd be with your wife. Your wife. The other time they'd be at your place. And I'm like, really? And she goes, well, of course that's the way it's going to be, Paul. Are you that naive that you think that's not what happens when the D word hits? And that ended that possibility for me. There was no way I was going to do that. The idea of only seeing you like once a week or on the weekends or whatever, that was a horror too painful to even consider. And I was like, okay, I can't do that to my children, or to myself. I mean, I couldn't miss not being around you guys on a regular basis so much. So that's what made me take the most drastic measures, like seeing a therapist, and that's what led to us working things out. But you never knew that, did you?
No.
Well, now I'm sharing it with you, your entire audience.
Yeah, this is why I'm like, sure you want to say this on the stream, but whatever.
Well, maybe there's someone else who's in that kind of trouble. Think about it. If you're seriously considering the D word and you haven't gone and you haven't gone to a therapist, I highly recommend it. Try using all ways to reform your marriage to save it, and especially if you have children. It's not about just you anymore if you have kids.
I am interested what the heck happened here, because she apparently kicked her husband out, and the husband took the son with him, and then got full custody of the son, and he only visited the mom for like a couple weeks every year.
Wow, yeah, that is weird.
Uh-huh.
Sometimes it doesn't take much, like, okay, let's just hypothetically say that your mother and I were getting a divorce, and that the courts got involved. And is it true that that he takes marijuana once a week, and then suddenly I sound like the worst father in the world to the jury, or lots of things that could come up. Did he once throw out someone out of the house violently and then lock him out? That kind of thing. Okay, you could. Oh my God, yeah. When was the last time he helped one of the children with their homework? 4 years, but that's only because they're geniuses. They don't need my help with homework. So yeah, there are a lot of ways you can twist things. So maybe she was a victim of that. Maybe she, had a DWI that had nothing to do with her kids, and it was blown out of proportion. Maybe she got into a fist fight, and the cops came in, and they didn't bother to look at the CCTV camera footage, to see who started it. All sorts of things.
Yeah, so I don't know what the story is in this.
She's got pretty hair.
Mm-hmm.
Not most women can't pull off green hair, but she
Yeah,
can.
green hair is like...
a difficult thing to do. Yeah, I love the character designs and like the character art in this game. Like so many of these characters are just absolutely gorgeous. I love it. Kitty cat, do you mind if I sit up? Okay, spending time with my little boy, of course, and traveling. A real shock, huh? Oh, I can ask all of these? Oh, should I ask the one? Oh, I kind of want to. I'll save before it, and then I'll load the save.
I'd say leave it out. You don't know this person well enough to do it.
Yeah, that's kind of...
You haven't even sat down to eat the meal yet, okay?
Well, we have. They just don't have an animation for that.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, that's how visual novels are. Like, it's just the sprite against the background. Like,
Wow, okay. I'm going, I guess, a lot of detail in my game, because...
Really?
Yeah, they change expressions and... Get out of my gun shop!
Yeah, I mean, they have different, like, poses and, like, expressions and stuff, but, like, usually whenever a character sits down, they don't, like, animate that in any way.
Hey, you know what would be kind of cool? If you want to collect, like, your 10 best fans from this show, and, you know, that come regulars, who come, and then I'll try to stick their names into my video game.
Oh.
As long as they are understanding that half the people in the video game are, you know, like bad guys and stuff, you know.
Well, they'd probably like that. I think Vad would like that.
Mm-hmm. So, like, you know, yeah. So, if you write down their names, and I'll see if I can't squeeze them in.
Okay.
Because I did that for Kai, and oh, I put in a couple of famous police officers, and like altered, like we here in Texas we had a police officer who got fired for stealing money from, or stealing objects from the the evidence locker, and so here in Texas I named a character after him.
Okay, where do you live normally? Nevada, have you ever been there? You shook your head. It's a beautiful place, check it out if you can. I'm not gonna ask these other ones. I do not want to do that, so I'm gonna say you couldn't bring yourself to ask another question. It didn't seem to bother her that the conversation dropped off. Cove sipped his soda angrily, slurping up the remaining drink with furrowed brows. He looked ready to run straight out of the restaurant. You weren't sure if coming along had ended up making the lunch better or worse. Honestly, I do not know. You made a silly face at him, you smiled at him, you gave him a sympathetic look, you flicked his straw wrapper at him, or you left him alone. Let's give him a sympathetic look. Ooh, Chan, why is she still awake? Okay, I know it's been a long stream, but you have to understand this is a really good game. It's hard to stop playing it because I'm really interested in it.
I think she just wanted to avoid doing the dishes.
No, actually, I really love this game. If it wasn't impractical, I would play the entire game in one sitting. Anyone think that's a good idea? We could make this a 9-hour stream. It could be my longest stream yet. Because I think my longest was like 8 hours. Want to make this a 9-hour stream? Apparently this game is like, has like 10 hours worth of content. So it's a pretty long game. My plan was and is to like finish this part, get to the part with the lol, oh geez. Get to the part with the where it like splits off to the little scenes, the moments. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna stop at that part, but I didn't expect the part before that to be so long. This is really long, but I'm gonna finish it. I'm gonna finish this part and then I'll stop. I'm really loving this though. I love the amount of the choices. I like that there's so many choices in this game. I like that there's so much customization. I like Cove. I like the story, so I'm really into it. Cove eventually noticed you watching him, and you gave him a look to let him know you were there for him.
It took a couple of moments, but finally he cracked a smile, and that made you feel a little lighter inside. You two seem really cute together. Cove covered his face with his hands and leaned back in his seat. Mom, why would you say that? You felt bothered too. You blushed. Thanks, we are cute. You just laughed. I'm gonna say thanks, we are cute. Very. Your meals were delivered shortly after that, and everything was so delicious, even Cove enjoyed his food. Alright, now that we're all full and content, can you please explain why you've had a bug up your butt all day? Cove's face scrunched at that. Seriously, baby, what did Mom do to make you this mad? I haven't even been around a full day yet. He gripped the edge of the table, refusing to make eye contact. The words he spoke were barely audible over the din of the restaurant. You could have told me. She leaned forward to not miss anything else, eyebrows raised. Told you what? He finally seemed to find his voice and spoke the thoughts that had been on his mind. That I wasn't going to visit you this year, that you were going to be coming instead. Didn't you invite me? You wanted me here with you? Cove's eyes began to shake and his frustration ebbed. I do want you to be around, but I didn't know it'd be like this. It's not the same and nobody said anything. I see. Her expression grew tense. She threaded her fingers together and placed her hands in front of her on the table. We've both been gifted another Clifford surprise. What does that mean? Referring to that as a Clifford surprise almost caused both you and Cove to crack a smile. You also had no idea his name wasn't just Cliff. Over 5 years, nobody has ever called him Clifford until now. Oh, okay. That's the dad's name, okay. She smoothed her hair out, not letting go of her stern look. The more things change, the more they stay the same. They let out identical sighs, but smiled weakly at one another afterwards. I can go home, Cove. We can still set up a normal trip to my place before the summer ends. Cove's lips slightly closed together. He seriously pondered the option. Nah, he probably doesn't want that either. I think I do want you to stay. I miss it when you're not there. My heart. She reached across the gap, grabbed his face, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Cove tried to wiggle away. Mom, stop. I'm sorry, sweet young men need to be smooched by their parents. If I don't, they'll take away my mom license.
Yeah.
Did you set your alarm clock?
Oh, that's not a bad idea. Let me go ahead and do that now. I will, and you need to go to bed.
I know. I've been trying to, but then I keep forgetting things.
Oh, okay.
Kyra was completely enthused by Cove's admission, though a tone of seriousness did return to her voice when the conversation continued. Do you want to talk to your dad, too? No. Cove had snapped the word instantly, but reeled his annoyance back in just as quickly. Maybe later, not today. I understand, we can shelve it. Thanks, Mom. Thank you for talking to me, little mister. She grinned affectionately at him before turning your way. And thank you, Samantha. Huh? What did I do? It's easy to act like a baby with your mom. It's hard to keep that up with your neighbor watching everything. Especially when you really care about what said neighbor thinks of you. She winked. Mom! She just ruffled his hair with a laugh, then moved her hand down to tap the end of his nose. And that was how the issue was resolved, at least between Cove and his mom. When the three of you left the restaurant and Kyra had paid the bill, you walked back to your neighborhood slowly. You had eaten so much by that time, you were beginning to feel sleepy. It didn't help that the lunch had happened late and the sun was already beginning to descend from the sky. Yo, his hair's longer now, and blonder. But eventually, you reached your street. Someone was there to greet your group upon arrival. I thought it was weed on his shorts, but it's palm trees. Welcome back, family, and Samantha, too. Cliff.
Wait a minute, that's the ex-husband?
Yeah.
Wow.
What?
Well, I don't know. I was expecting something like a balding, wealthy guy, and she was like, you know, he's got money, I'm gonna marry him kind of thing.
Well, they're both nice people, which is why the situation between them is even more intriguing to me, because it's like, what happened, you know? Like, and why did the dad get full custody? Why did she kick him out? What the heck happened?
Yeah, it could be all sorts of things. Or, you know what, then there could be actual, you know, I listed off some not legitimate reasons, but there could have been a legitimate reason. Like, you know, there could have been, like, she didn't feed the kids, or, bad parental responsibility. She seems so young.
Yeah, really young. I noticed that too.
So, like, you're a teenager in this?
The kid is and the main character are both 13 at this point.
And so she's, let's say she's 25? What? No, that doesn't make sense.
That makes no sense.
But she does look very young. Like,
Yeah,
if you had
she's...
to guess her age, she's not a day over 30. So, oh my god, she was 17 when she had a kid? I mean, that happens a lot. So, there could have been... And then you can have things like postpartum depression that interfere badly with your life and might result in your kids being taken away from you. Look at Brittany. I mean, she had her whole life taken away from her because of postpartum depression. Look what happened to your mom. So yeah, there's a lot of things that might come up. Is this a game where they explore that kind of darkness?
Yeah.
It is, okay. Well,
It's, I mean, maybe not exactly that, but I don't think... I mean, I feel like there's gonna be a lot of, like... I think depression and stuff will be a topic. It seems like a pretty cheerful game overall, but, like... I feel like there's a lot to the situation with Cove's parents that we don't know about, because he seems to have really complicated feelings about his parents, especially his mom.
Well, if you want to paint a pretty picture, oftentimes you have to use dark colors. Have I ever said that?
Yes.
I say that a lot. Right? That's one of my things. How about, it's nice to be nice? Do I ever say that a lot?
Yeah.
I say that a lot?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's because it's really good.
But the way that she greeted him, just his name and that's it. Oh my god. Dad. Cove is salty too. The two walked past him into the condo without sparing another word. Despite the summer heat, their shoulders were cold. I like that line. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. He rubbed the back of his neck with a crooked smile, but his eyes were soft.
I'm sorry, the shoulders were cold? Is that like a Japanese term?
No, like giving someone the cold shoulder. Also, this isn't a Japanese game. I'm actually pretty sure it's an American game.
To give someone the cold shoulder, even though it was... Okay, that's clever.
That is good, yeah. But his eyes were soft as he looked on after them. He's so much like his mom, don't you think? I guess a little. Definitely the eyes. You gave a vague nod, not sure what he was expecting you to do. He nodded back far more energetically. Okay, have a nice night, Samantha. You too, Mr. Holden. With that, Mr. Holden on these nuts. With that, Cove's dad disappeared to join the others inside. It was your turn to go home now. Summer hadn't started off at all how you imagined it would have, though it turned out to set the tone well. Having Kyra in the neighborhood was a new experience for not only you and Cove, but also both your families, and a dull moment was rarely had. Okay, here we go. We are at the moments, and I told you I would stop here. We've got wave, growing, family, dinner, and road trip. Okay, so let's save here, because if I forget to save, I will be upset. Oh my god, I saved earlier because I made the choice to try to beat up a kid. This like a really mean kid was like making fun of Cove and his eyebrows and stuff, and it gave me the option to try to beat him up, so I did. But
what happened?
These two held me back.
That's probably for the best then, yeah.
Yeah. I was like, I'm gonna save here because if this goes badly, I want to load my save. Okay. Orange, you can get on my lap. You can. I promise. Come on.
Yeah, and then you can change the illustration to show that Orange is on your lap.
Oh, he's actually on there already. I didn't take him off.
Oh, he jumped off and then off. So.
He jumps on and off and then on and off.
Viewers trust you if you.
I know. I'm sorry. I've been lying to you all. Yeah. This isn't even a real cat. This is a stock image from Erasatoya.
Or however you pronounce it. I needed to come clean about this. Please don't cancel me on Twitter. Okay, so I've got that saved. How absolutely dare you! Persephone is devastated. But I think... heart emoji. But I think I'm going to end it here. It's been 5 hours, jeez. Yeah, I really love this game. This is really good. So we've got all the moments in step 2 to do, and then we've got all of step 3 to do, and I think that will be the end of the game. So yeah, we will do that. I don't know whenever I decide, but I definitely do want to come back to this game soon because I am enjoying it a lot. It is really, really good. It was fun. I was really enjoying the story. Oh, I'm glad to hear that because I had a lot of fun with this, so I'm glad that you did too. And that is going to be it for tonight. I will see you tomorrow, where I will be doing Samanth냐's book club, and we're going to finish up the book that we started reading last week. Let's Talk About Love. So, have a nice night, and I will see you tomorrow. And it has been fun hanging out with you too. Oh, thank you. Thank you for watching. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I'm going now.
Bye-bye.
End screen.
Woo.
Hope you have a good one. You too.